This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Naruto was accidentally sent to another dimension by Jiraiya. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
It was an unusually quiet day in Konohagakure no Sato. The village hidden among the tree leaves, people were shopping in the market district of tiny stands or buildings, and they could be heard rustling on the dirt-paved paths known as Konoha. Konohagakure was a strong village, however. During Konoha's calm days, this indicated that something was going to ignite, but nobody would be ready for it this time. "Hold still, brat." A muscular voice sounded, irritated. That voice was less muscular than the previous one, but it was still irritated. "I'm trying, pervert. That ink is cold. How do you expect me to stay still?" I said. "Ungrateful brat." There's a smack coming from inside the Hokage Tower, Konoha's tallest tower. An elderly man in his early 50s is in a room inside the sizable tower. He had a paintbrush in his right hand and a bottle of black ink in his left. He was a strangely dressed man with long white spiked hair, green loose-fitting pants held together at the ankles with bracers, fishnet against his chest, a black shirt, and a green long-sleeved shirt. His wrists were also bound with wrist bracers to prevent the sleeves from flapping in the wind, and he wore a red coat over his ensemble. The coat's sleeves were well cut and fell just below the waist. The old man's face was the most peculiar feature. He had a dull gray headband with horns that bore the kanji for oil, and two red painted lines that curved out from under his eyes. "Why did you hit me, you bastard?" A 15-year-old sat in front of the elderly man. As the elderly man inked seals onto his chest, he had no clothes on to cover his torso and his hair was a vivid, shimmering yellow. He was dressed in black sandals and bright orange pants. In addition, he had two odd facial features. The most peculiar feature of his face was not his vivid blue eyes, which were as clear as ocean water. The three whisker marks on either side of his face were the most unusual feature. With a furious expression, the elderly man yelled, "'Cause you keep squirming, brat. What do you think will happen if I mess up these seals? I sure as hell don't want to find out." The young teen shot back, "I can't stay still if you keep using cold ink, you perverted bastard. Naruto, if I mess up on one of these seals, they will be unstable. Even the slightest movement could activate them, causing who knows what to happen to you while fixing your seal. What the hell did you do to make this seal unstable?" the elderly man said, raising an eyebrow at the last sentence. His face instantly became serious. The elderly man's face became serious. "During our last recent missions, I used the fuzzball's power twice in a short amount of time. First when we went to rescue Gaara, and about a few days after I unleashed waves of Fuzzy's power against Orochimaru. Yamato won't tell me how much I unleashed. I figure I used too much, forcing the seal to be a bit unstable." The older man gave a slight nod in response to his response. "I told you not to use his power wastefully like that. You could have hurt Sakura a lot worse if Yamato wasn't there to stop you. Who knows what else could have happened if you unleashed more." With a determined expression in his eyes, Naruto pulled his face back up after his face slightly dropped. "I know. Damn it, just when I saw Orochimaru I lost my cool. I know I shouldn't lose my cool, and I promise I won't lose my cool like that again." Naruto complied, staying still, saying, "Good, now hold still, I'm almost done." The fact that he was motionless would impress stone statues. Where else but the Hokage Tower? Right. Step on it. So much damn paperwork, a woman yelled in frustration. She had a small indigo-colored diamond on her forehead, and her slightly paled blonde hair was tied in two pigtails at the back of her head that trailed halfway to her back. She sat in a chair that was light tan and wrote furiously on paper after paper. She let out a frustrated sigh and said, "Damn, all these papers are from Naruto. Trouble follows wherever that brat goes." The blonde turned to look out the window and leaned back in her chair. "I knew I shouldn't have taken on the role of Hokage. Too much paperwork and not enough sake," the irritated blonde thought. As her mentor used to refer to it, paperwork was a terrible demon that she faced once more. "Old coot simply had to pass away and leave me all of this paperwork." She gazed at the fiend, her eyebrow twitching slightly. She picked up her pen after staring at it for 2 minutes in the hopes that it would burn instantly under the glare, but it didn't. She nearly wrote on the paper, but stopped. "All of this is about Naruto. If I could find a way for him to cause less trouble." She put down her pen and leaned back, crossing her arms beneath her envious bust, as if to reflect. "Perhaps if I restrained him, he would be able to get away with ease. No, that would lead to even more issues. What if I had Sakura threaten him? It would be too quiet if he left, so I don't want that." She went on to complain about a certain blonde-haired teen, saying, "He would unleash hell and give me tons of paperwork if I tried to give him nothing but D-ranked missions," trying to figure out how he could give her more time for sake and less time for paperwork. In the meantime, return with Naruto and the elderly man. Take a sniff, 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 take a sniff. AHCHOO. The blonde teenager sneezed. The elder was painting seals on his torso when Naruto sneezed, causing him to slip and join two lines that shouldn't have touched. The elder stared at the mistake and muttered, "Shit. I told that fool to stay put. What is he doing? I make a mistake when he sneezes, Naruto, damn it." The elder's mind was raging with profanity. What hap? The young blonde held his stomach in pain, never able to finish the seals on his torso glow, and he grunts in agony. Naruto grunted, "What the hell did you do?" The elder reached out to Naruto to correct his mistake, but it was too late. "I told you not to move, damn it. I don't know what's going on, but you better brace yourself." The man was forced to leap back a few feet as lightning struck. His eyes narrowed as he tried to think of a way to stop the seals, and he never took his eyes off Naruto as he examined every aspect of the situation. As if it were a living heart, waves of chakra pulsed periodically, giving the seals a light blue sheen. Every wave was larger than the one before it, and Naruto was in more pain with his arms encircling his stomach and his knees bent over. Naruto was yelling in pain. Gah. Bam! Knowing it wouldn't hit him, the elder didn't flinch as the door flew past him. Glass shattered as the door flew out of the windows behind him. The blonde, seated at the desk, screamed, "Jiraiya, what the hell is going on in here?" As she complained about the paperwork fiend, she'd moved swiftly to the spot where the chakra pulses had come from. What the devil did Jiraiya do this time, damn it? As she tried to figure out what the hell he had done this time, her mind was racing. She saw that his face was expressionless. His face was expressionless. His expression was emotionless, so this had to be something serious. Jiraiya pointed to Naruto, who was crouching even lower than before, and said, "I was painting seals on Naruto's torso to help stabilize his tenant, but he sneezed, causing him to flinch, which made me make an error. I don't know what the error did to the seal, but it's not pretty." A flash of lightning struck anything it came into contact with. The seals gave off a bright, light blue, almost white light. Jiraiya pointed, and the female blonde turned. Naruto was crouched on his knees when she discovered him. His excruciating scream of pain and the electricity that erupted at her, forcing her back, stopped her attempt to assist him right away. Like a rapid heartbeat, the chakra's pulse sharply increased. As she leapt back, all she could see was the blonde squawking in agony. She turned to Jiraiya and saw that he was immobilizing himself by pushing himself back. His hands were balled into a fist, and he was gritting his teeth and extracting blood. They were powerless to stop it. For the third time in her life, she felt powerless. She had witnessed the deaths of her lover and brother. She now had to witness the potential death of another loved one. Damn it. Must I witness the death of someone I love in front of me? There is nothing I can do to assist him. I can't help him even though he's in agony right in front of me. Why? Her thoughts about her lover Dan and her brother Nawaki were racing through her head. How she was unable to prevent their deaths. The two elders were compelled to cover their eyes and turn away as the glow intensified in tandem with the pulse speed, as if lightning had just struck inside the room. A loud blaring sound was released. The glow and the pulse of the chakra disappeared along with Naruto's agonized scream. Jiraiya turned back toward Naruto, who was acclimating his eyes to the dimmed light, while the other blonde followed suit. He had left. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya was unable to locate his chakra. He simply disappeared, fell from the earth's surface. He had lost his student 15 years ago. He lost Minato to the Kyubi. Naruto is no longer with him. He had already lost his first, so he couldn't stand to lose his second. In front of him are all of my students doomed to perish before my eyes. The woman dropped to her knees and paced slowly to where Naruto had been. Another victim of the cursed necklace. Her face was expressionless. She'd seen another victim succumb to the curse he had left. Nowhere could she sense him. A coarse hand touched her shoulder. She turned her head slightly and saw that Jiraiya was there. Looking grim, she turned to see where the young blonde had been. Her hair cast a shadow over her eyes as she lowered her head. If you stood in front of her, you could see that she was angry and depressed. Tsunade. He spoke in a softer tone than before. He was afraid, but he told himself, "I don't know what that seal did to him, but we'll find him." He was aware that he was partially to blame for Naruto's disappearance. Both he and Tsunade were aware of what was about to happen. Jiraiya would not escape unscathed. "I will not escape this tower alive." Blonde stood up slowly. She had her head drooping. "Jiraiya," she said in a quiet but incredibly menacing voice. The force was vibrating through her fists. The voice was familiar to Jiraiya. She was furious beyond belief. He was aware that he was partially to blame for Naruto's disappearance, but he did not wish to incur Tsunade's wrath. If she killed him, he wouldn't be able to write his Icha books, operate his spy network, spy on the young girls in the bathhouses, or look for Naruto if he was still alive. He was afraid and said, "Tease Tsunade, let me explain." That was the end of it. His life was in danger. His knees were giving out as he backed away slowly. His face was filled with fear as though she were the devil himself, and he was sweating cannons rather than bullets. As she said, "Jiraiya, where is Naruto?" she remained motionless. The blonde in front of him knew right away that it was incorrect to say, "I don't know." The seal may have sent him somewhere or killed him. Not even his first student's flying thunder god technique could match Tsunade's speed. As he whirled around, his body fell instantly as he felt through one floor, then another, until he made a human dent in the ground. He twitched in the ground. The pain would be heaven compared to his current state of mind. He was painless when he hit the floor. His back collar was grabbed, and he was lifted and flung to the ground in less than 5 seconds. Inside, Tsunade was furious. Her decision to return to Konoha and assume the role of Hokage was solely motivated by Naruto. The man who did it was standing directly in front of her, and he might now be dead or long gone. This time, he wasn't getting off easy. No, he would have to endure pain before she would heal him, cause him to endure pain once more, and then use him to track down Naruto. Fearing for his life, Jiraiya watched as Tsunade, towering over him, grabbed the front of his shirt and used one arm to lift him into the air rather than confront Tsunade. He preferred death. If Tsunade were present, death would tremble in terror. He never got a chance to say, "Tsunade, see, calm down, I'm sir," before she released her grip and her fist slammed against his face in front of the Hokage tower. He flew through the wall and onto the dust road. Jiraiya was getting close to fainting after that punch. His world was flickering black. Her entire forced punch was that to completely stop it. Even enhancing his face with all of his chakras was insufficient. He knew she wasn't finished yet, even though his head was bleeding more from the corner of his mouth than from the previous punches. No, he knew that more suffering was ahead of him. He was, nevertheless, a little pleased with himself for having survived this long. He was a little proud that he was still alive, but that did not last long because he started to cower in terror once more. "I guess I did make it out of the tower alive after all." Tsunade lifted him up so she could see his eyes at her level by grabbing him by the collar with both hands. Jiraiya could only nod slightly in agreement. "You are going to find him, Jiraiya. I do not care how, but you will find him," I said. Tsunade had not yet finished with him. She still desires his suffering. Tsunade was wailing onto Jiraiya when Anbu arrived a few seconds later. They were unsure of what to do. You can either risk a Sanin's death or face the Hokage's wrath by saving Jiraiya. The Anbu units made the decision to put the Sanin at risk of surviving the vicious beating inflicted by the Hokage. But the odds were slim to none as they watched, flinching at some of the hits, perhaps none at all. After sensing the waves of chakra pulsing, Kakashi and Sakura arrived shortly after. As Sakura and Kakashi felt the chakra pulses, they were having a checkup conversation as they hurried to the scene. Kakashi forced Sakura to assist him in getting out of bed. When they arrived, Kakashi discovered his mentor's teacher at the mercy of his teammates. There was absolutely no mercy at all. Sakura could only look on in horror as her mentor ruthlessly destroyed the Toad Sanin. "Sue." He paused himself, aware that she would not hear him. Kakashi sat against a nearby tree and took out his favorite orange book. There was nothing he could do. All he could do was hope that the author of his priceless orange book would survive to write the follow-up. As he read his book, he chuckled softly, like a schoolgirl watching her crush. "Let's pray he lives." Sakura's glare caught Kakashi's attention, but he ignored it whether she liked it or not. He was going to enjoy his book. It was the only way he could silence the agonized cries from his book-writing hero begging for his help. Sakura was aware that her mentor could not be stopped. This is the most irate she has ever seen her. When Jiraiya did something pervert, she would definitely give him a hard slap, but this went beyond that. She appeared to want to murder the unfortunate man. Sakura was aware that she would end up in Jiraiya's shoes if she obstructed anything. What had Jiraiya done to Tsunade that made her so upset? She has never been this way. At that last statement, she broke out in a cold sweat, not even when drunk. Sakura turned to face the voice and saw Shizune jogging toward her while clinging to Taunton. "Sakura," she exclaimed. She tilted her head slightly and said, "Shizune, what are you doing here?" Shizune grasped Taunton with both arms wrapped. "I felt the chakra pulse and rushed to the source. I found a hole in the floor that lead all the way down to the ground, and a gap in the wall leading out here. Do you know where Tsunade is?" At that final statement, Sakura and Taunton both started to perspire. How could she have missed it? Sakura gestured to the side. Shizune turned to where Sakura was pointing and said, "She's over there with Jiraiya," only to discover a half-dead Jiraiya being brutally beaten by Tsunade. Shizune's eyes widened in shock. Shizune screamed, "Lady Tsunade!" as she squeezed Taunton, making her squeal and wriggle. Shizune hurried to Jiraiya and Tsunade while yelling Tsunade's name repeatedly. Sakura, Kakashi, and Anbu units merely shook their heads. Tsunade could not be stopped now. She won't stop until she's exhausted. It's going to be a long, brutal show. The bear-masked user caught the attention of the boar-masked Anbu. 5 Ryu Jiraiya bites the dust is brutally murdered. He's already swallowing the dust. What are you nuts? We both know Jiraiya is gonna die. That's not a fair bet, the bear Anbu said, turning to face the boar Anbu. Boar breathed a sigh of relief. I'm trying to raise Jiraiya's odds of living here. We both know bets made with the Hokage's winning side will make her lose. She's the legendary sucker after all. The bear gave a soft nod. You raise a good point. If it's to raise Jiraiya's odds of living, I'll take that bet. Still need the next sequel to the Icha Icha series. As they turned back to the slaughter, both Anbu nodded their heads, flinching at each violent blow delivered to the Toad Sannin. It might not have improved his chances at all. Naruto lies in shallow water and shakes his head softly, asking, what happened? Raising his upper body to sit in the shallow water, he says, man. My head feels funny. He uses his hand to massage his face while scouting the area with his eyes, sighing. Naruto gets back up and pats his trousers, saying, I'm guessing the seal brought me back here. Naruto turns around as he paces slowly in the familiar area and says, better go see what Fuzzy wants. He was a little stooped over, his hands in his pockets. A few seconds later, he is about 25 feet away from a huge black bar gate that has the paper tag, seal, attached to it. Naruto pulls his hands out of his pockets and stands calmly, waiting for someone or something. Well, let's see what he has to say now. After a few seconds, reddish-pink clouds rise from the gate's base. As if heating, the foam bubbles into 3 spheres. There are 2 enormous spheres on either side of the central one. Naruto waits for the spheres with patience. Does Fuzzy always need to arrive in a big show? On the center sphere, 2 eyes exploded before focusing on Naruto. The red-slitted eyes frantically scan the area with a fox's nose. A mouth develops beneath the eyes. Fangs are snarling at Naruto, and lips are solid black. The smaller spheres on the side join the main to form paws with long, sharp claws. The enormous fox leans slowly in Naruto's direction. Welcome, Uzumaki. The giant fox growled. He seemed to be eyeing his prey with a smile on his lips. What do you want? Naruto asked, holding back his relaxed stance. With a growl of frustration, Fox said, I've brought you here to warn you, Uzumaki. If you're here to warn me about Akatsuki, you're a bit too late, Fuzzy. About 2 feet from Naruto, Fox sprang forward and bit, creating a loud echo, but he remained unmoving across the corridor. Kyubi's voice boomed. I am Kyubi no Kitsune, you will show me respect, mortal. As a tiny wave of shallow water formed. I don't have to show you anything. Now what did you want to warn me about, Fox? Said Naruto, clenching his teeth a little. Kyubi squinted, letting out a tiny murderous intent that he could break through the seal. You are no longer in your pathetic world, mortal. Naruto tilts his head sideways and crosses his arms in front of his chest. What are you talking about, Fox? He asked in a bewildered tone. His tone was one of superiority and knowledge. That fool of a hermit's sealing technique caused us to tear through another dimension. Alas, we end up here. Well, where are we then? I know not, you've been warned, now be gone. Kyubi slammed his chakra back into Naruto. After it had accumulated behind the seal, he was flung back into his thoughts about Naruto. Unable to breathe, Naruto's eyes snapped open. He quickly swims to the surface, gasping underwater as he searches his surroundings as he keeps his balance while floating. Naruto emerges from the water above the surface and gasps for air as he catches his breath. He realizes that he doesn't look any different than when Jiraiya was applying the seals. The green shiny necklace, the Hite 8, the pants, and the shirt are all checked. Naruto scans the area with his eyes. He sees that the area resembles a beach. After observing it, the area is surrounded by rocky hills with grass on top, tall green palm trees, and white sand where crystal clear blue water crashes into them. Nice location for a different dimension. Being aware of his surroundings, Naruto swam in the direction of the white sand. When he arrives at the beach, he searches for any indications of life. I'm hoping I'm not stuck on this island. If I get stuck, I'll lose my mind. I may locate a ball of some kind and call it Wilson. He looks up at the clear blue sky and sees white puffy clouds scattered across it. Shikamaru enjoys observing the clouds. For this reason, he keeps looking up at the sky when the clouds suddenly enlarge. Here I thought it was just a show. Somewhere, a tiny dot shoots out toward the island with a loud boom. What on earth was that? You should go check it out. Naruto swiftly leaps atop the trees in the direction of the landing on the hills. He looks around and discovers that he is in a small jungle. Birds and other animals howl and chirp as trees sway in the wind. He grins as he moves on to his target, saying, I could get used to this. It takes him 2 or 3 minutes to arrive at the edge of a village. The buildings in that quiet village are handmade from wood and fur. There was smoke coming from the town center. The sun is starting to set, And most people are getting close to nightfall. I don't want to be in the dark, so I should make this quick. Naruto leaps from the tree and lands on the side of a wall with stealth. He looks over and sees that the villagers are having a bonfire in the middle to celebrate. That explains the smoke, but what about that thing from the sky? Naruto charges swiftly in the direction of a hut that is hidden from view. He can hear people mumbling and cheering as he peers over. I wonder what is making them so happy. God, oh God. I hope they don't intend to make a sacrifice. Or devouring someone. They may be waiting because they know I'm here. He starts to perspire profusely while keeping watch, oblivious to the massive presence building behind him. A few seconds go by as the figure looms over Naruto, his hands reaching out to him with a smile on his face. Naruto is quickly placed in a headlock by the shadow's arm wrapping around his neck. What the hell? Let go of me, you bastard. Naruto squirms frantically, swearing a lot, trying to pry him off, not realizing he's there. What are you doing in our village? Here to start trouble, yah. A shadow figure with an odd accent that Naruto had never heard before. Naruto starts to push off the figure's arms when he says, I'm not here to cause trouble. Let me go. But the figure only gets stronger. Arg. Once I get out of this you'll be sorry. When the shadow figure hears Naruto's tirade, he bursts out laughing. If you ain't here for trouble, why you here? The figure instantly releases as Naruto increases his bulking, causing Naruto to trip and fall face first. I saw something fall from the sky in this direction. I just came to see what it was. Now let me go. Ow, damn it. Now you decide to release me. The figure was asked, you don't seem like you want to cause trouble. Y'all, what's your name? Naruto strikes a nice guy pose and quickly gets back on his feet. Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's #1 unpredictable knuckle-headed ninja. He exclaimed with a proud smirk while holding his hands on his hips. Standing upright, the figure crosses his arms. Konoha? Never heard of it. Name's Waka. This here is Besaid village. Naruto can see the man as the sun sets because of the orange-yellow glow that covers the village. Naruto had never heard of Waka's hair. His orange hair was all he could look at with a small curve at the tip. It rose against gravity. He was wearing blue sandals, yellow baggy pants, yellow overalls with a shoulder guard on his left shoulder, and a blue headband. Naruto, however, was limited to staring at his hair. Naruto exclaims, your hair, it's orange, which confounds Waka. Eh? So what, you got a problem with that? The young, blonde man exclaimed, no, orange is the best color ever. It's a gift from Kami himself. Waka gives Naruto a shoulder pat while laughing heartily. I like you. Anyone who likes orange is okay in my book, yah. I don't like it. I love it. Orange is perfect. It's unique and shinies. It's my second favorite thing in the whole world after ramen, exclaimed Naruto. Waka gave Naruto a slightly perplexed look. What's ramen? For the first time in his life, Naruto Uzumaki remained silent and made no comment. He didn't make any noise, not even to breathe. What did you just say? Waka once more folded his arms across his chest. What's ramen, yah? As the villagers turned to stare at them, Waka quickly covered his ears with his hands as Naruto slapped his hands against his cheeks and yelled, no. With a sheepish smile, Waka glanced at the villages and swiftly put Naruto in a headlock. Just found out he's lost. Yah kinda overreacted. Naruto puffed out his cheeks as he tightened his hold. The villagers accepted his statement and continued their celebration, saying, we'll be on our way. Yah, don't mind us. Panting for air, Naruto struggled to free himself from Waka's hold. You don't know what ramen is. It's a gift from Kami himself. The gods themselves feast on ramen for all its glory. How can you not know what ramen is? I've never been to a place that sells ramen. Yah, I don't think anyone heard of it for that matter, Waka said, placing one hand on his hip and the other scratching his head. Naruto's expression was one of utter horror and fear. I had no idea what ramen was. These folks resemble cavemen. How could they be unaware of what ramen is? I want to go to Ichirikus. A tiny Naruto chibi cried quietly in his mind while he chased and failed to catch a floating ramen. A female voice said, Waka, what are you doing over here? She spoke in a tone of maturity and intelligence. Sorry, Lou, I found this guy sneaking around and got to know him. Yeah, he's a good guy, nothing to worry about. Waved at Waka. In the soaking sunset, Naruto jolted out of his gloomy reverie to see the elderly woman. Her eyes were light red, her skin was pale, and her lips were purple. She had jet black hair that covered the left side of her face, and long braided hairs that trailed down to her back were held in place by protruding pins. Anko was no match for Lu's attire. The fabric of her black and gray coat was held together by multiple belt buckles that intercrossed. It was held on her bust, Revealing her shoulders and upper bust, the dress had long sleeves that reached her hands and a tan, fluffy material around the top. It was impossible for Naruto not to blush after saying, "Jiraiya would so be in love with you." Naruto started to perspire. Lu looked at Naruto, assessing him. "Who are you?" "Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, lady." Naruto grinned smugly and exclaimed, "What's your name, lady?" "I am Lulu. Why are you here in Besaid? There are no other villages on this island." Pointing to Waka, Naruto shrugged a little and said, "No idea. 1 minute I'm in Konoha with Jiraiya, next I'm here with this head-locking lug." Waka grinned and patted his bicep, saying, Hey, don't make me put you in another, yaw." Naruto asked, "So, what do you two do here? Farm, fish, or something?" Lulu looked back at Naruto. "We are Lady Summoner Yuna's guardians. What of you, Uzumaki?" Naruto grinned cheesily and pointed a thumb into his chest. Naruto pressed both fists to his hips and exclaimed, "I'm a ninja from Konoha. The best ninja, I should say." Lulu held her right elbow up with her left hand while shaking her head and pressing the tips of her right hand's fingers against her forehead. "Perhaps we ought to continue this conversation somewhere else. Let's talk about how you got here in my hut." Following Lulu, Waka and Naruto nodded. Naruto was plagued by a question just before they arrived. "What are Summoner and Guardian?" At Konoha Hospital, 3 hours later. Internal bleeding, broken ribs, arms and legs, bruises all over body. A staff physician was heard reading aloud from a patient's injury list inside the hospital. "And dear Lord, never should a man, never, let him experience this. No man should ever be kneed there by the Hokage," the doctor says, glancing at the patient who is in a full body cast and is still because he has lost consciousness, with white hair visible through the bandages. "That's why I felt the impulse to cover my crotch and shiver." The doctor saluted the unconscious man and stood up straight. "Jiraiya of the Sannin, you are the strongest man alive to withstand such a blow, but I am not at all envious of you." The man slowly leaves, but not before turning to give the unconscious toad hermit a final salute. After a few hours, Kakashi slowly peeks in as Jiraiya's door slowly opens. "Jiraiya, are you awake yet?" Sitting in a chair beside the bed, Kakashi slowly intrudes with a crutch after getting no response. "Tsunade really beat the shit out of you, didn't she?" "Even I didn't think Tsunade was that angry to do what she did," Kakashi says, slowly examining the man and the harm done to him. "Even my Sharingan eye couldn't have predicted it." Kakashi shivers dramatically and looks down slowly. Rewind. About half an hour after Jiraiya's destruction started, Kakashi was still reading his cherished orange book beneath the tree when his curiosity overcame him and he turned to face the beating, asking, "I wonder how Jiraiya's holding up." Jiraiya is seen crawling toward Kakashi as the scene shifts to the vicious beating. Kakashi. Assist me. I'll give you my entire collection of Icha books." As soon as Jiraiya finished that statement, Tsunade grabs his ankle, pulling him back into the clearing. "Kakashi. Aid me, commence. Damn it." As he is pulled back in, Jiraiya scratches the ground. When Kakashi waves to Jiraiya, his visible eye becomes an upside down U. "Sorry, did you say something? Traitor." Back in the clearing, Tsunade stomps on Jiraiya's back, creating a crater, quickly grabbing him with both hands on the collar, again hoisting into the air. She leans next to his ear, whispering something only Jiraiya can hear. Jiraiya's face turns pure horrible, as if the devil himself was right in front of him. "Nots Tsunade. You would never dare." He struggles rapidly to break free of her hold. "You wouldn't, would why you?" Everyone gets shivers as Tsunade puts her face back in front of Jiraiya and grins like the devil, but before anyone can turn away, she puts both hands on his shoulders and thrusts her knee up, crushing Jiraiya's crotch. Break. For some reason, every man in the village covered their crotch, shivering at the high-pitched girl's scream that reverberated throughout the entire village. "Oh my god. How could she do that? Even I could feel part of the blow." Kakashi rolled around on the grass, covered his crotch, and shivered uncontrollably, leaving his book on the floor long forgotten. Both the boar and bear Anbu cling to their crotch for dear life, and when Tsunade's knee struck them, their Anbu masks broke. The bear stutters, "I want my to Ryu," without turning to face the boar Anbu. Even though he couldn't see him do it, the boar nodded slowly and said, "When we get back to headquarters, there is no way he survived that." Sakura and Shizune came to a complete halt, their eyes turning into saucers and their jaws dropping, and Taunton even looked wide-eyed at her master. "Pua. Did she really just do that?" Sakura screamed at Shizune while maintaining her expression. Sakura merely nodded in agreement with Shizune's statement. Lady Tsunade just crushed Jiraiya's pride. Shizune shook in shock and ran toward the man, who was nearly dead on the ground. yelling Jiraiya's name all the way before she could get to him and take him to the hospital. Flashback ends. I never want to see something like that again, Kakashi says, shaking uncontrollably at the flashback. I put an Icha book on the small table next to Jiraiya and says, for your sake I hope you stay unconscious for a few weeks. Tsunade is still a little pissed and hasn't told us, but Shizune why? But we all need the next sequel to the Icha series, so you should wake up soon, Jiraiya, he says, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You are a man among men. Jiraiya Kakashi slowly gets up and uses his crutches to walk to the door, looking back at the poor man in the bed and saying, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for not helping you, though I'm kinda glad I didn't. That could have been me there, you know. Kakashi gives him a slight salute. Within a tiny hut, all right, let me clarify. Spira summoners who travel to this place called Xanahu are protected by guardians, Naruto said. Waka corrected, Xanarkant, whatever it takes to get the last call to beat this Sengai, Xanarland. Lulu gives Naruto's statement a nod of approval. I take it that you two are looking after this elderly hag named Yuna. Naruto crossed his arms and lowered his head in contemplation. As they stared at each other, Waka and Lulu blinked slowly. Waka then laughed and patted the blonde on the back, saying, that's a good one, yeah. Lulu laughs quietly to herself, squinting his eyes back and forth between the two. Naruto rapidly raises his head again. What? Why are both of you laughing? Waka laughs more and pats Naruto on the back. Lulu shakes her head and laughs quietly before calming down. Waka? Lulu? Are you inside there? A woman outside spoke softly to Naruto's ears, and as a light-tanned hand brushed the drape to the side, Waka, Lulu, and Naruto turned their heads toward the entrance. Her dress was strange to Naruto. It was white around her torso without sleeves, with white silk along her arms that had pink tips hanging down low, and a yellow sash around her waist with a green vine design that flowed through with sakura petals. The sash held up a blue long skirt that reached her feet, with pink vines and sakura petals flowing. She wore black boots to complete the ensemble, but the most unusual feature of all was her eyes, which are different colors. Her left eye is deep ocean blue, while her right eye is deep sea green. Yuna, shouldn't you be out celebrating with the villagers? Lulu asks, giving the young girl a gentle nod of greeting. Yes, I agree that Lulu and I can manage one child. He pointed to Naruto with his thumb without looking, saying, don't need another, especially with this knucklehead. Hey, I'm not a child. I'll tell you, I'm an adult. Hold on, you bastard, you called me a knucklehead? A knucklehead is not me. The slightly infuriated blonde spoke up. Yuna looks at the blonde with mild confusion as Lulu gently massages her temples and sighs. Who's he? Lulu? I had never seen him in the village before. Waka loudly objected, and the blonde was now in a headlock after getting a nuggie. Naruto Uzumaki would be that person. As she straightens out her skimpy dress, Lulu says, I'm a little hungry. He just arrived here earlier, but he doesn't know why or how he was able to come here. Do you want to come out with me to the food table, Yuna? Yuna accepts Lulu's invitation by nodding her head. Food? Where's the food? I'm hungry. The free blonde voiced out, may I accompany you? Here, I'm a little peckish myself. After approaching the door, Lulu turned around and said, Waka, why don't you go? He can definitely give you a tour. Hey, why are you keeping him with me? Waka protested, I don't want him, you take him, but he instantly consented after Lulu gave him a glare that promised pain. Yuna gives the blonde one last glance before heading out, and Lulu follows. Naruto approaches the exit and says, looks like it's just you and me, you old coot. Hey, hello. I'll tell you, I'm not old. Yes, I am 23 years old. Seeing the moon in the sky, Naruto and Waka leave the hut. It looks like it's late, huh? Let's grab a bite to eat before going to bed. Yuna and I must depart early in the morning to start our journey, yeah. It hits him like a ton of bricks a few seconds after Naruto nods and starts to walk slowly. You were referring to the summoner back there, right? The old hag wasn't her. All summoners, I assumed, were old hags. Not some cute teen. The astonished blonde yelled. Waka laughs and puts Naruto in another headlock, saying, yeah, that was Yuna. Okay. What is this about her cuteness? Don't you have any amusing thoughts right now? Waka smiled as the blonde fought her way out. Why are you wearing headlocks? A headlock at all times. That is truly unique, the irate Naruto complained. Don't worry, I have no plans. I'm hungry, so let's go now. Waka notices that all of the young women in the village are staring at Naruto as he runs to the food table. Waka, who is following Naruto, smiled a little and said, oh ho ho, this should be good. I should have told him to put on a shirt. Naruto examines all the food and remarks, so many different kinds of seafood. Fruit, I don't like fruits that much, but they are better than green foods. I suppose I'll have some. Naruto reaches over and places some food on a plate, but as he looks at the two young women on the other side of the table, he notices that they are staring at him and whispering to each other. Naruto raises an eyebrow and gets back up, and both of them squeal at his bare chest, which is well built for his age, with cuts exposing his abs. "Does my face have anything on it?" asked Naruto as his eyes try to find something on his face. Both girls squeal and run off giggling to each other. "That was weird." Naruto hears Waka's laughter from behind as he turns around to greet him. "Are all the villagers this weird? Or am I the only one?" "Yeah, it's just you. The girls might not stop staring at you if you don't wear a shirt." "Ehehe, kinda forgot I don't have a shirt on, but I don't have any shirts," Naruto says, grinning sheepishly and scratching the back of his head. "I had none when I arrived here." Waka gestures toward a respectably sized hut and says, "Why don't you go over there to that hut? Titus, you and I will be spending the night there. Well, I'll get you one of mine. I believe that will work." "All right, but who is Titus?" Naruto was questioned. "Oh, just another blonde with a knucklehead like you," Waka says. "Get going. I'll be there in like 2 minutes, yeah." As she slowly leaves, "You two should get along fine." Naruto complains about a head-locking human orangutan as he makes his way into the hut, eating his food along the way and throwing it into a nearby fire. When he gets there, he sees a blonde in a bed wearing a strange outfit. A dark blue overall with a white hood on the back, with sleeves that reach his elbows. A brown gauntlet with iron on his knuckles and a red design between the gauntlet and a blue shoulder guard. He's wearing the same dark blue shorts underneath, with the left side of the shorts showing what appears to be the bottom of his boxers. Titus sits up and scoots over to his edge of the bed, while Naruto sighs and approaches and sits at the edge of a small bed. "Hey." Turning to face Titus, Naruto says, "Hey, how are you?" "Not so good," Titus sighs, placing his hands back behind his head. "They claim that Zanarkand was destroyed a millennium ago, but 1 minute I'm in it and the next I'm here." In his bed, Naruto mimics Titus's movements. "The same here. I am currently in Konoha and will wake up here in Besaid in a way. I guess we are alike." Naruto smiled. "Yeah, I guess we are," Titus says with a small laugh. "Titus is the name. Which is yours?" "Uzumaki Naruto. The best knuckle-headed ninja in Konoha," Naruto exclaimed, grinning smugly. Before speaking, Titus lets out a loud laugh. "My name is Titus. The Zanarkand Abe's top blitzball player." He smiled smugly as well. As they lay in bed, Naruto and Titus share a laugh. Eventually, they hear conversation outside the hut, so they sit up and nod their heads at each other while standing quietly close to the entrance to listen in on the conversation. Away from the hut, "What are you going to do about them, Waka?" "Lou, it's pouring blondes. I'm not sure how to handle them. It's possible that a blonde woman wearing an orange shirt will appear and join us," Waka asserted. "Waka, this is no laughing matter," Lulu says with a gentle glare. "They came here with you. You make it right." Waka admitted, "I know Lou, they just kinda remind me of Chappu, ya know." "He won't be returning. Waka Chappu has passed away. They are not Chappu. Regardless of how much they act or look like Chappu, he is no longer alive and will not return. Waka, keep that in mind." Waka uses his free hand to scratch the back of his head as he makes his way to the hut while Lulu leaves. Inside the hut, when Naruto and Titus hear Waka's joke, they hold back their laughter. "What's wrong with an orange shirt? Orange is the best color ever," Naruto whispers as he leans over to Titus. "Keep your voice down, will you? Besides, dark blue is the best color ever," Titus whispers back. "Yay, if you like to show part of your boxers through your pants," Naruto whispered, snorting back. Saying, "Those aren't my boxers," Titus glared back at Naruto. As they end their argument, Naruto and Titus hear Waka say they make him think of Chappu. They immediately go back to their beds when they hear Lulu disparage Waka as he approaches them. Waka throws Naruto a vest and pushes the drap aside. "They're now put that on. I'm tired of seeing you walk in around half naked, ya." Naruto complains while donning the vest. It is a sleeveless plan vest. The front vest covers the majority of his chest, revealing only the middle, while the orange vest with black trim around the outside covers his back. Waka goes to another bed across from the other two lying down and says, "I know you like orange, so I found an old orange vest in a chest I have. Don't lose that vest, ya." Titus and Naruto exchange glances and silently nod, deciding not to question Waka about the discussion outside. They hear loud snoring sounds as they go to sleep. Naruto and Titus sit up, gazing at Waka. The two sweat drops were thinking the same thing as they placed their pillows on their heads to sleep. They both lay back down and said, "There's no way I'm getting any sleep tonight." "Leader, I found out that the Kyubi no Kitsune Jinchuriki is no longer in Konoha. Apparently Jiraiya's seals may have sent the Jinchuriki elsewhere in the world, killed him, or into another dimension. Apparently no one knows which has happened. A figure in the shadows appears. This is puzzling. I want you to inform Itachi and Kisame to continue their search for the Kyubi Jinchuriki. As you command, leader. Both figures simultaneously disappear into the darkness. A few seconds later, a second figure emerges from the darkness, this one with a red eye blazing from the right side and an orange mask. It seems likely that Kyubi Jinchuriki has departed from this dimension. Kyubi, I'll find you. You won't be able to get away from me. The shadow figure gradually disappears into the darkness, his red eye gradually fading away. Spira morning. Smack smack. Wake up sleepy heads, it's morning, y'all. Titus and Naruto groan as they slowly get out of bed and rub their heads. Waka gestures toward a tiny sink that has a mirror on it. Waka begins to leave the hut, saying, "Freshen yourselves up. I don't want to smell y'all's breath anytime soon. Y'all." Waka excused himself from the hut and said, "I'll be outside waiting with the others. Hurry up and don't keep us waiting. We got a boat to catch." 10 minutes later, Titus and Naruto yawn and stretch as they emerge from the hut. As he stretched, Naruto inquired, "What time is it?" Titus and Naruto turn to face Waka as they pace themselves to him. 6:45 a.m. Our boat leaves at 8:30, so we got some spare time, but I don't want to miss it now. Come over here, you knuckleheads. I got some gifts for ya. They observe Waka carrying an odd sword in his right hand. As they approach him, the blade moves in a slow current and seem to be composed of water. A good-sized wooden box, about 2.5 feet long, is in his left hand. Naruto asked, "What's with the strange sword and box, you old coot?" Waka held the sword in his right hand and said, Hey, I told you I ain't old. I'm 23 years old, I'm young." To Titus, "This is for you. It was my brother Chapu's sword, but he forgot it when he left with the Crusaders. I want you to have it." Titus extends his arm and takes the sword in his right hand. His left hand follows the water blade as he holds it flat. Titus gives it a few practice swings and says, "Thanks Waka, I'll hold on to this for a long time. It's light and easy to swing." Titus nods and fastens his sword around his waist. "Yeah, it has a water enhancement, so whenever you strike they'll feel the water damaging to use it well, yeah." The box is the focus of Naruto's eyes. Naruto blinks and points to the box, saying, "So I take it that's for me?" Waka gives Naruto the box as he picks it up and examines it from all sides, chuckling a little, "Yeah, this is for you. Just open it, knucklehead." As he carefully opens the box, Naruto snorts at the remark. He opens it and finds 2 daggers inside, held in place by red fluff that prevents them from moving since both daggers' blades are light violet in hue. They are identical. The actual blade measures roughly 2.5 inches in width and 1 foot in length. The handle is a typical type, light brown to match the violet. Naruto takes both daggers in his hands and places the box on the ground. Those were Chapu's before he joined the Crusaders. I don't know much about the daggers themselves, but he would say that when he got emotional he would feel different holding onto the daggers. I think he said he felt more powerful. I can't remember, said Waka as he observed Naruto holding the dagger. As he practices with the daggers, Naruto holds them. "These are great, longer than a kunai, but I can easily adapt to it." Waka reaches into his back pocket and takes out a black leather belt. "I almost forgot, this is for you too, Naruto. It will hold your daggers for you, so you don't have to carry the daggers all the time." As Naruto accepts the belt, he returns the daggers to the box. He glances at the belt and observes that it is rather basic, with 2 dagger holders on either side. Grabbing the daggers back from the box, he puts it around his waist. Later, unable to sense the daggers' handles prodding him, he slides them into the holders. "It's great. I can't feel the handles poking me. Thanks for the daggers and belt, you old coot. I get you a gift and you still call me an old coot. Shows how much you appreciate it." Waka sighs heavily, and Naruto grins sheepishly while massaging the back of his head. Titus laughs as Titus recoils a little from having hurried into the temple earlier. Naruto nods and says, "We have to go meet Lulu in front of the Besaid temple to wait for Yuna. Let's go. You won't like her when she's angry at you." Waka, Titus, and Naruto walk toward the temple while Naruto wears a smug smile the entire time. They see Lulu waiting in front of them as they arrive in front of the temple. "Waka, you're late." Waka smiles slightly and scratches the back of his head. Both Titus and Naruto frowned at that statement. "Sorry Lu. I had to go wake those 2 knuckleheads up." Lulu crosses her arms beneath her bust and nods as they wait. Naruto, Titus, and Waka nod and spread out slightly to adopt a relaxed stance. "Yuna should be coming out right about now. Wait a bit longer." After about 5 minutes, Yuna struggles to put on a massive piece of luggage as the temple gates open while Titus gapes. Lulu sighs and Waka and Naruto chuckle a little. Lulu gives a small shake of her head and says, "Yuna, This isn't a vacation, you don't need all that luggage. Yuna lets out a quiet gasp to catch her breath, but these aren't my things, they're gifts for the temples. We are going to be on a long journey, you don't need to bring those, Yuna. But, Yuna. Yuna nods slightly, letting go of the luggage and letting it fall to the ground. Waka advances a step, everyone nods as they make their way to the exit. Now that's settled, let's head to the dock to catch our boat. Outside Besaid. Take as long as you'd like, Yuna. Yuna looks out at her village house and gives Lulu a small nod. Naruto fidgets as he observes Titus after he persuaded him to do so, and Waka praying at a stone tablet. Naruto approaches Lulu and looks out at the village. If you don't mind me asking, where are we heading? Lulu keeps looking out over the village. Kilika Isle for Yuna to pray at their temple for another eon, after which we will take the boat to Luca so Waka may participate in his last championship. Naruto gives the information a nod. I know I'm not a guardian, and also why are y'all taking me along, Lulu? Lulu looks back and sees that everyone is waiting for them. Naruto nods in agreement and says, why don't we talk more when we get on the boat? It seems like everyone is waiting on us. Sorry guys, didn't know y'all were done. As everyone follows, Waka turns down a path away from the village and says, no problem, let's be on our way now, don't want to be late, y'all. Slight detours from Besaid. As they travel along the dirt path, Naruto looks around and sees pillars of ruins. Naruto spots a blue sphere on a pillar, he looks at it and moves toward it. I can't read what it says. As Naruto looks at the sphere, he hears Titus approaching him. You're right, I can't read this either, what do you think it means? The question, how am I supposed to know if I can't read it, causes Naruto to perspire a little. Titus laughs uneasily and says, yeah, I guess you're right. They left us behind. What the hell? Naruto exclaims as he gets to his feet and looks down the path. Titus hears Naruto and glances down the path. You're right, they left us behind. I bet it was Waka, that bastard. Before Naruto stops abruptly, he and Titus jog a short distance on the ground. He sees a tiny pebble vibrate. Titus, get your weapon ready. We got company. As Naruto pulls out his daggers with them inverted, Titus obeys by drawing his sword. As it got closer, there was a loud thump that got louder with every thrust. A blue beast thuds loudly in front of them a few moments later. Naruto glances quickly at his opponent. The blue beast has a yellow necklace around his neck, two braids folded up to form a thick braid on either side of his head, white hair tied in a small ponytail that flows down with his hair, a horn on his forehead that looks to have been severed, and white hair on his chin that forms a small goat. His abs are covered by a lighter blue undercloth on his waist, and he is wearing black straps on his chest with a skull in the middle. He is wearing a brown toga with a green design flowing down and a red sash holding it up at the waist. He wore blue wrist bracers, two feather designs on the back of his shoulders, and a small white ring on his left shoulder. This monster isn't something you see every day, is it? As the blue beast roars loudly and digs his claws into the ground, Naruto and Titus swiftly prepare for an attack from his back. He draws a javelin with a regular spear on top and 2-quarter moon patterns on the side that protrude in reverse. He's carrying a weapon. Damn it, this will not work out well. The blue beast uses his javelin to propel himself off the ground in the direction of Naruto and Titus. Pushing it into the ground, they immediately duck to the sides as he swipes at them. Titus is on his right, and Naruto is on his left. Titus and I are not trained in teamwork. It's going to be difficult, and I don't want to hurt him by using any techniques. Only taijutsu and kenjutsu will be useful to me. While Naruto is thinking, Titus lunges forward, swinging his blade horizontally, and the blue beast effortlessly deflects with his javelin, slapping Titus on his left arm with the other side. Gah! Titus scurries back, thinking as he takes the thrust he is more formidable than the sin spawns given his appearance. He should have known all need to exercise more caution. As Titus rushes forward to attract the beast's attention, Naruto observes his wound. He uses his left dagger to swipe at the beast's neck while his right dagger causes the beast to block with his javelin. Beast thrusts a claw at Naruto with his right hand while leaning his head back to avoid the attack with his daggers in a defensive position. Naruto kicks back out of range and swiftly ducks, dropping the held javelin. The beast's eyes search for a gap in the blonde. Titus sees an opportunity to attack and stands behind his back with a yell. He leaps forward, both hands gripping the handle firmly. Back in the fray. Titus's thrust misses, and the beast swiftly dodges to the left. Upon hearing his yell, the beast instantly throws Titus to the ground a few feet away by striking him across the face with his right hand. He instinctively brings his javelin close to his face as he turns around and blocks a dagger with a loud cling as his left dagger stops millimeters from the beast's heart, while his right hand opens up into a spear-like motion and thrusts it forward, stopping millimeters from Naruto's throat. They both stand still, And then Naruto smiles. The blonde in front of him vanishes in a puff of smoke, and the beast feels a dagger against his neck. Titus, Naruto, and the blue beasts turn to face Waka as she says, Hey, that's enough. That's enough, let him go, Naruto. As he reluctantly pulls out his dagger and puts both in his belt hoists, Naruto narrows his eyes at the beast Titus, who stands beside Naruto and adds his to Ryo, nods and asks, Mind filling me in? The beast moves slowly in the direction they were going, saying, I thought he was with y'all in the temple chamber? I apologize, that was Kimari. He's very protective of me since birth. He's strange, not even we know what's going through his mind. He hardly talks. Yuna says with a slight smile as she straightens up again. She bows slightly as she walks forward. As he pats his clothes to remove the dust, Titus chuckles softly, strange. Try crazy, I wonder why he attacked us. Naruto dismissively waves his hand at Yuna. Don't bow for me, I hate having people bow to me, and I don't bow to anyone. No worry, nobody got hurt, no need to be sorry. He was probably testing us to see if we had any bad intentions against Yuna. I suppose we passed, shrugged Naruto. With a small smile, Waka teased, I think you're right, you're not as dumb as you look, ya. Waka's remark causes Naruto to frown. I'm smarter than I look. You should remember that, you old coot. Lulu stepped in and said, That's enough. Waka and Naruto exchanged a glare before agreeing as the party dispersed. Kimari went ahead of us. We'll meet him on the boat, let us be on our way. Jungle Besaid. Naruto starts to get bored halfway through the jungle and starts to scan his surroundings. He observes that they are moving toward a set of waterfalls where small island masses are connected by bridges to allow them to cross the river. Rustle. The sound of ruffles in the surrounding bushes causes Naruto to instantly enter alert mode. He hears two sets of ruffles on either side and narrows his eyes. Waka sees Naruto's hands holding both of his daggers and turns to face him. They both nod their heads, and Naruto notices his eyes. Titus whispers to Waka, who nuzzles him. Low, ominous growls Naruto. Titus and Waka circle around Lulu and Yuna as they creep toward the center. Naruto looks around quickly. Titus and Waka nod in agreement. I sense too. Waka extends a blitzball beneath his arm as Titus and Naruto pull out their weapons. Yuna is gripping her staff firmly, and Lulu is carrying a tiny model doll on her shoulder. Naruto observes that Yuna is holding her staff tightly. She makes me think of Hinata, just no stuttering or fainting. Yuna turns to Naruto and slowly nods, saying, Don't worry Yuna, they won't get past us. As with a kunai, Naruto holds his daggers inverted. Do you know what they are, Waka? This is your isle after all. Dingoes. They are wolf-like fiends, kinda weak, so should be easy to take them out. You and Titus can handle them. I'll watch the sky for flyers, those are my kind of customers. Shortly after, two orange dingoes emerge from the bushes beside Naruto and Titus. Naruto steps back to avoid a menacing bite and parries a claw strike with his right dagger. The dingo jumps back to avoid the blow as Titus slashes at it horizontally. To give Titus and Naruto more space, Lulu, Waka, and Yuna retreat away from them. Dingo versus Naruto. A small amount of saliva drips from the dingo's mouth as he snarls at Naruto. Naruto continues to stare at the dingo. You should practice using these daggers. Now I need to learn how to use these, but I could easily beat him with a Rasengan or a few shadow clones. Naruto dodges to the right and slashes his front left leg with his left dagger as Dingo lunges at him. As it returns to its stance, the dingo screams in agony as the dingo charged again, extending his injured leg and swiping at Naruto. Naruto's thoughts came to an end. Damn. If I stabbed him with my right I could have ended this, but I can't hold them like this. When Naruto kicks the dingo underneath, it lands on its side and falls backwards as the dingo clambers to its feet. Naruto swiftly flips himself onto his feet. To put an end to this, I must stab him. I don't want to go on forever. Perhaps I could. The dingo charges back, and Naruto charges forward. Dingo reaches out and swipes at Naruto with its right leg with his right dagger in his hand, held the conventional way. Naruto thrusts it forward, piercing the dingo's throat. As he dodges inside his defense he drops back, and Naruto swiftly pulls it out again, kicking him in the stomach once more before flipping back onto his feet. I believed so. I'll be able to thrust or parry by flicking the daggers back and forth. As he watches the body deteriorate and bubbles of various hues pour into the sky, Naruto turns back to the dingo. What's going on? The body disappears, and the bubbles disappear into the sky. It was a terrible thing to see. Would my body vanish as well if I died? Naruto sees Waka engaged in combat with an aerial fiend when he turns to his left. I have no time to believe that I must assist them. In order to run more quickly in the direction of Waka, Lulu, and Yuna, Naruto puts his daggers back in his belt. Dingo versus Titus. The dingo leaps back as Titus lunges forward, making a vertical slash, saying, I should have slept in this morning. Titus scurries back to avoid the bite, then lunges after it. Titus uses his gauntlet-like glove on his left hand to swat the dingo's head. I'm glad I play Blitz because otherwise I'd be out of breath, while charging forward with a yellow swiping at the dingo. Titus keeps his sword out at his side as he lunges for another bite. Dingo avoids once more. Titus sidesteps and gives the dingo a head elbow before stabbing him in the side with his sword. Watching the dingo writhe on the ground and whimper, Titus leaps back after a few seconds. The dingo's body begins to turn into bubbles, and he stops breathing. The bubbles gradually rise into the air and vanish from view. I rock! Titus exclaims as he turns around and sees Naruto running to Waka's aid while he is engaged in combat with an aerial fiend with his sword drawn in his right hand and the tip of the blade dragging in the dirt behind him. Titus rushes toward Waka and says, "Looks like Waka needs help." In contrast to Dive Bomber, Waka, "Lu, I'll show you what I can do." "Go ahead." Lulu and Yuna take a small step back to give Waka some room to fight. With its beak poised to pierce, the Dive Bomber swiftly dives toward Waka, launching himself into the air. As the Dive Bomber turns to engage in another dive, Waka sidesteps. Waka sideways shifts to avoid the Dive Bomber. Waka puts distance between himself and the Fiend by kicking back on the ground. The Dive Bomber flies down toward Waka and stops in midair. Screaming at him, the bomber claws at Waka with its feet while Waka scurries back. Waka slams his fist into the bird's face after jerking his free hand back and thrusting it forward. The bomber slowly drifts back in a daze. Waka immediately throws his blitzball at the bomber after realizing his opportunity and reeling it back. "Say your prayers." The blitzball screams through the air at a breakneck speed and slams into the Fiend's stomach with a loud smack. Waka runs toward the ball and kicks it in the air as it sails back to the bomber. While the blitzball and bomber gradually descend back to the ground this time, the bird is instantly killed when its beak breaks with a loud smack that cracks. The Fiend falls to the ground, vanishing in the air before it hits the ground in bubbles, but Waka catches his ball. Waka laughs and points at himself with his left thumb while holding his blitzball under his right arm. "I'm good, ya?" he asks. With a sigh, Lulu slowly shakes her head. He can act like a child even when he is fighting. After the battle, Titus and Naruto exclaimed, "Waka," as they sprinted in Waka's direction. Waka, holding his blitzball under his right arm, turns to face the two. Waka nods their head in response as Naruto and Titus approach and ask, "Hey, you two alright?" Naruto asked, "We're fine, but what about Lulu and Yuna?" Naruto turns to face Lulu as he observes them strolling casually in their direction. "We're fine, Naruto. Waka was able to handle the Fiend for us." With a sigh of relief, Naruto says, "That's good, I'm glad no one got hurt." Yuna gives a head nod. "Thank you for your concern, Naruto." Waka says, "You two did good for your first time." Naruto laughs at this. "First time? I've been in way tougher situations than that. This was nothing compared to what I've done," grinned Naruto. "Oh, is that so, tough guy? Well, pray do tell, ya? If I told you wouldn't believe me, so why should I?" Waka raises an eyebrow and leans back. Waka laughs and tousles Naruto's hair, saying, "You make a valid point. I won't believe a knucklehead like you at least until I see how strong you are." Naruto complained, Hey, watch the hair, I'm not a kid." As they leave, Lulu turns around and says to Yuna, "Waka, that's enough, let us be on our way." Titus exclaimed, "Hey, I didn't get to gloat about my battle, you know." As everyone left him behind, Titus tries to catch up with them, saying, "Hey, come back." Below the cascade, Naruto called out, "Hey Waka. Ya? Are there any other fiends we should know about here?" Waka, however, rubs his chin in. "Ya, water flans and condors, those guys are worse than dingoes. Don't really feel like fighting those right now, especially a condor, ya." Sighs Naruto, "Great, so we are gonna fight some since you said that." "What are you talking about? We aren't gone." Above, Lulu points out a dark blue blob falls from the waterfall. As everyone looks up a few feet away from them, the blob lands. "What's that?" Titus exclaimed. "It's a water flan. Let's let out Black Mage handle this," said Waka. "Ha! I can handle this." Proud Titus slashes at the blob as he charges forward. As he slowly extracts his blade from the dark blue flan, he struggles with the slash. "What the hell?" Waka reiterated, "I told you. Let's out our Black Mage handle this." Lulu asked, "So, you need someone with magic skills?" "Yay, obviously," Titus sarcastically remarked. "Time for a little lesson. There are 4 types of magic elements: fire, ice, thunder, and water. These 4 elements can be used against fiends, however each have a strength and a weakness, such as fire and ice. Fire spells are strong against ice fiends, as fire fiends are weak against ice spells. Do you understand?" Lulu was lecturing. Titus asked. Okay, I understand that, but what about thunder and water? As Naruto listened intently, absorbing the details. Same as fire and ice, thunder spells are strong against water fiends, but thunder fiends are weak against water spells. This is a water fiend, so that means. Naruto, who was listening, concluded, it's weak against thunder spells. Good. As lightning forms around her left hand, Lulu lifts it and crosses it over her right shoulder. Lulu raises her hand straight up and then drops it as the water flan disperses into disappearing bubbles as the light hits it. Need a good jolt? She asks. Hey, Lulu, I forgot to ask, why do fiends do that when they die? I don't get it, asked Naruto. As everyone heads back toward the dock, Naruto nods and says, that is a question for another time, Naruto. But I am glad you are interested. I'll tell you later, but we need to reach our boat. A short distance before arriving at the dock, Naruto said, so all that's left is a condor? Waka raises an eyebrow at the blonde, asking, what are you talking about, knucklehead? Well, you said you don't want to fight against waterflans, which we just did, and condors, which we haven't yet, so when will we? Lulu tilts her head slightly in their direction. Yuna turns to Lulu with a somewhat perplexed and unconfident expression. It's rare to find a condor out near the dock, however I do agree with you since Waka said that, and his luck is bad, we most likely will find one. If we do, we'll let Yuna handle it. Yuna asked, are you sure I can handle it? Yuna slowly nods and turns back to face the direction they're going in. I'm sure you can, Yuna, remember we are here with you every step of the way. I'm hoping we don't encounter one. The swaying of Naruto's hair is a little more intense than before. Did the wind just pick up? Waka smacks his head and sighs as Yuna, Titus, and Naruto gaze curiously. Lulu laughs quietly. Waka hung his head and exclaimed, we just ran into a condor. Naruto looks up as a loud, booming screech reverberates from above. Oh my god. That's a big bird. The size of the bird causes Naruto and Titus to stagger back and land on their butts. Titus yelled, Yuna's supposed to fight that? No way. Lulu turned to Yuna and said, Yuna's not going to fight it. Her Eon is Titus. Are you ready, Yuna? As the condor floats a few feet above the ground and lets out a loud screech, Yuna nods and steps out in front of everyone. Father, give me strength. Yuna summons both hands to raise her staff in the air while a seal forms beneath her. Her left hand swings it behind her at an angle while her right hand quickly lets go as the clouds part. 4 pale green spheres spin off into the sky. Naruto recalls his first experience on the island while gazing up at the sky. That's what I observed. Then Yuna was the one. Suddenly, there is a loud noise as a tiny object in the sky hurtles in Yuna's direction. The oval object spreads its wings and lands next to Yuna. Naruto observes that the Eon is unlike any summon he has ever seen. It has a tiny point at its mouth and a white face. He has 3 claw-like wings on either side of his body, with a loop of golden rings connecting to the final claw on the right side. His neck is red, rigged with feathers of some kind that are never visible. His wing trims are purple and vanilla in color, while the same red rigged feathers run down his lower body and to his purple bird-like legs with a red-purple tail. His chest is a vanilla color. Then Yuna takes a step back and pats it tenderly. Please, fight with us. Screaming loudly, Eon rushes toward the condor and confronts it. Naruto looks in Lulu's direction. Naruto turned to face the Eon and asked, which Eon is that, Lulu? Lulu watched Yuna and said, that is Valifor. He's Yuna's first summon. As it speeds in the direction of Valifor, the condor narrows its wings. Valifor sonic wings. Valifor instantly flaps his wings forward, sending an invisible wind blade at the condor and causing it to crash into it. The condor is flung back, standing on the ground with its head shaking, leaning his head back and inhaling. Valifor exclaims, Valifor energy ray, and spirals into the air. A purple-white beam slashes across the ground and condor, and he thrusts his head forward, his mouth open. Seconds later, as the ground and condor explode, Valifor sails back down beside Yuna. Tiny bubbles can be seen vanishing into the sky as the smoke clears. Before stepping back, Yuna gives Valifor another pat. Valifor disappears into the clouds as it spirals into the sky. Yuna turns to face the other members of the group and exhales with relief. How did I do? Waka smiles toothily and gives Yuna the thumbs up. You do good, y'all. Lulu approaches Yuna and tousles her hair. She gives Yuna a rare smile in return, saying, you did a wonderful job, Yuna. With his mouth hanging open, Titus was at a loss for words. I didn't realize he was that strong until I saw him earlier in Besaid. Naruto barraged Yuna with questions as she stared back, blinking her eyes, unsure of what to say. That was amazing, Yuna. How did you do that? Could you teach me how to do that? He asked. Well, I can't teach you. You have to become a summoner, Naruto replied Yuna. What? Really? Ah, man. Naruto sulked to himself after hearing that remark, suddenly losing his positive attitude. Yuna laughs quietly at the antics of the young blondes. Hey, we gotta go. We're gonna miss our boat if we don't go now. Waka was frantic. Everyone nods as they proceed toward the dock after Lulu says, let's be on our way, should be a few more minutes till we get there. Besaid docks. They saw a few villagers gathered at the wooden dock. When they first arrived at the docks, some of the villagers give Yuna gifts to help her along the way as they stroll along the dock like antidotes and potions. Naruto gives the boat an odd look as they arrive at it. Is that a boat? The boat had a semi-flat deck, a guitar-like shape, and a small tower in the middle that housed the steering room. It looks weird. Waka gives Naruto a whistle as he climbs the ramp onto the boat. Naruto snaps out of his reverie and exclaims, hey knucklehead, we ain't got all day. Hurry up will ya? As Yuna is being harassed by a group of people speaking to her, Waka and his team can be seen conversing across the boat. Titus is seen causing trouble by wandering around the boat. Kimari remains motionless like a statue close to Yuna. Naruto observes Lulu close to a wall and remarks, what a creepy guy. He approaches Lulu with difficulty. The blonde approached Lulu and asked, hey Lulu, you said we're going to this place called Kilika Island next, right? Lulu nodded and turned to face the voice. Naruto nods and looks out into the water. Yes. Well, head toward Kilika. Then we head to the temple across the jungle. We shouldn't stay for long as we'll head back toward the dock to go to Luca. Naruto asked, what's Kilika like? Kilika is not so different from Besaid village. It's above the water as wooden beams hold the huts above. Other than that, it's the same as Besaid. Naruto nods, and Lulu nods as well. After Yuna gets her Eon from Kilika, we head to Luca for Waka's championship. So about my first question, I'm not a guardian, so why are y'all letting me come along with? Luca is the second largest city on Spira next to Bevel. There may be someone who you might recognize or able to help you go home, replied Lulu. As he speaks to her, Naruto looks out to the ocean and says, that's understandable. He muses, but it's unlikely that I'll meet anyone from Konoha there or a seal master. Naruto sighs quietly and then asks, about my earlier question, why do fiends disappear like that? If I die, would I disappear as well? Lulu asked back, would you be able to handle the information I'm about to tell you? I've been through a lot in my life. Lulu saw that his eyes had somewhat dulled to a pale blue. I'll be able to handle what you tell me. Lulu looks into the water of the ocean and nods. Fiends are created from the restless dead. They were once living humans who have died, but didn't want to go to the far plane. They stay attached to the living word through regret, as they soon envy the living. If they are left unsent, they will turn into fiends to devour the living. The bubbles you saw from the fiend were the pyre flies. They give shape to the fiends, allowing them to hunt on the living. That is what a fiend is and why their bodies disappear when killed. Before he spoke, Naruto turned to face Lulu and gave her a serious look. Naruto shuddered a little but was not noticed. You're telling me when I killed that fiend I killed someone's soul? He asked. By slowly shaking her head, Lulu says, no, you do not kill the soul, but you send it to the far plane, so they may find eternal peace. Naruto smiles a little and exhales in relief. So their soul is released to the far plane so they may be happy? If that's how you wish to look at it, then yes, Lulu says with a gentle smile and chuckle. Smugly Naruto says, you know, when I arrived in this dimension I thought I would be alone and struggle to stay alive, but you guys are making me feel welcome even with Waka's immaturity. I suppose he is immature, but he does have his moments at times, Lulu says with a quiet laugh. Naruto turns to face Lulu and smiles while laughing. I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done so far, Lulu, it really means a lot to me. Lulu turns to face Naruto and gives him a gentle smile while nodding. Lulu looks back at the ocean water and says, it's my pleasure. It's nice to have this journey a bit lively, though we may go our separate ways at Luca. Why is that, Lulu? Naruto asks, tilting his head sideways in confusion. Because Lulu was unable to finish because the boat trembled violently and she slammed into the wall while Naruto used chakra to maintain his position. Sin. Using the tree climbing exercise to keep himself affixed to the boat's deck, Naruto dashes to Lulu's side. Naruto assists Lulu in supporting herself by leaning against the wall close to a pole. You alright? Lulu shakes her head. I'm fine. Help the others, they will fall into the water. Naruto makes a cross seal and nods. Naruto loses his stance as the boat trembles violently. What the hell? Naruto exclaims as he turns to face the large, gray fiend in the ocean on the opposite side of the boat. Naruto returns to his position, creating another cross seal. Damn. Who freed Willy? He asks as they spread out and capture passengers. 10 Narutos appear and use the shadow clone technique to take them inside the boat. As Naruto turns to face the front of the boat, He sees Titus clutching Yuna in his left hand while his right grips the boat rails. He's losing control of her. Shit. Naruto uses his chakra to stay mobile as he dashes over. He falters halfway through as the boat is violently shaken by another earthquake. A white and blue blob hits him as he looks forward, pushing him all the way to the opposite side of the boat and slamming his back against the rails. Naruto opens his eyes to look at the now light brown blob on his chest. While groaning in agony, Naruto gently pushes Yuna away so he's standing and adds more chakra to hold them both on the deck. I'm sorry. Are you hurt? He asks. Naruto observes the faint fear in her eyes and responds, "Yay, I'm fine. Just surprised me there." Indeed, she resembles Hinata quite a bit, just no fainting or stuttering. Naruto looks around, trying to find a place where Yuna can be safe. Before Yuna could react, Naruto grabbed her bridal style and ran over toward a low spot on the deck. "Yuna, I'm going to put you in a safe spot. Stay low and hold onto the pole with your life." As he runs to meet Waka and Kimari, Naruto puts her down. Kimari and Waka did not have a good day today. Am I losing my mind or what? It's actually pouring blondes. As a group of Narutos rescue the passengers and place them inside, Waka looks around while clinging to a rail. One was sufficient, but a group? I'm growing too old for this. Waka looks toward the bow of the boat and notices Yuna's hold on Titus loosen. Yuna slammed into a Naruto as they landed against a rail before Waka could attempt to catch her. With a deep voice, Kimari growled, "Waka, Fiend ahead, must kill." As Fiend seeds grow into Sin spawn Ames, Waka turned his attention back to the front. Waka rolls his ball forward, telling him, "This is only our first day." As it swiftly rolls back toward him, Waka rushes forward, slapping the Blitzball as it bounces off at an angle and strikes another Sin spawn. Waka leaps to his left and grasps the Blitz. Waka regains his bearings as they both vanish into pyre flies. These fiends are weaker than others. What's happening? When the boat trembles, Kimari uses his claws to hold himself down while tearing through the fiends with his javelin. Kimari looks in Waka's direction. These spawns find master. Kimari charges into the spawns, using his claws and javelin to tear them to pieces. Waka nods and knocks out two more with his Blitzball. He hears his name called as he catches the Blitz. Waka exclaims, "Waka!" as he turns around and sees Titus struggling to approach him while lying low on the ground. What's going on? Waka lays low to the deck as he runs off without a response, stopping occasionally at a pull. Sin decided to show his ugly head. "Yah. Help Kimari fight off the spawns. I gotta go find Lou," he says. For a brief moment, Kimari looks at Titus. "You right me left fight." Kimari yells as he draws his sword and charges toward the right with a battle cry. Naruto. What the hell are these things? Naruto and his final shadow clone confront a swarm of Sin spawns while standing back to back. Naruto grits his teeth and exclaims, "How the hell am I supposed to know? You're the original, you should know." Naruto flashes through seals, saying, "Damn it, I don't have time for this." Quite rapidly, fire type, Fire Dragon Flame Blast. Naruto exhales a fire blast from his mouth while keeping his hands in a seal in front of his chest. "Thank you for teaching me this, perverted bastard." As the roars burn the Sin spawns it comes into contact with, the flames form a dragon, destroying everything in their path as the dragon vanishes into the smoke. Naruto lets go of the hand sign. Naruto's shadow clone keeps him upright while the original puffs catch his breath a little. "Damn, that technique takes a lot out of me." As Naruto watches, he sees two lone sailors operating harpoons and aiming for Sin's fin. Naruto receives a turn from one of the sailors, "Forgive us, but he's heading toward Kilika. Our homes and families are there. We have to try and stop it." Naruto exclaimed, "I got it. Just do it, there isn't much time." After he had finished catching his breath as the harpoons are fired, both sailors aim with them approximately half a foot apart. Both harpoons pierce the fin deeply. The fin immediately accelerates as the boat is pulled along. As Naruto falls, his foot slips, but his clone clings to his wrist and snatches a nearby rope. Naruto frowns a little. "You owe me a bowl of ramen," he says. When Naruto sees everyone fending off the fiends, he scrambles to his feet and exclaims, "I don't have time for this right now. Gosh, I really should destroy that fin." The harpoon strings are tied closely together. As Naruto observes, "That makes me think of Jiraiya's exercise on chakra control, only without the canyon's bottom." Naruto nods to his clone as he turns as the clone rapidly moves his hands close to Naruto's hand. Naruto extends his hand. A giant colored sphere comes to life a few seconds later as the wind gently blows away from it. As Naruto rushes in the direction of the harpoons, his clone vanishes in a cloud of smoke. Exhausted from using so many spells, Lulu exhales deeply. She turns to see Naruto running while holding a gigantic sphere in his right hand. What is he doing? As he pours chakra into his feet, where it touches the string, Naruto leaps onto the strings and runs toward the fin. Lulu's eyes enlarge slightly. That moron is going to kill himself. As he rapidly descends toward the fin, Naruto throws himself into the air and thrusts out his right hand. The fin is struck by Naruto's Rasengan, Great Ball Rasengan. As the scales rip off and shred into the sea, Naruto keeps struggling and pushing it forward as the fin begins to vibrate uncontrollably from the force tearing into its skin. Naruto injects more chakra into the Rasengan. The sphere bursts seconds after contact, sending Naruto hurtling into the boat's tower while the harpoons fall into the water after striking his head to stay conscious. Naruto strikes the wall inside the tower, causing his surroundings to become blurry. Sin's fin plunges beneath the surface, creating a huge wave that slows the ship as it speeds toward Kilika's destruction. Kilika, Waka, was guiding Naruto along the demolished dock with his arm around him. "You hit your head real good, yeah?" With his eyes fixed on the wooden floor, Naruto said nothing. "I was unable to save them. Their families, their home, are all gone only because I was unable to ruin that fin. I could have changed its direction. Oh no." Titus shrugs as Yuna and Lulu exchange anxious looks. "Hey, will you please cheer up? You gave it your all?" Waka cheered. "You saved the people on the boat, yeah?" "Yet everyone here lost their homes and families," Naruto said in a voice that was almost whispery, his eyes still lowering. As Kimari's corner lips hardly hang low, Waka, Lulu, Yuna, and Titus cast their heads slightly downward. "Excuse me, ma'am, but could you be Yuna's summoner?" Everyone looked, but Naruto turned to face the elderly woman who was speaking. With a slight nod, Yuna says, "Yes, I am Summoner Yuna." Before bowing, Yuna said a brief prayer that Naruto observed most people perform. "We have collected the deceased's remains, please send Lady Summoner to them." With a gentle nod, Yuna says, "It would be an honor." "I am grateful, Lady Summoner. We were afraid they might have turned into fiends." At a fork in the dock, the old woman, Kimari, Lulu, Titus, and Yuna turn left. "You stay here and rest, yeah," Waka says as he gently presses Naruto up against a wooden beam to find out how we can help out around here. "I'm going to gather my team now, don't be too troublesome." Waka sighs and turns to leave, but Naruto says nothing. After about an hour, Naruto stayed against the wooden beam, his strength almost back to normal. "I'm thirsty." Naruto looks around, but no one is letting out a sigh, so he pushes himself up and immediately falls back down, holding his head. "Ow, damn it. Must have hit my head harder than I thought, but I'm seriously thirsty right now." Naruto looks to his head in the water, where he sees a frog swimming through the debris with no worries at all. Naruto shrugs and leans back against the pole. "That's it. I completely overlooked Gamakichi." Naruto stands up, ignoring the pain in his head. As he bites his finger, drawing blood quickly, he rushes through hand seals, slamming his palm against the wooden dock next to him. Summoning technique. A huge puff of smoke covers a human-sized area as he removes his hand. "Who called me?" At the spot Naruto's hand made contact stood a large toad roughly 7 feet tall, bright orange in color with dark blue color designs. He had a gray pipe in his left hand with a sword strapped to his waist, dark blue coat with a kanji symbol on the back for Toad. The weary Naruto waved. "It was me, Gamakichi, Naruto? Is that you?" Gamakichi asked, taking a tiny drag from his pipe. "Yes, I am Naruto. Why are you not happy to see me?" Naruto made a weak, derisive face. "You've caused us toads a lot of trouble, you know," the toad said, with a smile that seemed more like a grin. "I'm glad to see you." "What? Recently, I haven't called forth any toads," objected to the blonde. "You? No, but Jiraiya? He has been calling us often to inquire about your whereabouts. What's happening?" Gamakichi demanded. "How on earth am I supposed to understand that pervert's thoughts? Most likely attempting to protect his hide from Tsunade following the seal's mishap." Naruto was unaware of how correct he was. "Indeed, not even Pops is aware of his thoughts. Where are we, then?" Gamakichi was asked. "Spira is another dimension except for this sin thing that keeps destroying everything. It's nice here." Naruto adopts a relaxed stance, crossing his arms across his chest. Gamakichi surveys the damage around the area and says, "I assume Sin did this, huh? He must be a nasty guy." Jokingly, Naruto said, "I'd say more of an oversized whale." "What have you been doing here, then?" "Nothing too much. Been traveling around with a small group to defeat this oversized whale." Gamakichi nods while puffing on his pipe. "Will you begin at the beginning?" Naruto starts his story with a nod, with Yuna and Lulu in the interim. "Lulu, how did I do?" Yuna was asked, "Yuna, you performed admirably for your first attempt. I'm proud of you," Lulu said. Yuna nods and smiles a little. "Do you think Naruto is alright?" He appeared depressed. Yuna was concerned about the young blonde. As they explore a little, Lulu continues to look ahead. "I'm sure he's fine," she says, although we don't know much about him. He seems to recover quickly. With her free hand holding her right elbow up in a contemplative position, Yuna places a hooked index finger close to her lips and asks, "Don't you want to know more about him as well as Titus?" Zanarkand, which was destroyed a millennium ago, is where Titus claims to be from. However, Naruto asserts that he is from a completely different world, one nobody knew was possible. "It's more credible after that stunt he did on the boat," Lulu said. Yuna smiles and nods in her contemplative position as she gently rushes ahead in front of Lulu's path. "How about this? To learn more about Titus, I speak with him as you converse with Naruto and learn more about him." Lulu pauses and gives Yuna a quiet laugh, saying, "We'll see. He is a mystery, loud, brazen, and annoying, but still a mystery." She ruffles Yuna's hair tenderly, like a child. Yuna fixes her hair and pouts a little, puffing out her cheeks. "I'm not a child anymore, Lulu." Lulu laughs as she passes Yuna in front of her and says, "I wonder sometimes." Yuna jogs to catch up to Lulu as she passes beside her. Waka and crew. As Waka completes setting the pile on the ground, his team can be seen nailing new wooden logs to the deck to replace the broken ones. "Phew, you know, that was a lot of logs." As his team fixes the damage Sin caused, Waka looks around and finds a small area where he can work nailing down the logs. "Hey, anyone got a hammer I could borrow for a moment?" With a hammer in his hand, Letty scratches his head as he looks up. "No, I don't think we have one." Letty gets up and looks around for another hammer. Waka gestures toward Letty's hammer and says, "Let me just borrow your hammer for a second, Letty." Letty grips his hammer tightly with both hands close to his face. "No, I use this as my own hammer. I am the only one who touches this hammer." Sighing, Waka says, "Come on. Would you mind lending it to me for a moment?" "No," Letty says, waving his hammer around. "I am the only one who touches this hammer." Letty keeps looking around and says, "I'll find you something else to use." "How'd I get stuck with Letty on our team?" Waka sighs deeply, draping his arms and head. Naruto concluded, "Well, that's what's happened so far, Gamakichi." Gamakichi inhales the information while puffing on his pipe. "That's quite a story there, bro. However, you're either Lulu or Yuna." Gamakichi waves his pinky at Naruto. "No," says Naruto, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yuna isn't really my type, and Lulu is about 7 years older than me." Naruto wisely nodded to the enormous toad, saying, "She's too much like Hinata, except without the stuttering and fainting." "Yeah, I see your point," Gamakichi says, nodding his head. "Pops has been wanting to speak with you, so you should call him. However, I'm not sure if it's good or bad." Gamakichi said, "You should prepare a few bottles of sake for him just in case." With a nod, Naruto says, "I'll call him when I can." "Kichi, could you bring me a message?" Naruto was questioned. Gamakichi raises an eyebrow and says, "Yes, bro, what's the message?" "Please let the old hag know that I'm doing fine and to refrain from doing anything gory to the perverted bastard. In addition, I'm looking for a way to return home even though I might take a while to get there," Naruto said. "Of course, bro." Gamakichi takes another drag from his pipe and says, "I'll make sure to inform the old hag. I should be heading out now. I'm sure Pops is wondering where I am at the moment. Next time, make sure you have some candy ready and call me later. You know, I haven't had any in a while." Naruto gives the big toad a sheepish smile and says, "Of course, Kichi. Inform Bunta that I will call him when I can. Don't mess with Bunta. Be a good little toad." Gamakichi took another drag from his pipe and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything too bad to Pops, but I ain't promising anything about Jiraiya," Gamakichi said with an evil smile and a glint in his eye. "I know that look in his eye. He's going to do something, but I don't know what." Naruto shivers a little and returns to his easy stance. "I'll see you later, Kichi. Keep trouble away from me and stay out of trouble. I'm also held accountable for the hell you create." Naruto holds out his hand to the big toad. Gamakichi shakes Naruto's hand with his toad-like one and says, "Bro, you hurt me. I've been causing you trouble since when?" Gamakichi pretended to be upset. "Do I really need to remind you of all the trouble you caused me on our trip with Jiraiya?" Naruto asks. Squinting his eyes and glaring at the toad, Gamakichi pulls his hand back, and Naruto does the same. Holding his pipe in his hand, Gamakichi chuckles and says, Yeah, you can't prove any of it was me though." The big toad smiled and said, "Bro, it was good to speak with you again. I must go now. Pops is most likely running around looking for me later." Gamakichi waves at Naruto with his friend as Naruto does as well. Later, Kichi. Now that's settled, Naruto looks up at the sky and says, "Looks like Sin decided to make us arrive here way earlier than we thought. Suppose we'll head out soon to this temple soon?" Naruto shrugs as he leaves to meet the other members of the group. Gamakichi puffs out of existence with a puff of smoke. Kilika Village, which is on the edge of the jungle. On the road heading into the jungle, Naruto discovers the group waiting. "Hey, am I late?" Waka says, "Nah, we just got together recently," as she turns to face Naruto. "I assume we are traveling through this jungle to reach this temple?" Naruto nods. This jungle is Kilika's temple, where Yuna will pray to obtain its Aeon. Lulu nods. A boat is departing for Luca later this evening, so let's move quickly through the jungle, Lulu said. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Naruto nods. "Come on," with a smug smile on his face. Naruto strode ahead before pausing and rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I don't know where I'm going." Waka takes the lead, followed by Kimari, Naruto, and Titus. He says something about troublesome blondes. As they both follow the group's male members, Lulu turns to Yuna and says, "I told you he seemed to be the type to bounce back quickly." Yuna smiles at Lulu. "In the middle of the jungle, so bored. I could easily reach the other side in seconds if I went through the trees." Naruto sighs slightly as he looks at the other members of the group, who are all happily chatting to each other because Kimari is ahead of them. Naruto holds his hands behind his head, fingers locked. A hiss. In order to avoid alerting the intruder, Naruto quickly places his hands close to his daggers in a relaxed manner. No one heard it. They were too busy having fun. Naruto slows down as he starts to fall behind before they disappear. Hiss. "Whatever it is, it's not human. Shouldn't be too much trouble for me to handle," Naruto says. Crossing his arms and grabbing the opposite daggers, he holds one dagger in front of his face and the other at his side, both inverted in a semi-offensive and defensive stance. Rustle. Above, Naruto leaps back rapidly as a huge green and purple object lands on the ground and dirt puffs up from it. The dirt disappears, and a large plant fiend stands on 4 thick tentacle feet, with purple flower petals hanging from its mid-body as if they were a skirt. The plant roars terrifyingly as it appears to be headless, with thin plant walls surrounding its back and rising several feet into the air. Naruto laughed in his head at that comment. "Damn, that's one ugly-ass weed. I hope Ino doesn't grow this type of weed or plant, whatever it is. Geez, and I thought Kiba had bad breath." Naruto sees the plant take a deep breath as he tenses his muscles for his attack, then thrusts its body forward as green gas bursts from its headless area, speeding toward Naruto, along with decaying plants, grass, and trees. Naruto quickly jumps into a nearby tree to avoid the attack. Shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly twirls the daggers into their holders as he forms a cross sigh and jumps toward the plant fiend as a tentacle lashes through the branches of another tree. Damn. Those tentacles have to go. As 4 clones run in the direction of the fiend, 5 Narutos appear. 2 down, 2 to go. The plant fiend reacts by thrusting all 4 of his tentacles at 4 of the shadow clones, who then block with their daggers before being thrust back and disappearing. Naruto and his final shadow clone dart across the ground behind the fiend, slashing at the base of one tentacle and then spinning around to stab the fiend's back with his free dagger. Naruto's shadow clone imitates his movements on another tentacle, and both of them jolt their daggers out as the fiend jumps a few feet into the air, avoiding a tremor. Shit, I think I just made it angry, Naruto finishes his thought as he sees the fiend turn a solid red color, dripping saliva from the center of his headless area and letting out another terrifying screech. I can't get in close. If he's just letting those things fly, I won't have much chakra left, but he's a plant fiend, so he's probably weak against fire. Naruto was correct, however, as the fiend used its last 2 tentacles to swipe the area, destroying everything in its path. My clone pops out of existence as one of the tentacles swipe him on the side. Naruto leaps into the air while running through well-known hand signals, swiftly swirling his daggers back into their holders. Fire type. Fire Dragon Flame Blast. Smaller than the dragon, it roars through the clearing and speeds toward the fiend, releasing the last seal as he struggles to stand and gasps for air. Did I get him? Naruto asked himself as he stared into the clearing while a living bonfire roared around, screaming and burning to death. A few seconds later, the fiend slowed down and fell to the ground, its screeches dying out, and it remained motionless. Damn. Thing just had to be in my path. Don't really feel like smelling a burnt corpse. The fiend looks at Naruto with an arched eyebrow as he passes it. Aren't fiends supposed to disappear when they die? Naruto asks the moment he finishes. The fiend turns toward him and shoots a tiny puff of green gas into his face. Naruto immediately leaps away, coughing and wheezing, and the fiend vanishes from the world. Damn it, what kind of poison is this? Naruto's vision becomes blurry as everything moves in slow motion and he has fits of coughing and hacking. He looks up toward his destination and sees people running in a panic toward him. Sin spawn. When they ran past him, Naruto's distorted hearing allowed him to make out what they were. Damn it. Everyone went that way, I have to go help. Naruto scrambles to his feet and sprints in their direction as quickly as the poison would allow. The stairs to the temple. When Naruto first arrives, he finds everyone hurt or gasping for air, and he fights to remain conscious while observing everyone's state. With his left arm partially injured at the shoulder, Titus is panting heavily while maintaining a firm grip on his sword. Waka is slightly bleeding from the corner of his mouth and has bruises. Kimari's fur is speckled with dark black, and he is still gripping his javelin tightly. As they pant to get more oxygen into their lungs, Lulu and Yuna are in the best possible health. As his feet falter and lose strength, Naruto follows Lulu and Yuna. Hey, what did I miss? When Lulu and Yuna see Naruto in a disorganized state, they turn to face him. A sin spawn erupted from the ground over there. Lulu gestures forward as Naruto sees a clam-like plant roaring as its shell breaks apart. Revealing its flesh, tentacles are scattered on the floor in the battle zone. Motionless. Everyone fought with all their strength so far and are exhausted. It appears that you do too. Naruto turns to face the battle and nods. He sees Titus charging in for a fatal blow, but the clam plant counters with a small vine close to his body, causing him to be thrust backwards and unable to dodge. His sword flings into the air, landing a short distance from his body as he lands next to Waka, who leans down to pick him up and carry him away from the battle zone. Damn it. I got there too late, and one of them got really hurt. Naruto clutches his daggers, but he stops himself from drawing them when they pulse violently. Let me go. As a wave of rage, grief, and regret begins to wash over him, Naruto holds the daggers close to his chest. It's hurt a friend. Retaliation. Naruto draws the daggers slowly while the faint whisper reverberates. Free me, defend your allies, summon my strength. Although his vision is still blurry, Naruto can see a faint purple glow coming from his daggers as he examines them with his eyes. Is that Naruto? No, those are the daggers doing it. What does this mean? Lulu and Yuna thought as they watched Naruto look at the light glow of the daggers. Yuna thought, Naruto, let me go. The voice grew louder as it chanted, wanting to be released. Naruto's mind is overwhelmed as the glow intensifies. His daggers glow bright purple, and his feet glow purple, rising throughout his body. His body glows light purple, and then a red flame and a purple flame appear instantly, blending together as if he is struggling for control. His face turns feral as tiny fox ears grow from his head. A small foxtail reaches down behind his knees. Claws grow as he grips his daggers. Fangs extend from his teeth. And finally his whiskers get thicker and more fierce. I feel good. It's almost as strong as Kyubi's chakra, but it's not evil, it's soothing, Naruto says, as his clothes flap as the energy consumes him. In purple and red, his vision gradually returns to normal as he looks at himself, observing the changes he's been able to see. Naruto narrows his eyes at the fiend beast and is startled out of his reverie by a loud screech. The voice reverberates in his head, and he raises his daggers into his stance. Defend your fellows. Let me go. When he lands, two wind blades form across, tearing the ground bricks to shreds as he races toward the fiend. Upon contact, flesh can be heard being cut all over as green ooze sprouts from the fiend's wounds with a loud screech. A moment later, the fiend erupts in a large explosion as fireflies disappear into the sky. Naruto instinctively uses his right dagger to swing vertically into the air, hitting nothing as he spins 360 degrees as swiping horizontally. Gazing at his daggers, Naruto surveys the damage. Naruto. As he turns to face Yuna and Lulu, Naruto swirls the daggers into their protective position and nods and smiles as the glow fades. His eyes roll back into his head a little as he passes out, and he hears one final whisper before his world goes completely dark. Your allies are secure, Office of the Hokage. Shizune. Exclaimed a displeased Tsunade. The door squeaks open seconds later. Did you call? Asked the black-headed woman as Shizune blinked and popped her head at Tsunade. Tsunade gestures for Shizune to enter while nodding. The weary blonde sighed. Yes, I need a chat right now. Shizune nods after batting her bewildered eyes. Shizune stands in front of the desk and enters the room. About what, Lady Tsunade? Shizune complies with Tsunade's motion to sit in a chair. Shizune. With a slight head tilt, Shizune asks, Yes, Lady Tsunade? I'm tired and frustrated right now. Could you remind me why I became Hokage again? Tsunade sighs. To lead the Hidden Leaf Village in its time of need, Shizune said, his expression bewildered. Tsunade puts her elbows on the desk and shakes her head while holding it in her hands. No, not what to do as a Hokage, but why did I become the Hokage? Shizune prepares to respond with a "oh" sound, but is cut off by a different voice. Tsunade grinds her teeth a little as Shizune turns her head toward the voice, because of a certain blonde knuckleheaded brat winning you over a bet. With his leg out the window, Jiraiya sat on the window's edge. Jiraiya, you have 5 seconds to let me know why you're here, before I send you back into the hospital. Tsunade was speaking. Tsunade starts counting down, but Jiraiya doesn't move. When Jiraiya reaches 2, she stays still, and Shizune starts to panic. 2-0, Jiraiya interrupted, saying, I got a message from a toad about Naruto. Tsunade instantly halted her motion as she took in the information. Shizune exhales in relief that there will be no bloodshed as Jiraiya swallowed hard. Tsunade glared. How long ago, Jiraiya? You better not be lying, or next time you won't get off so easily. She thought that was simple. She was strong, I know that, but wow, earlier this afternoon, I summoned a toad and told me one of them received word from Naruto, Jiraiya said in a panic. The angry blonde commanded, what the hell are you waiting for? Summon him so we can hear it. Tsunade slammed a hand on her desk and immediately stood up. Don't let her hurt me, Jiraiya whispers to Shizune as he runs away behind her, instantly cowering. A vein pops on Shizune's forehead, causing her eyebrow to twitch. I'll let her do whatever she wants if you don't stop grabbing my ass, Shizune yells, slamming a fist onto Jiraiya's head. Damn it. Why do Tsunade's apprentices have godlike strength while all women seem to have super strength? There, a certain pink-haired medic rubs her nose and sneezes. Jiraiya screams while massaging an unseen lump on his head as Tsunade and Shizune gave him icy looks. Jiraiya thought that hell would be a lot better. As I said I was going to before I was so rudely interrupted. Jiraiya slams his palm on the ground and goes through familiar hand signs while biting his thumb and drawing blood. Summoning technique. Gamakichi looks around the room as a big puff of smoke bursts forth. Gamakichi asked, who summoned me? Was it you, Jiraiya? Yes, it was me. Expecting Naruto? Jiraiya exclaims. Gamakichi calmly said, over you. Yes, now what do you want, you perverted bastard? While taking a drag from his pipe. Jiraiya grumbles, why you oversized toad? I'm Jiraiya the Toad Hermit. Would it kill ya to show me some respect? You? Respect? Not on your life, you perverted bastard. Now why did you summon me here? Gamakichi says in a passive manner. Hokage questioned. Jiraiya told us you received a message from Naruto, is this true? Yay, I got a message from. Bro, I take it you want to hear it? Gamakichi responds after taking a drag from his pipe. As she stands behind her desk next to Tsunade, Shizune nods in agreement with her statement. Yes, please, I'd like to know how he's doing. Sure, though I think one of us won't leave here alive, Gamakichi says with a sly grin that makes his eyes sparkle. Jiraiya looked at the toad and instantly went pale. That damn toad, he will tell Tsunade a lie. Now, I really want to hear that message. Care to enlighten me? Tsunade says, her eyes narrowing. Gamakichi nods, his smile never going away. Apparently Naruto appeared in another dimension. However, as he woke, he had blood all over him in the form of the seals that were drawn on him, but he was floating in water near a beach, so he had to swim in his battered state as a small group was able to rescue him. However, none of them were medics, so his life was in serious danger, but he was able to pull through thanks to some herbs from one of them. Jiraiya starts to sweat profusely and his knees becoming weaker. Tsunade's hands clench into fists, revealing a tiny vein on her head. Tsunade commanded, continue. Apparently that said group is after some large demon stronger than the Kyubi. As they were on a boat toward another destination, that said demon attacked. Naruto was forced to hold him at bay before he was gravely injured with a blow to the head and chakra exhaustion. He was lucky. However, as the demon changed course to their destination, allowing them to live. However, the village they were going to was wiped out. Naruto blames himself for not being able to stop the demon when he summoned me. He was gravely wounded and emotionally troubled. I'd say he's near his death. The toad laughed when Shizune heard the news. He stood gaping slightly. An eyebrow twitches and a large vein pulses on Tsunade's head, causing her fists to shake uncontrollably. For the second time in his life, Jiraiya felt afraid. Tsunade was furious because it seems that she believed the toad. Fucking toad. If I live, I'll kill that damn toad. Goddamn toad. Jiraiya repeatedly and continuously cursed the toad in her mind. I must leave this place. Jiraiya dashes at full speed in the direction of the window. I might be able to survive without suffering any injuries. Before a human crushed his hope like an ant, Jiraiya screamed Yada in his mind. As she began beating Jiraiya more severely than before, Tsunade appeared in front of the window, her eyes displaying more rage than before. Shizune approaches the toad with a worried expression on her face. Her voice was a little softer with worry as she asked, "Is what you said true?" Gamakichi casually takes another drag from his pipe while glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. "No," Gamakichi deadpanned. "So why did you lie to Tsunade then?" Shizune asks after he breathes a sigh of relief. "Jiraiya's been causing us toads trouble summoning us often. This is what he gets for crossing us toads. So, would you mind telling me the real message?" Shizune asks with a nervous laugh. Shizune and Gamakichi depart the office as Loud screams F-bomb a particular toad, and Gamakichi nods. "Sure, but let's go someplace else with less blood." One of the interrogators at Anbu headquarters thought, "What's with the fucking language? How come people can't keep their mouths shut?" Naruto writhes and groans in agony as he rubs his head. "Dude, my head hurts like hell. Where am I and what happened?" Naruto discovers he's lying in shallow water as he gets his bearings back. "Oh no, now what is the fox after?" Naruto shakes his head and slowly gets to his feet. Naruto appears in front of Kyubi's prison, pacing down a familiar dark corridor as the fox emerges from the pale red foam. Naruto stays still, his face expressionless. "What do you want, fox?" Kyubi gradually leans in to see Naruto better deadpan the Kyubi, saying, "Give up your daggers." "Why should I?" Naruto asks with a slightly arched eyebrow in bewilderment. "My reasons are my own. Abandon them." Kyubi's eyes narrow. Naruto said firmly, "No, give me a reason why I should even think of doing that." The corridor echoes with Kyubi's savage growl. "Those daggers chakra mixes into my own, making it weaker than what it is. Trance may make the chakra easier to use, however it is weak and useless. My chakra is all you need. Abandon them," demanded Kyubi. Naruto asked, "Trance? That's what that glow was called?" After all, he was aware that Kyubi was a highly intelligent creature for having survived for thousands of years. Trace is an intense state of emotion which you were overcome with emotions making you more feral in appearance, which why I called it trance. Enough questions, abandon them. Kyubi roared at the final line. Naruto firmly denied. "No." Toward the end, Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I will not abandon them. I'll use their chakra to protect my friends. I'll use them whether you like it or not." With deadly intent, Kyubi's jaws slammed close to Naruto's face. "You forget your place, mortal. It was I who kept you alive all these years, I who saved you from death, I who gave you power when you needed it. Without me you'd be dead." Kyubi growled at Naruto with his fangs. "My chakra is all you will ever need." Kyubi growled loudly in response to Naruto's remark, "That may be true, you damn fox. You did keep me alive all these years, you did save me from brinks of death. You did give me power to protect my precious people. I would be dead without you, I cannot lie about that." Naruto immediately widened his eyes. "However, you were the reason I was in danger all these years, you're the reason I was always near death, you gave me power when we would both die, I'd have been better off without you. Your chakra isn't what I will ever need, my own chakra comes before yours. I can fight without your help. I can stand on my own 2 feet, you bastard fox," yelled Naruto with a ferocious. Kyubi was furious. The blonde's blood was demanded by his eyes, fangs, and claws. The seal, to his dismay, would not permit it. Kyubi spat waves of venom at that world, saying, "So be it. When your precious people are on the verge of death, do not come to me for aid. I'll give you none of my chakra. Out of my sight, pathetic whelp." Her chakra propels Naruto down the hallway in an attempt to regain consciousness. Kilika Temple, a tiny piece of damp cloth lands in Naruto's lap, and he immediately sits up. He looks around the room. Panting for air and perspiring a little, he discovers that he is in a tiny bed in a room that resembles a circle. Naruto thought, "Damn fox, you used more chakra to throw me out than usual. I see you're awake." Naruto saw Lulu seated in a nearby chair and turned to face the voice with a worried tone. The blonde asked, "Yay, are you alright? What about everyone else?" The tone of Lulu's voice was more demanding than inquisitive as she nods. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Everyone else is well. Yuna used white magic to heal their physical wounds. You had no wounds. But you were poised. Care to enlighten me on how you were poisoned and why you weren't with us in the beginning?" After letting out a mental sigh, Naruto described his experience with the plant fiend before hurriedly assisting them. Naruto observes Lulu's expression as he finishes, which combines anger and hurt. He mentally sighs and braces himself for the worst, thinking, "I feel like she's going to reprimand me severely for this. Uzumaki. It's not good that you called me by my last name." He imagined a chibi Naruto in a panic. "You abandoned your friends to fight a fiend by yourself." Lord Ocha, at that during your fight we had to defend ourselves without your aid. If you did not defeat Lord Ocha in the time that you did, do you honestly think some of us would be alive right now? We could have all fought together like a team, not alone. Naruto slumps into his chair. He didn't consider a fight between his friends, he didn't think of it at the time. What if the Sin Spawn had pierced Titus instead, or had killed one of us before you arrived? What then? I'm sorry, it didn't occur to me you all would get into a fight. When I say everyone traveling with smiles and laughing, I didn't want that to be disturbed. Naruto looks down, his hair partially covering his eyes. He knows it's not a good excuse, so he didn't bother to look up at Lulu's expression. There was a slight smile on Lulu's face, but it was still there. Naruto looks up and sees Lulu's tiny smile. However, you were able to aid us in our time of need. For that I forgive you. You were able to prevent any of us from dying at our exhaustion. For that I thank you, Naruto. After grinning, Naruto looks down and says, thank you, Lulu. I promise I won't go abandon you guys again. I never go back on my word. That's my way of the ninja. Lulu smiles back at Naruto, who returns the smile. Naruto notices that there is nobody else in the room. Naruto asked, where is everyone else? They are in the Cloister of Trials right now. As for Titus, I do not know, he's probably wandering around, replied Lulu. Naruto chuckles softly at his own remake and asks, why aren't you in there with them? Aren't you the brains of the group? Lulu beams. That may be true, but would you rather have Titus, Waka, or better yet Kimari look after you while you're unconscious? With a sheepish laugh, Naruto says, I guess you do have a point. His stomach rumbles as he rubs his cheek with a blushed finger. Is there anything to eat? Yes, we all ate while you were unconscious. I made an old recipe I found years ago. Would you like to try it? Lulu says with a gentle laugh and a nod of her head. With a vigorous nod, Naruto says, yes, please. As she stands, Lulu nods and says, I'll bring you a bowl of my special recipe. I'll be a minute. Naruto nods and smiles as she leaves. After about a minute, Naruto detects a divine scent. Is that? No, it isn't possible, is it? Don't be a fool, please. Lulu enters the room carrying a small tray with chopsticks and a large bowl on the side. As Lulu places the tray in front of Naruto, she observes that the food has already been consumed. I don't know what it is called, but this is best ate with chopsticks instead of forks or spoons. What in the world? Miso ramen. That was miso delicious freaking ramen. I haven't had any since I came here. Is there any more? Exclaimed the blonde with stars in his eyes as Naruto exhaled in relief. As she goes to fetch another bowl, Lulu gives a bewildered nod. She looks down at her tray and feels a slight tug. A few steps and the ramen is gone again. She realizes, what's happening? When she looks up, she sees Naruto using a toothpick to prod his teeth. I don't even see him, so there's no way he's eating all of it. This process went on until, at about 10 bowls, Lulu lost count for the first time in her life. Lulu was truly perplexed by the question, where does he put it all? Ah, that hit the spot. Naruto smiles sheepishly and pats his full stomach. Thanks, Lulu. That was delicious. You're a great cook. Lulu sighs. Thank you for the compliment. He truly is a mystery, she says, recalling the others despite her confusion. We should go check up on the others now. They should be finished with the Cloister of Trials by now. Naruto gets up and stretches his limbs, saying, they should be fine. As Naruto completes his stretching, Lulu sighs softly. Naruto nods and smiles sheepishly, saying, let's go. To meet their group, both go out into a small room toward the center of the temple. Cloister Trials outside Kilika Temple. I'm so bored. How long have we been waiting? Exclaimed the irritated blonde as Naruto moaned while waiting outside. With a passive expression, Lulu says, 4 minutes. Naruto raises an eyebrow in her direction. That's it? Feels like we've been here for hours waiting on these guys. Frustrated, Lulu massages both of her temples. How is it possible to have such a short attention span? Lulu was saved when the door of the Cloister of Trials opened and Kimari, Titus, Waka, and Yuna descended the stairs, all of them grinning smugly except for Titus. Titus's clothes and hair were both untidy and partly black. Titus and Waka were scolded by Lulu for participating in the trials as she stomped toward them. As Yuna approached Naruto, Kimari left the temple to do something unknown. Hey, Yuna. How did it go? Did you get your Eon or whatever? Smuggled Naruto. Yes, Yuna says, nodding, I was able to receive my Eon. That's awesome. What type of Eon did you get this time? Inquired Naruto with a bright smile. With a slight smirk on her face, Yuna nods and smiles, saying, thank you. She locks her fingertips behind her back. That's a secret. The young blonde begged, come on, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone else, promise. Nope, it's a secret. the bashful girl was teased. In defeat, Naruto hung his arms and body. Fine. In her mind, Chibi Yuna makes a tiny sign of victory. Naruto gestures to Titus, who appears to have been close to an explosion, and asks, "So what's with Titus's new look?" "Well, we went slower than usual without Lulu, and he kinda met us halfway during the trials. He wanted to place the spheres and get us through, but..." Rewind. "Hey, Waka let me work with the spheres, I'll get us through in no time," said Titus. Having to contend with Titus's assertions, Waka mutters, "At least Naruto isn't as cocky as Titus." Waka gestures to a dark purple sphere and says, "Okay, you want to work with them, you got it? Go figure that one out, yeah. You got it. Just watch and see what I can do." Titus nods, retrieving the sphere while solving the puzzle. Titus jogs back and forth before setting the sphere down, and Kimari, Waka, and Yuna observe with interest. Titus stood in front of it and sighed, it isn't doing anything, well on to the end." Titus never got a chance to finish because the wall exploded in his face as it started to glow white. Waka was laughing while leaning against a nearby wall, and Kimari's corner lips lifted in a big for him smile. Yuna asked him if he was okay while giggling softly. Titus emerges coughing as the smoke clears, his face black, his clothes covered in dust, and his hair spiked and filthy. "What's so funny?" exclaimed the blushing blusher. Waka continued to laugh aloud while crying. Kimari didn't respond as usual, and Yuna was now unable to respond due to her own fit of giggles. "It's not funny. Just watch, I'll solve all of this myself," Titus exclaims as he shakes off the majority of the dust, leaving the other three to either laugh, giggle, or act passive. Flashback ends. Naruto was rolling around laughing while holding his sides on the ground. "Ah ha ha. What a retard, ah ha ha." Yuna was giggling to herself while holding her index finger close to her lips. It was really funny to watch personally. As Naruto saw Lulu standing taller than him, his laughter gradually subsided. "Man, I wish I could have seen it," he exclaimed. Hey Lulu, something the matter?" Lulu asked. "Might I ask, what's so funny?" While lying on the ground, Naruto gestures to Yuna and says, "She can tell you better than I can." Lulu raises an eyebrow as she turns to face Yuna as she tells Lulu the story. Yuna nods. "Care to enlighten me?" That is quite a story there that would explain why Naruto is laughing. Lulu laughs softly but maturely, regaining her composure while maintaining a smile. "Now let us be on our way. The boat to Luca should be departing soon." "Yeah, we gotta hurry to Luca if we want to win that championship cup." "Let's go Titus, we got a tournament to win." Waka smuggled. Waka and Titus exclaim, "Yay, we're gonna kick those Luca goers' asses." As Titus thrusts his fist forward, they then sprint in Kilika's direction. Kimari looks, then grunts and moves on. Yuna, Naruto, and Lulu simply laughed at the antics of their other members. "Let us be on our way, too." Yuna grinned as she cheerfully left. When her name is called, Lulu nods, but stops when someone asks, "Something the matter, Naruto?" Would you mind not telling the others about my encounter in the forest, Lulu?" Naruto asked, scratching the side of his cheek. "Why would I not tell them?" Lulu asks with a slight sideways tilt of her head. Naruto furrows his brows and rubs the back of his head, saying, Naruto responded. "Well, I thought if you told them they might start relying on me. They are strong, and I know they can go stronger if they fight their fullest at all times and not let me do most of the dirty work." He once again looked toward the ceiling while shifting his hand to scratch the side of his cheek. Lulu accepts his response by nodding her head. Naruto grinned and said, "Very well, we shall keep this between us then." When they discover Yuna waving at them, they both hear their names. Yuna yelled, "Hurry up, slow pokes. We're coming, no need to shout," says Lulu with a smile. Naruto retaliated, saying, "Hey, we aren't slow pokes, take that back." "Nope." Yuna chuckles as she dashes away while a blonde chases after her for amusement. A dark cave of shadows revealed two shadow figures that were just barely visible. A shadow's voice changed mid-sentence. "Leader, my information has led me to discover Naruto has indeed left this dimension." Leader, a shadow, stayed motionless in the darkness. "As I feared, I want you to pass a message to discover if any members are familiar with seals, and if they are, I want you to have Itachi and Kisame cover for them." "Yes, leader. Should Itachi and Kisame be familiar with seals? Should I just bring them?" "Of course, but I have high doubts they are well versed in seals. You have your orders, make haste." "As you will." The shadow disappeared into thin air. Leader let his eyes drop and disappeared into the darkness. Another shadow figure fades into existence as a brief moment passes just like I thought. If you tell me which dimension it is, I'll have your soul. Kyubi. You cannot avoid your destiny. The figure then vanishes into the darkness, resembling a red eye with a black shuriken in the center. Luca by boat. Naruto observes the stars and remarks, "It's so quiet here at night. Can everyone back home see the stars at this moment? I hope all is well with them." Naruto lies on the back deck of the boat, staring up at the stars that reflect in his eyes, saying, "I'm beginning to miss everyone. I could just doze off right here." Homesick. Naruto didn't need to look at Lulu to recognize her voice as she said, "Yeah, I wonder how everyone is doing, or even if they miss me, ya know." Lulu sits on her knees a few feet away from Naruto. "I'm sure they do. Who wouldn't miss a nice loudmouth blonde?" Naruto laughs and says, "Most wouldn't, though. I don't know about me." His eyes slightly dull as the stars shine in them. "Why wouldn't they?" asks Lulu, looking up at the stars. "You're a nice guy after all, a bit troublesome, but nice no less." Lulu looks at the stars and raises an eyebrow as Naruto laughs quietly. "You just reminded me of one of my few friends. He would always say everything was too troublesome. He was a lazy bastard, but he was one of the smartest guys you'd ever meet." Lulu asked, "Were you two close friends?" "Not really. I guess we could be called friends, but more of comrades. We watched each other's backs and made sure everyone stays alive and doesn't get injured," says Naruto, who locks his fingers behind his head. Lulu looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, what kind of life did you have back home?" As the moon reflects in Naruto's eyes, he says, "It was a lot of things: fun, happy, sad, frustrating, and scary, to list a few. The small amount of people I knew made Konoha the best village I could ever ask for. I'd protect Konoha with my life, so long as I have a precious person living there." "What was there to do in Konoha?" Lulu asks, turning back to face the full moon. "There were a lot of things you could do. If you were a ninja, you could do missions, teach at the academy, or be a medic ninja." Naruto grinned as Lulu expressed interest in his village, omitting details about Anbu. After all, he is a leaf ninja. If you aren't a ninja, well, you could always find a fun job. Konoha is the largest hidden village in the elemental countries. After allowing the information to sink in, Lulu asks, "What did you do in Konoha?" Naruto did not answer the question. "I was kind of like Lee. I'd train day and night to grow stronger. I had recently came back from a 3-year training trip with the perverted hermit. Occasionally I would go to Ichiruka's for ramen, which I could really use right now, for lunch, and see if any friends were there. That's pretty much all I did while pulling pranks here and there." "Why do you train so much? You're strong as you are, aren't you?" He wraps his arms around the sky. "No. My dream is to become the Hokage of Konoha, to gain the respect of the villagers and protect those that I hold precious with my life. But to do that I need to be stronger. If I can't rescue my friend, how can I be the Hokage? That's why I train to become stronger, so I can free him." As she looks up at the stars, Lulu says, "You truly are a mystery." "Is that so?" laughs Naruto. "I'd think I'm more of a misunderstood type." "I'd have to know you first to misunderstand you, wouldn't I?" replied Lulu. Naruto laughed slightly and said, "Yay, I guess you're right. If only this place were more like Konoha, I wouldn't have to be concerned about Orochimaru and Akatsuki." Lulu slowly stands up, taking one final look at the moon and stars. "This has been an interesting conversation, Naruto. However, I need to have a small chat with Waka. Get some rest. We have plenty to do in Luca." Naruto lets out a sigh. Yay, I'll get some rest in a bit. Don't keep Waka waiting. I'm sure you'll be more annoying to talk to if you're a bit late." After Naruto responds, "You're right. Have a good night, Naruto." Lulu walks away slowly. "What kind of life did you have, Naruto?" she asks herself as she leaves. "Despite your youth, you talk as though you have the life of a soldier." As Naruto looks off into the stars, his eyes heavy and his world darkens into the depths of sleep, he thinks, "At least some people are interested me in this dimension." Luca by boat. The light from the sun pierced Naruto's closed eyes, causing him to groan. Naruto tossed and turned, the light never leaving his eyes, saying, "Damn sun, go away." After batting at the light, Naruto sighs and slowly sits up, massaging his tired, sore eyes. Naruto sees a tiny, dark blue blanket draped over his legs and torso. "I can't recall ever sleeping, much less having a dark blue blanket. Well, I better go give this to whoever gave it to me," Naruto thought. "While I'm at it, I should thank them." Naruto stands and stretches, clenching his fist. "Oh, much better." "Naruto, Luca is in sight. Come look at it." Yuna waves at him as Naruto turns around. "Okay. I want to see this so-called great Luca." Naruto jogs toward her while holding the blanket. Yuna grabs Naruto's hand and pulls him forward. Yuna continues to pull Naruto along despite his protests that You can get a better view from the front. Naruto looks out at the front of the boat and gasps. Naruto saw a huge, vibrant city that he had never seen before. Most of the buildings were 2 to 3 stories high, the city was surrounded by bright blue ocean water, and the roads were covered in colorful silk to protect them from the sun. However, the large machine-like sphere is what most attracts Naruto's attention, subconsciously holding himself in place with chakra. Naruto hops toward the front tip of the boat. Whoa, I've never seen a town like this, much less a secret village. With a slight smile on his face, Naruto releases his breath and sniffs the ocean water. I wonder if ramen is available here. Waka exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing, knucklehead? We're almost at the dock." "Yeah." Naruto turns to face Waka, who smiles as he uses chakra to enchant his jump and land in front of him. "I need to learn how to do that from him." "Tell the captain to go faster. I want to go explore this place," shouted Naruto. Waka complains about the blonde's zeal. Waka pointed out, Yeah, what's with the blanket?" As he looked at the blanket, Naruto held it out with his fist to chest level and said, "I dunno. I woke up with it. Do you know whose it is? Kinda wanna return it?" He used his free hand to scratch his head and lowered the blanket. "Hermo." Waka thinks as he leans in and rubs his chin. He then gets back up and smiles smugly, saying, "That's Luz. She hates it when people use her stuff. You're in for a tough time, y'all." Nervously, Naruto laughs and says, I'm gonna go return this now." Naruto quickly turns around and runs in the direction of the cabins. As Naruto runs off, Waka chuckles and remarks, "Never a dull moment with that knucklehead." Boat cabin. Lulu. Lulu. Naruto exclaims as he walks down the corridor in frustration, thinking, "Man, I have no idea which room she's in." Halfway through the hallway, Naruto says, "Lulu. Lu." He turns around when he hears a door open and sees Lulu standing in the doorway. Lulu asked in a slightly irate tone, "Why are you yelling my name, Naruto?" Nervously, Naruto rubs the back of his head and says, I didn't know which room you were staying in." After calming down a little, he extends the blanket to Lulu and asks, "Was this your blanket, Lulu?" Lulu nods with the blanket in her hands and says, "Thanks for the blanket last night, kept me warm last night." Naruto smiles at Lulu. "You're welcome. Now was that all you needed? If so, I must finish putting my belongings together." A loud bell sound is heard, and Naruto nods. "Does that mean we are here?" Lulu nods and says, "Now if you please, I must finish. Meet me on the dock." Naruto shrugs and walks off toward the dock, but Lulu closes the door before he can reply. Luca dock. As Lulu walked elegantly down the ramp to the dock, she saw Kimari and Titus gazing out into the ocean while Titus, Waka, and Yuna were chatting. I can appreciate Kimari gazing out to sea, but why is Naruto doing that? Lulu stands between the two groups, drawing their attention as she clears her throat. "Now then, let's head toward the stadium so Waka and Titus may prepare for their championship. I'm gonna go explore this place. I want to see what it's like here." Naruto raises his hand while he says, "Maybe find a place with some ramen too." Lulu responds, "Seeing as how you're not a guardian, you are free to do as you wish. I suppose this is a bit of free time for us anyways," answered Lulu. Yuna's voice said, "I'll show him around so he won't get lost." Lulu nods her head. "I'm afraid that is not allowed. You'll need your guardians with you if you want to roam, Luca. Besides, we need you here to cheer on Waka, and just in case he gets injured again." "Hey, I don't get hurt all the time, ya," Waka says, hanging over in defeat. Naruto laughed and rubbed the back of his head. "That's okay. I'll be looking around to see if I could find something of use for me. I don't think anyone would be able to travel the way I do here anyway." Naruto paces off toward the bustling city with a sheepish smile, saying, "Don't worry about trying to find me, I'll find you." Kimari leaves to go to his own place for whatever he does when he has free time. As Titus flees while yelling disparaging remarks about the Luca goers, Waka follows him. Lulu stands next to Yuna, who sighs. "Out of everyone, he's the least we should worry about," Lulu said. Confused, Yuna asks Lulu, "What do you mean?" Yuna questions Lulu, who smirks softly and says, "Nothing at all." Lulu then leaves for the locker rooms. Luca. Naruto looks out at the cityscape while hopping from building to building. Naruto stands at the edge of a respectable-sized building, towering over the people, and says, "Villagers remind me of the villagers back home minus the hateful stares." Naruto observes kids playing tag while running and remarks, "Seems so peaceful here." Naruto laughs and smiles as he looks up into the blue sky, saying, "There don't seem to be any wars or an evil dictator around here." Naruto wondered if Gamakichi had received his message as he bites his thumb while navigating hand signals. Naruto leaps to the middle of the building and exclaims, "Summoning technique." He lifts his palm off the ground as a massive puff of smoke appears. Gamakichi takes its place as the smoke clears, but he appears to be broken. Gamakichi's face remains passive despite the fact that he has bandages on his head and chest, a small crutch supporting his body, and a broken pipe in his free hand. Naruto half screamed, "What the hell happened to you?" After taking a tiny drag from his broken pipe, Gamakichi says, "Tsunade is what happened to me." "What are you talking about? Why would she just beat the crap out of you like that?" Naruto asks, his expression betraying his bewilderment. Recalling the beating he endured, Gamakichi shudders and says, "Remind me to never lie to the old hag again." You got it. So did you tell them I'm alright and not to worry?" Naruto asks, nodding, still perplexed. "Yay. I told them bro." Tsunade kept going on about how are you feeling and wondering if you're okay. "Shizune hopes you're doing fine. And Jiraiya," he said. Responds Gamakichi, nodding while puffing on his broken pipe. Naruto looks at Gamakichi tapping his foot and raises an eyebrow. "Well, what did he say?" exclaims a blonde in frustration. Gamakichi stays silent once more, saying, "I just told you," he said. "What, did you not hear him?" asks Naruto, gripping his hair in exasperation. The big toad was deadpanned. No, he was unconscious. At the remark, Naruto stumbles and says, "I see." He laughs wearily. Gamakichi fumbled with his pipe in his mouth and reached into his pocket, saying, "Oh, before I forget." After a few seconds, he takes out a small scroll and hands it to Naruto, who reaches out and holds it in his hand while raising an eyebrow. "When Jiraiya regained consciousness, he wanted me to give you this. No, I don't know what it is, don't ask." Raising the scroll, Naruto looks around it with curiosity, saying, "Wonder what's in it." The toad sarcastically says, "Gee, I don't know, why don't we open it to find out, bro?" Naruto sighs heavily and says, "Better not be one of his perverted books." Naruto gives the toad a gentle glare and says, Yeah, wonder what the pervert wanted to give me." Naruto opens the scroll and finds a seal inside. Gamakichi stayed as passive as a toad wearing bandages and using a crutch kit, saying, It's a sealing scroll. Let's find out what he gave me." As he breaks the seal with a few hand sighs, Naruto puts the scroll down. 5 small pieces of paper and another piece of paper with writing on it are placed on top of the scroll. As he reads the writing on the paper, Naruto takes it. "How are things going on your side of the dimension, brat? Because of the trouble you caused me, it's hell over here. I hope everything is going well over there, sincerely." How could you have sneezed right then and there? You brat, sneeze on your own time, not mine. A tiny vein on Naruto's head bursts. The other papers will now be explained. You don't know what they are because, well, you're a moron. These are now papers for elemental detection. This is so easy that even a monkey like you should be able to manage it. You simply pour a tiny bit of your chakra onto a piece of paper. Tiny. Keep that, brat, in mind, or you risk ruining the paperwork and making it ineffective. 5 things will happen. If the paper burns, you have a fire affinity. If it gets wet, you have a water affinity. If it turns to dust, you have an earth affinity. If it rustles, you have a lightning affinity. And if the paper is cut in half, you have a wind affinity. Easy, yes? Alright, go to work. You can't neglect your training just because you're in a different dimension. While reading the scroll, Naruto had unconsciously held an elemental paper in his free hand. Gamakichi breaks his silence to ask, "What did that pervert want?" Naruto asked no one in particular. "He wants me to find out my element. I don't know how this is supposed to help, though. Wonder why he didn't explain it to me." The big toad deadpanned. "Maybe, because you're an idiot and wouldn't understand unless he told you in person." "I'm not an idiot, you zombie toad," says Naruto, leaning forward with a fist in the air and a smug, angry expression on his face. Angrily, Gamakichi presses his forward against Naruto's. "Who you callin' a zombie toad, you blonde dimwit?" Naruto and Gamakichi stare at one another. You mummified toad," they say. Never flinching, Naruto and Gamakichi exchange a quick smile before reclining and laughing together. "Oh, I've missed arguing with you, you oversized toad." Yay, don't get emotional on me now. Hurry up and pour chakra into that paper so I can relay my message to Jiraiya about what happens," replied the toad. Raising the paper to eye level and making a flustered face to pour chakra into it, Naruto nods and closes his eyes. Gamakichi looks up. "I believe it said pour chakra into the paper, not try to take a crap." With a faint flush of anger and smugness, Naruto leaps up and face faults into the ground. The blonde exclaims, "What does it look like I'm doing, you damn toad?" Gamakichi puffs on his shattered pipe. "Looks like you're trying to take a crap to me with that type of face." Hey, my face is a lot better than your ugly face. The arrogant toad smuggled. I'll let you know that all the female toads think I have the best face in the summon world. Now shut up and pour chakra into that paper so I can go. Then shut up and let me do this already. Naruto calms down, focusing on the paper while closing his eyes and maintaining a blank expression. The city of Luca experiences a mild, gentle breeze. People are standing erect, clutching their hats and purchases, and taking in the breeze below as tiny particles of dust and leaves float into the air. Rip. When Naruto opens his eyes, he discovers that the chakra paper has been torn in two. He hears the sound of the paper tearing in half, holding the paper in the air. Naruto smiles and exclaims, "It tore in half. Man, I'm awesome." He then glances at the paper once more and blinks. What does it mean when it tears in half again? With an exasperated sigh, Gamakichi says, "Wind, you idiot, seems like your chakra is wind. I'll let Jiraiya explain it in the next scroll he sends you. I don't feel like explaining affinity to an idiot." Anger screamed, "I'm not an idiot, and mentioned the blonde. "Nice comeback, I'll be on my way now. I can feel my intelligence dwindling away just being near you," smirked Gamakichi. The blonde shot back, "You can't become an idiot just by being near me. You must be an idiot already." Gamakichi grins malevolently and says, "So you are an idiot? Eh?" Blinks Naruto. Gamakichi waves his free hand while holding his broken pipe in his mouth. "Well, I'll be on my way. Summon me later. I'll have the next scroll from Jiraiya if he's not hospitalized." His face is smug. "Sure, will you tell everyone I'm doing well? For me, tell Jiraiya to hurry up and find a way for me to return home. Although I do like this place, Spyra has less conflicts than home, if you don't consider a giant oversized whale destroying everything." Gamakichi leans over and picks up the leftover materials and scroll, nodding. "Well, now that's settled, I'm going to be on my way. My intelligence is already at critical point being near you. I'll take these back to Jiraiya, seeing as how you didn't use them all." Defying the insult, Naruto nods and says, "Tell the pervert to send me a scroll as to why I'm doing this. Seems pointless to figure out what chakra affinity I am." Gamakichi waves at Naruto with his free hand and says, "If you don't know you're an idiot now, then I'll see you later, bro. Summon me again and I'll have the next scroll and message from the old hag and pervert." Lazily waving, "Yay, I'll see y'all later, you oversized toad. Don't get into any more trouble, although I think you learned your lesson." Later, Gamakichi nods, and then he vanishes in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto looks down below and stretches. Now what to do? Complain? Guess I'll go get some food. Naruto laughs and scratches the back of his head. He peeks inside his wallet and takes out a green toad wallet. Naruto puts the wallet back in his pocket and sighs. I wonder if they take the same currency here. He strolls out onto the public while idly hopping down the building's side into a narrow alley. See if anyone here sells ramen. People blink at Naruto's smug smile as he walks down the street. After about an hour, grumble as he drags his body through the crowded streets, Naruto stoops on a nearby bench. Naruto sighs and tilts his head back, saying, "So hungry. Can't find a single place that sells ramen." Grumble, "Wow, you must be starving," a woman's voice laughed. When Naruto sees a white woman with long hair in the front and a short cut in the back, he languidly raises his head. She wore loose green pants, a light brown poncho over her torso, and brown boots over her feet. Her eyes are red, just like Kurenai's. Naruto laughed sheepishly and said, "Ehe, yay, is it that obvious? Of course, with how your stomach is growling, who wouldn't know?" she says, putting a fist on her hip. "Yay, your right name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours?" Naruto asks, laughing uneasily. The woman clarified, "Pain? I take it you have no money to eat?" "Seems like my money doesn't work here, so yay, I have no money," Naruto says with a heavy sigh. "You have a different kind of money?" asks Pain, raising an eyebrow. "Gil is used everywhere on Spyra." Naruto dismissively gestures at Pain with his hand. "I'm not from Spyra." With a blink, Pain says to herself, "That's a good one, haven't heard that one before." Knew she wouldn't believe me. Naruto sighs, standing up in front of the bench and stretching. "So do you live here?" "No," Pain says, giving a slight shake of her head. "I'm here getting supplies for our last field test." Nodding, Naruto responds, "I see, so how come you're talking to a total stranger?" "I was never taught not to talk to strangers," Pain says with a small smirk. With a small chuckle, Naruto says, "Neither was I." "Well, I have some spare time, since I finished getting the supplies early. How about I buy you something to eat?" asked Pain. "Oh, so now buying a stranger food?" teased Naruto, who smirked. "Hey, don't follow me if you don't want any food," Pain says as he turns to leave. Naruto grins and jogs to catch up to Pain, saying, like I'm gonna pass up free food. Tiny food stand. Man, that was great. Didn't know there was anything else halfway compared to ramen. Says Naruto, leaning back on a stool and patting his stomach. Pain is staring at Naruto with chopsticks holding a piece of fish close to her mouth. 7 platisa, and I haven't finished my first yet. Where did it go? Everything just disappeared. Pain puts down the chopsticks and pushes the plate away, no longer feeling hungry. You didn't finish your food, you alright? Naruto asks, turning to face Pain. Pain nods slowly. Perfectly fine, just one of life's greatest mysteries. Pain's hand slowly wobbles toward the small receipt that the local cook has placed on the table. She flips the paper over and picks it up slowly. Pain pulls a sum of gil out of her pocket while she looks at the price. The extra supplies were the reason for this. Nuge is going to kill me. The now full blonde said, thanks for the meal, it was delicious. Why yay, don't mention it. The red-eyed girl stammered a little. Naruto asked, what's your field test about? Regaining her composure, Pain said, nothing too big, I just have to record the Den of Woe simple field test before we start the real deal. Naruto sneezed as the ninja in another dimension sneezed. Seems easy for your final field test. My test before I became a ninja was fighting against one of the strongest in our village, but I totally kicked his ass. Smugly replies Pain. Oh, is that so? You should join the Crimson Squad, then I'm sure you could be of some usefulness. Smiles Naruto, sorry, but I'm already traveling around this place with a group already. I'll have to decline the offer. He says, I suppose that's a good thing. Food expenses would skyrocket if you joined us anyways. The blonde defended herself by saying, hey, I'm still growing, you know I need to eat all I can. With a sigh, Pain says, whatever you say, it's true, I'm growing. I need lots and lots of pho. Naruto pouts, but he stops when he notices Yuna close by in an unfamiliar way. Hey, you alright? Pain asked. Yay, I'm fine, but it's time for me to go. I hope to see you again later. Bye. Naruto nods and leaves without answering Pain. As he chases after Yuna, Naruto detects Kimari, Lulu, and Titus farther away. It must also be a kidnapping if they are pursuing. Naruto leaps onto a nearby building and chases after it from above. I don't know if he's alone or not, but it shouldn't take me long to intercept. That guy's mask is similar to Rain's mask during the Chunin exams, Naruto remarks as he runs on the roof using chakra control. Spotting Yuna being carried unconscious by an odd yellow masked man, they are moving toward the dock. Action must be taken. I don't want to put her in danger of getting hurt. Two Narutos appear as one instantly transforms into a Yuna lookalike as Naruto runs along the wall while forming a cross seal and whispering, shadow clone technique. The Yuna lookalike is caught by Naruto's other clone as she instantly passes out and falls to the ground. He stops running in the other direction while holding her bridal style. Replacement complete. Naruto sighs a little, even though it wasn't the correct word. I just sounded a little like Shikamaru. Naruto sees Yuna and the masked figure dash onto a docked ship as the masked man dashes inside the ship. Naruto jumps off the roof close to it, saying, looks like he wasn't alone after all. Naruto enters the ship and uses his eyes to look everywhere for any movement, saying, doesn't seem to be anyone on watch. You would think that more people would be watching over this boat after I abducted Yuna, but instead I'm called a fool. The ground trembles violently halfway across toward the boat's interior entrance, and Naruto reflexively runs back. The sound of something rising from below reverberates through the air as two large metallic doors open from the deck. What on earth is that? From the inside, Naruto appeared as a massive metallic machine. The machine does not move, and Naruto tiptoes forward, thinking, maybe it's broken. The machine then throws a ball, striking Naruto in the face as he falls back. With a blitzball imprint on his face and an angry smugness, he leaps to his feet. Instantly Naruto exclaims, what the hell was that? Naruto glares at the machine while dodging more blitzballs. Alright, this machine is all I have to deal with because it's not broken. It should be quick and simple. Naruto pulls his daggers into his ready stance. It's unclear how these daggers will fare against his metallic defense. Well, do it now and think about it later. As he avoids the machine's blitzballs, Naruto rushes in its direction. In the meantime, a short distance away, Lulu angrily lectured, what were you thinking? Do you have any idea what danger you put Yuna into? As they hurried to the docks, Titus defended himself by saying, it's not my fault. I turned around for 1 second and she's gone. Kimari ran in front of the two with a somewhat irritated expression on his face. If she gets hurt in any sort of way, I'll make sure you have a slow painful death, Titus lashed out at Lulu. Lulu, Titus, and Kimari halt when they hear Naruto's voice as he lands in front of them holding Yuna. Wait, they exclaim. Yuna! Exclaimed Lulu, and Titus Kimari hurried over to Naruto and embraced Yuna. She's alright, just unconscious, give her some rest and she'll be up and about again, said Naruto. Lulu asked, where did you find her? Naruto gave the response, being carried by some guy with a mask. Lulu responds, he's an Besaid Orox, we're told to forfeit the match since they have Yuna prisoner. Naruto giggles, don't worry, they will be surprised who they really have. What do you mean? Do you know where their base is? Asks Lulu, tilting her head in perplexity. However, they are on a nearby dock, Naruto says, his eyes brushing against each other. Boss is an idiot and didn't pay attention to the dock number, so I don't know. Kimari take Yuna for rest, and Titus get back to the game. Lulu nods after giving an order. Titus rushes back toward the game as Kimari turns around and runs off in search of a safe place for Yuna to rest. Naruto will go toward their base to stop any future threats. Naruto nods his head, sorry, but boss didn't give me much chakra to last long, you'll have to go on your own, but he's already there. What are you talking about? Asks Lulu, tilting her head. Smiling, Naruto exclaims, I'm a clone and my time is up, before vanishing in a cloud of white smoke. Lulu remains stunned for a moment before gathering herself and sprinting in Naruto's direction. Ship Besaid. My daggers can only scratch it, Naruto says, gritting his teeth and returning his blades to their holsters. My chakra-enhanced attacks will have to be used, but I'm not very skilled at that control. With his eyes fixed on the machine in front of him, Naruto maintains a loose stance and a slight hunch. I'll have to watch my footing, don't feel like tripping over one of those, Naruto says, sweeping his gaze across the area as blitzballs fly everywhere. He lifts one fist in front of him and keeps the other close to his side. Naruto immediately starts running in the direction of the machine, dodging blitzballs that are causing the ship's deck to get dented. Naruto lashes out with terrifying chakra-enhanced fists toward the machine's right flank. I can hardly even dent it with my control, damn it. As the machine turns to face Naruto, he dodges back. Shadow clones won't accomplish much in groups, and I'm running out of ideas in any case. What's up with this piece of junk? Subconsciously, Naruto hides behind a small metal pillar and avoids a shower of blitzballs. Daggers won't work. I need to identify a weak spot before using a Rasengan, and my chakra control is too weak for taijutsu. Naruto turns to face the machine and notices a big claw-like device close by. I don't want to waste chakra if I just tear off something useless, he says. What on earth is that? I have no time to think about anything else, I see. The voice spies Lulu jumping on board the ship, and Naruto turns to face her. Naruto. Distract the machine, I have an idea, he says. With a nod and a thumbs up, Naruto says, one distraction coming up, and quickly runs around the pillar while creating a cross seal. Shadow clone technique. Two Narutos taunt the machine, appearing on his left and right, each scattering in a different direction. Lulu locates a sizable crane control panel and starts launching thunderclaps at it, pressing buttons each time. How much power is required for this control? Three Narutos jump alongside one another while nodding their heads in agreement, while the other two Narutos rush into the large machine at the back with their shoulders. One Naruto jumps around it to attract its attention. Sparks ignite as the machine skids across the metal, producing grinding noises. The machine sits directly beneath the big crane and stops a few feet from where it was. As the control panel slowly comes to life, Lulu slams his fist in frustration. Lulu starts working on the controls and first glances at the crane and then the machine. It's working, she exclaims. Keep him on that spot, don't let him move. As the three Narutos encircle the machine, preventing any movement, Naruto nods as the crane descends. Naruto watches as it grabs the top of the machine and slowly, laboriously, raises him up. The machine starts to tremble 20 feet in the air, and as it hits the ground with a loud boom, the top half of the machine tears apart from the lower half. Finish it off, exclaims Lulu. As the middle Naruto extends his right hand to the side, the three of them leap together as the Naruto on the right starts to form a Rasengan. The Naruto on the left vanishes with a tiny pop. The clone vanishes as the Rasengan takes shape as he approaches the machine. Naruto dashes forward, pulling the Rasengan along the ground. Rasengan. He cries as he pulls his right hand back and leaps at the now exposed machine. As the Rasengan collides with metal, shredding the material to pieces, Naruto thrusts his Rasengan forward. Naruto smirks and lets his Rasengan do its job as he applies more force, shredding the oil as it sprays onto the machine. Lulu ducks behind the control panel as Naruto's Rasengan lands on the oil, releasing a spark. A huge explosion instantly throws Naruto back, and he skids across the deck, slamming into a pillar. What the hell? As the explosion from all the oil ignites, Naruto puts his arm over his face. There are big clinks of metallic debris falling into the ocean and ship. With a triumphant stance, Naruto exclaims, "Well, that takes care of that." While cleaning her dress of dust and debris, Lulu says, "Apparently, now for the ones inside the interior." With a dismissive hand gesture, Naruto says, "Don't worry about it, they won't be bothering us, besides they are all knocked out." Lulu asks, "Just how do you know that?" with an eyebrow raise. Naruto stretches his back by clasping his fingers behind his head. "I sent a clone in there and he knocked out all those Al-Bade guys." Naruto whistles a catchy tune, and Lulu blinks. They tread back to the stadium, both pacing off onto the shore. Lulu asked, "So do you learn what your clones do?" With furrowed brows, Naruto says, "I don't think so. Why do you ask?" "Well, you never went inside the ship's interior, correct?" Lulu asks, turning her head forward. Wondering where she's going with this, Naruto nods. "But you know they were all knocked out by your clone and who they were?" Again, Naruto nods. "Yay, so what?" sighs Lulu. "So you never went in there, you knew they were all knocked out and they were Al-Bade, but your clone was inside and not you." Thinking, Naruto puts his hands behind his head. 3, 2, 1. Naruto yells, "What?" while clutching his hair. "You mean to tell me I can learn whatever my clones do? Why didn't both the perverts tell me this? This is important information," Naruto screams. As they make their way back toward the stadium, Lulu loudly sighs and ignores Naruto's digressions regarding his discovery. Konohakagure. Why is there so much paperwork? Tsunade glares at the papers in the hopes that something will ignite. "I complete a pile, and 2 replace it. Village complaints, new missions, more complaints, and..." Tsunade shuffles through the paperwork, pausing as she pulls a particular piece out of the stack. "Jiraiya has submitted a report, right? Perverted bastard. You must be somewhere without any women to spy on." Tsunade reads the report while leaning back and holding the paper in front of her. The movements of Akatsuki have completely ceased. Tsunade's eye twitches a little as she says, "They seem to have disappeared from the world. They always seem to be off the face of the world. Pervert, what else is new?" Tsunade notices a tiny illustration of a chibi Jiraiya perched atop a battered toad near the bottom of the report. "P.S. Naruto has sent me a message as well at this moment. I should be directly outside your window. P.S. Please don't beat me up." Tsunade leans back and places the paper on her desk. "Get in here, Jiraiya, and tell me what Naruto's message states, or we'll have to prepare for a certain ninja's funeral." He jumps in and rubs the back of his neck as Jiraiya opens the window. Jiraiya leans against a wall and crosses both of his arms, saying, "Tsunade, there's no need to get upset." Tsunade rests her elbows on the desk and leans forward, resting her chin on the tips of her fingers. Tsunade narrows her eyes and glares at Jiraiya, promising pain. "I know Akatsuki is always as if they are off the face of the earth, but Naruto, however, is not on this earth, and I want to know how he's doing. Jiraiya, will you tell me what he has sent, or do I have to force it out of you?" As Jiraiya gathers his thoughts, he feels a chill run down his spine. Jiraiya leans off the wall and a thick book slams into the wall where he was leaning. "I'll tell you, as I would rather not have to take another visit to the hospital, even though the nurses there are very good looking." Tsunade was threatened in a non-yelling but extremely menacing voice, "Cut the crap or I'll send you there in a body bag." She's more irate than she usually is. "I promise," as he goes over the hand signals for the summoning technique. Jiraiya muses, "Perhaps it's her time of the month, summoning technique." Gamakichi emerges, looking as healthy as ever and no longer wearing bandages. "Who summoned me? I was fixing to go raid the food storage, this better be good." Tsunade remembers this amphibian, and her eyebrow twitches. Tsunade tightens her fingers and lets out a little pop from her knuckles as she threatens, "I heard you've received word from Naruto. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me about how he is doing? Remember what happened last time you lied to me?" Both Jiraiya and Gamakichi shudder at the pop from her knuckles after being beaten, or, in Jiraiya's case, beaten by her. Gamakichi mentally added, "Yes, I do remember that incident. I'll make sure it never happens again." Tsunade responds, "Good, now would you care to enlighten me on the news from Naruto?" Gamakichi nods and takes a tiny drag from his pipe. "I would be delighted to." With his eyes closed, Jiraiya's eyebrows move a little. "I don't get that kind of respect from bastard. Why am I not respected by anyone? I think I'm a good guy." With a tiny Jiraiya chibi sobbing in his head, he asked himself the question. "Well, to be honest, there isn't really much for me to say. He's doing fine, he's not hurt or anything, speaking for his health. But he does send his regards. He hopes you aren't beating Jiraiya too hard for his mistake in sending him here," says Gamakichi. "My fault?" Jiraiya twitches, gritting his teeth. "Does he believe that I am to blame for sending him there? I was putting on the seals when the brat went to sneeze on me. Damn it. He is solely to blame. In his mind, ravaged Jiraiya. Is there anything else? Tsunade asks, nodding. After taking another slack puff, Gamakichi says, nothing, too much besides Naruto's training. As he takes out the scroll and hands it to Jiraiya, Gamakichi tilts his head slightly in his direction. He has wind affinity since his chakra paper split in half, however he's an idiot, and doesn't know how to use this for his training. Jiraiya accepts the scroll and puts it in a pouch while nodding. Jiraiya takes out another scroll from his back pouch and says, I know that Brat makes a fly look like a genius, so he has an affinity for wind. This will go perfect with his training. Jiraiya sighs as Gamakichi takes the scroll and places it in a safe place. This is the second part for Naruto's training. I had a hunch his affinity was for wind, seeing as I couldn't really teach him any other elemental techniques besides that fire element technique. Makes my job harder, seeing as how I'm not really a wind user. The only one who is in Konoha that I know of is Asuma, and I don't think he wants to give up his secrets so easily. Gamakichi takes a tiny puff from his pipe and nods as he turns back to face Tsunade. Hokage Tsunade. Yes, what is it? Tsunade asks, sitting up in her chair. Gamakichi said in a blank voice, I do have a small observation from when I saw Naruto. Intrigued, Tsunade leans forward. Oh. What is it? Nothing serious, is it? Gamakichi dismissively waves his amphibious hand before continuing. Gamakichi takes a tiny puff. No, this is just my opinion. I think the knucklehead is a bit homesick by looking into those eyes of his. I believe he misses everyone deeply, especially you, Jiraiya, Shizune, Sakura, and Kakashi. If it would be too much to ask if you could have everyone write a letter for him. I believe he doesn't know if everyone truly misses him or something. Never know what that knucklehead is thinking for as long as I've known him. Tsunade smiles and nods. Of course I'll get right on that. I will have a scroll for you next time you come for Naruto with all the people he knows about. I'll force them if I have to. Gamakichi gives a small nod before Jiraiya can respond. Gamakichi vanishes in a cloud of smoke. That would be appreciated. Now I think it's time I took my leave. It was nice seeing you again, Lady Tsunade. And you too, you old perverted bastard. What's wrong about me? Is it so hard to get a decent amount of respect around here? Grumbled Jiraiya. Tsunade deadpanned. The day you give up peeping is the day you earn respect. Jiraiya says, never, I'll never give up peeping, with a slight horrified expression on his face. Tsunade adopts a business posture as she leans forward and rests her chin on her fingers. Any news about the Akatsuki? Jiraiya maintains his composure as he releases. As the report said, they have vanished. I could usually keep a small amount of information on their movements, but now it's gone. I don't know if they've disbanded with Naruto gone or what. They may have heard about Naruto traveling into another dimension and are working toward going after him. Tsunade asked, have you made any progress on bringing Naruto back? Jiraiya shakes his head. I've made some progress. However, the sealing is not complete yet. I still need some time to get all the seals I put on Naruto correct, or who knows what will happen this time. Tsunade gives an understanding nod. Good, but I want you to finish as quickly as possible. I want you to bring him back within a month tops. Jiraiya. Sighing, Jiraiya says, you know you aren't the only one who misses him, Tsunade. I know that, Tsunade says, nodding, but it's too quiet around here without that blonde-haired idiot. Yeah, it's boring without that brat, Jiraiya says to himself, laughing. Don't worry about that, Princess. I'll bring him back as soon as I can. Nodding and grinning a little, Tsunade says, I know you will, Jiraiya. Oroc's locker room, as stated, with their hands clasped together, Waka stands alongside his team. What's our goal? Together, Titus and the team yell. Victory. Waka shouts, I can't hear you guys, y'all. What's our goal? Victory. 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 Together, Waka, Titus, and the Aurochs start to yell, but they are all cut off by a tiny knock. Titus shrugs, while Waka arches an eyebrow at the team. He opens the door and Waka paces toward it. A young adolescent with 3 boxes in front of him said, someone order 3 cheese pizzas? Waka looks at his team as he turns around again. Hey, did someone order pizza? Yay. 3 cheese pizzas? Kippa asks, holding up his hand in the back. Yay, that will be 28 gil please. Squeezing through, Kippa gives the teenager 30 gil. Kippa puts the boxes on the bench, closes the door, and takes the pizza, saying, thanks, really appreciate it. Anyone else want some? Waka points angrily at Kippa while stomping his right foot. You ordered pizza? Right before our game? What's wrong with you? Y'all, you ruined the mood, Kippa, wails Waka in rage. Dado approaches the bench and grabs a pizza. Yay, I'll take one, I was a bit hungry. Jasu and Bada exchange a shrug and say, They both turn back to the bench and lean in to eat a piece of pizza. Titus gives Letty a back pat. Titus hurries over to the bench, saying, "Don't wait too long, else all the pizza will be gone." Letty. He bites into a slice of pizza with each hand at different times. Waka observes as Letty participates before the game. He observes his entire team stuffing their faces with pizza. Waka spins around and leans his head against the wall, slamming it into the wall. How did I get back on this team? With Waka pouting in the corner, the Besaid Aurochs chanted, "Pizza, pizza, pizza," as they stuffed their faces. Blitzball field. Naruto yelled, "Come on, what's taking forever?" loudly. "I want to see this blitzball everyone is talking about. Let's get on with it already." Yuna sits on Naruto's right, and Lulu sits to his left, glaring at him. "Will you keep quiet? You're embarrassing Yuna." Turning to face Yuna, Naruto exclaims, "Eh? Is that true? Am I embarrassing to be around?" Naruto asks, his face slightly pouting. Yuna leans back and waves her hands slightly as she turns to face Naruto. "No, no, of course not, Naruto." Naruto smiles and uses his thumb to strike a nice guy pose with Yuna. Lulu puts a gentle hand to her forehead and shakes her head. "You'll only encourage him, Yuna." With a smug expression, Naruto plumps down in his seat and crosses his arms. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto spots a VIP box while looking around the stadium. When he spots it, he sees a strange-looking man standing tall and erect at the edge. His distinctive light aqua hair with two long pigtails and the dark blue torso robe were all that Naruto could see of him. Who is that guy? Is he even a man? He would definitely get along well with Deidara, whether she is a woman or a man. Naruto grabs Lulu's attention by nudging her. Naruto gestures to the man in question and asks, "Hey, who's that guy up there?" Lulu looks back at the stadium after glancing up in Naruto's direction. That is Maester Seymour Guado. He is the leader of the Guado tribe and a maester of Yevon. Naruto crosses his arms and nods. His name is Seymour Guado. Got it. So what's the Guado tribe and what's Yevon? Lulu shrugs her shoulders and sighs. The Guado are a race of demi-humans who live in Guado. Solemn Yevon is our teaching for us to atone for our sins of the past. We use Yevon's teachings, so that maybe one day, we will have atoned for our sins and sin would vanish from Spira. Nods, I see. So the Guado are a race of weird-looking people and Yevon is some religion thing. Got it. Lulu sighs and shakes her head. Quiet down, the match is starting. It's about time. Naruto smiles and leans forward, his hands gripping the seat like a kid at a circus. As the stadium's massive metallic objects start to spin in a perfect sphere, Naruto looks on in wonder. The sphere starts to fill as their speed increases, causing water to burst from four large reserves. Whoa, that's awesome. Naruto observes as the teams enter the water sphere by swimming. The obvious is pointed out by Naruto. Hey, there goes Waka and Titus. Yup. Should we cheer them on? Yuna nods. Naruto's expression is slightly shocked as he looks at Yuna as the other crowds cheer. Naruto rises to his feet and exclaims, "Should we? Of course we should. Waka, Titus, kick their sorry asses." Naruto leans in to whisper softly to Yuna. Blinking, "So who are they playing against again?" With a quiet laugh, Yuna says, "They're playing against the Luca goers." Thanks. Naruto nods and smiles broadly. He then gets back up, covering his mouth with his right hand while pumping his left fist into the air. Hey, kick those sorry Luca goers' asses and show them who's boss. Waka and Titus turn to face Naruto, grinning and giving him the two thumbs up. Naruto notices Yuna and Lulu sitting. When he glances to his left and right, turning to the right, Naruto takes Yuna's hand and pulls her up, causing her to yell as she leaps. Hey, why are you sitting down? You should be standing cheering for those two goofballs. Uncertain of what to do, Yuna looks around. When Naruto sees Yuna's situation, he laughs to himself. Like this. Naruto shouts, taking a deep breath and covering the sides of his mouth with both hands. Go Waka, go Titus. Yuna blinks repeatedly, staring at her hands. After that, she puts them close to her mouth. Like this. Naruto smiles broadly as he nods. Naruto turns around and imitates Yuna, saying, Yeah, now just shout. Go Waka, go Titus. She raises her voice a little and Yuna inhales deeply for her. Yuna exclaims, Go Waka, go Titus, with a little laugh. Naruto lets out a loud laugh like Lee. Naruto agrees, giving her a thumbs up. That was good for a first try, but you need to work on being a bit louder. Yuna returns to applauding Titus and Waka with a nod. Naruto reaches for Lulu and turns to his left. Lulu was threatened, saying, Touch me with that hand and I'll break it. Holding it with his other hand hunched slightly in terror, Naruto remembers his hand back. Why yes ma'am. After a few minutes, hunger makes Naruto rub his stomach. Hey, I'm going to go down and see if I can get a snack to eat. I'm getting hungry from all this shouting. Yuna is too busy yelling to hear Naruto, so Lulu simply nods her head. Squeezing through the crowds to the stairs, Naruto shrugs as he descends the stairs. Naruto palms his face. Naruto sighs as he descends the stairs. I forgot to ask if they wanted something. Naruto observes that the area is essentially deserted as he strolls around it. I assume that everyone is up and watching the game. Then I'll have more food. Smug, Naruto's expression changes to one of curiosity when he sees a tall man pacing a few feet away and leaning against the wall. He is wearing a big red trench coat with dark blue stripes running down the middle. His coat is open at his chest and below the waist because it is only tied at the waist. He is wearing dark blue gloves, loose pants, and a shirt that match, and his left arm is kept inside his coat as well as boots. Oddly, a pale white, almost gray cloth with brown straps for design covers his mouth and covers his neck. Naruto observes that his eyes are downcast and have dark black tints. Those coat and glasses make me think of Shino. The man raises his voice in a low tone as Naruto passes right in front of him. This is not your story, leave. When Naruto realizes the man is still leaning against the wall, he turns to face him. What the hell are you talking about, old man? The man, still standing passively against the wall, said, you should leave this place right away. You do not belong here. This is not your world. Naruto clenches his jaw. Why should I listen to an old fart like you? I don't have to listen to an old bastard like you. The man pushes himself off the wall, laughing to himself without responding. He turns and moves toward a flight of stairs nearby. Naruto complains. Naruto stomps back toward his set of stairs, his appetite gone, saying, bastard old man telling me what to do. Why should I listen to him, grumpy old fart? At the end of the game, Naruto complains to himself while seated in his chair. What in the world was that about? He had to go ruin my appetite while I was taking care of myself. With the score at 2-2 and only 30 seconds remaining in the game, Naruto glances at the scoreboard. Naruto watches the game while the commentator yells that Waka is launching a full-scale attack. I have no idea what he's talking about, but if it has to do with Waka, it must be good. Naruto looks up and turns to his right. In his line of sight, he spots a man named Seymour standing close to the edge. Why does that guy give me the creeps? In an instant, a second man approaches him swiftly and whispers in his ear. Although Naruto cannot see Seymour's face, he can discern a nod. With 15 seconds remaining, Naruto turns his attention back to the game and cheers for Waka and Titus, saying, I should keep an eye on him if we meet up later. Match in Blitzball. As he catches the Blitzball swimming toward the opposing team's goal, Bada throws it in Letty's direction. Letty quickly throws the Blitzball forward toward Titus as Abus rushes toward her. Letty throws the ball while gritting his teeth in frustration, and Abus kick tackles him. As Titus swiftly sidesteps Balgerda's tackle attempt, he catches the Blitzball in one hand. She's quite adorable. Time slows down as Titus swims forward, ready for a shot, but he notices the chanting around him. Too bad she's on the other team. Waka. 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 With 8 seconds remaining, Titus looks around as the clock slowly ticks away. Titus gives Waka a small smile as he tosses the ball in front of him, preparing him for a volley. Waka, this is your game. End on a high note. Waka sees the volley set up, but Bixen on his left shoulder tackles him. Waka grits his teeth and moans in agony. He gave me a chance to try. You can't disappoint him. Bixen floats to his side, moaning in pain. Bubbles that are coming out of his mouth, and Waka gives him an elbow. Waka gets into position, ignoring the pain from all the hits he has received. Breathing heavily from the pain, Waka gives the ball a sidekick with all his strength. The Blitzball curves toward the goalie Roddy of the Luca Goers on his right. With 4 seconds remaining in the game, reaching out to catch the Blitzball, Roddy floats toward his right. The Blitzball changes direction toward the right side of the goal like a petal blown in the wind, bending in a loop in the water. With 3 seconds remaining in the game and a third left of the goal, Roddy panics with 2 seconds remaining in the game and swims quickly in the opposite direction, diving as far as the water will allow him to reach the ball. Press Roddy taps the Blitzball with the tips of his fingers as it spirals into the goal's corner with 1 second remaining. Buzz. The same thoughts are running through the minds of Waka, Titus, and the Aurochs as they gaze at the goal. Did he arrive on schedule? In the meantime, the audience. Naruto grips the rail as he leans forward before the time ran out. I knew it had arrived. Lulu closes her eyes and waits calmly in her chair. Yuna leans forward just a little bit. Come on, hurry up. Boom. Naruto's stance is a mess with a "eep" from the reserved girl. Naruto grabs Yuna by the shoulders and exclaims, Whoa, what's going on? Lulu holds herself in place by grabbing onto her seat. Naruto, do you sense anything? As he quickly looks around the stadium and sky, Naruto assists Yuna in regaining her stance. Fiends swarm in from all sides, and Naruto's eyes gleam. Naruto shook in exasperation, saying, "Shit! How did I not sense all these fiends? There is so many, I should have sensed them, damn it." Panicked, Yuna looks around. "Wah, what do we do, Lulu?" the frightened girl asked. A few exits with few friends are visible to Lulu. "We should make sure everyone reaches safety and exit the stadium. We don't need anyone being killed." In front of him, Naruto forms a familiar cross seal and nods as about 100 Narutos appear. Naruto exclaims, "Make sure everyone gets out safe, got it?" Multiple shadow clone technique. "You know what to do." All of the shadow clones nod. "Yeah." Except for the original Naruto. The other half fend off fiends while the other half lead people to safety. As all of the Narutos leap around in a flurry to ensure that everyone reaches safety and fights off fiends, Lulu and Yuna look on in some sort of amazement. Blinking, Yuna looks around and asks, "Where did they all come from? Are they all real?" In her daze, Yuna keeps asking herself questions. Lulu smiles a little and shakes her head. "You're full of surprises, Naruto." Naruto looks up, blushing a little, and scratches the side of his face. Naruto looks to the side and sees the red-cloaked man standing there observing the scene. I suppose I am. Lulu, I'm going to stay here and fight off some of these fiends, and try to find out how they all got in here." Lulu responds, "Very well, Yuna, and I shall meet up with Titus and Waka after you are done. Rendezvous with us afterwards, is that understood?" "You got it." Naruto nods. He turns to jump, but when he hears Yuna, he loses his balance. Yuna was worried and said, "Good luck, Naruto, don't get hurt." Naruto gives her a thumbs up and smiles a little as Lulu and Yuna dash toward the arena entrance. Naruto jumps toward the man in red and exclaims, "I'll be fine." Naruto. As Naruto lands in a crouch position, his eyebrow twitches. "Why are there so many fiends? I kill them and they keep coming back," Naruto exclaims, leaping off and slashing a flying fiend as he approaches the man in the red cloak. As he gets closer to the man, Naruto cuts through another. "But these fiends, they're so weak. I've been informed that there are no fiends inside this location. From where did they originate?" The man keeps looking out toward the arena as Naruto lands beside him. Naruto starts to say something, but as he sees the cloaked figure turning toward him, a huge shadow engulfs him as they combine to form a massive sword in his hand. Naruto observes fireflies floating together. "What the?" Naruto turns around and sees a big drake staring down at him with a loud roar. Naruto leans back and exclaims, "Holy shit." As the drake's foot stomps where he was leaving a big crater, Naruto points out, "What's with the overgrown lizard?" The man pulled his arm out of his cloak and said, "Leave him to me, your daggers would do nothing to his armor." As he prepares for a hand combat stance, Naruto grins a little. "Daggers aren't the only thing I can fight with. Don't go breaking any old bones, old man. I still need to kick your ass for earlier." The man emits a little HMPH as he prepared his sword on his shoulder. The man said, "Orin." Naruto's fists get tighter. "Naruto Uzumaki." The drake roars loudly, and Orin and Naruto jump toward it. When flames start to shoot from his mouth, the big drake pulls its head back. The floor and rails are black with ash, and Naruto and Orin both jump to his sides to avoid the lizard's enormous fire breath. Why is the fire breath happening? Fire breath and giant lizards don't mix. It reminds me of a cheap film about a huge fire-breathing lizard. To render the drake immobile, Naruto lunges forward and aims terrifying chakra and chance punches at his legs. Small pools of blood emerge as Orin lunges in and slashes at the drake's neck, leaving a large gash. The drake swings its tail at Orin, letting out a painful screech. Orin leaps back out of the drake's reach and ducks under its tail. Naruto looks at his knuckles and jumps back. His skin is as hard as a rock. "Damn it." Naruto looks over as the drake turns to face Orin, revealing to him his neck wound. "Hey, how could that old fart cut him so easily?" Naruto casts a sidelong glance. "If I can't pierce the skin of this lizard, I really need to practice my chakra control attacks." Orin is seen by Naruto reaching for a big sake jug that is fastened to his waist. He intends to have a drink during our altercation. Why is he acting this way? Orin puts his sake back around his waist and takes a sip. Orin jumps off above the drake and swings his sword in front of him toward the ground, saying, "Enough." Naruto sees the drake swoop down on Orin with one of his front legs. Naruto screams, "Damn it," and jumps over the fiend. Naruto extends his right leg and front flips the drake over as Naruto's heel strikes the back of the drake's skull. He swiftly descends. Naruto presses off the ground away from the drake, and the drake's leg immediately retraces to hold its ground. Naruto spins around to see Orin drive his sword through the drake's spine. The Fiend slowly lets out a low growl before lying still on the ground, and the force of the impact creates a tiny crater beneath it as the Fiend vanishes into pyre flies. Orin jumps off and lands a short distance from Naruto. Naruto smiles a little. "You're pretty good, old man." Naruto couldn't tell, but he made fun of Orin by saying, "HMPH, age doesn't define skill." Naruto smiles and lifts his head toward the blue sky. Nodding, Naruto's smile dims a little as he remembers Sarutobi and his passing. "Yeah, I'll have to agree with you there, old man. Hokage was ancient, but he was the strongest person I've ever met in my life." As he turned to pace toward the rest of Naruto's group, Orin said, "HMPH, no time to recall the past, we must assist Yuna and the others." Naruto slightly clenches his teeth as Naruto rushes to catch up to Orin. He exclaims, "I know that. How do you know about Yuna and the others?" "Yuna, Waka, Titus, and Lulu." While slicing through a dingo, Titus exclaims, "What's with all these fiends?" The irate dirty blonde protests, "We didn't even get to see if we won or tied." Waka jumps to his feet and grabs his blitzball. Hey, I'm angry just like you. Y'all, we got other problems to worry about." Titus yells, "Gah," as he stomps through feeble dingoes. Titus. Waka. As they both turn toward the source, Titus jumps back close to Waka. Fiends encircle them as Lulu and Yuna jog toward them in a small circle. As she looks at the fiends, Lulu says, "We came to offer some assistance." Waka gives a smug glance. In return, Waka turns his head back toward his side of the defense and asks, "Is that so? Seems to me you brought us more company." Lulu lectures, "This is no time for jokes, Waka. Hey, we got better things to fight against than ourselves. These guys ruined the game. They aren't getting off easy. Eyes the evil spirits." Yuna asks, "There are so many of them, should I summon?" "No, there are still innocent civilians here. They could be accidentally pulled in the crossfire," denied Lulu. "This doesn't look good. Y'all, I can't handle all the air fiends. Titus is low on stamina from the game. Same as I. And both of you are exhausted from the fiends on your way here," says Waka. A dingo charged, and Titus slashes at it, kicking the corpse away before it disappears. "So what? We'll show them not to mess with us." A flying fiend is subjected to a thunder spell by Lulu. "For once, I agree. That's really touching, but in case you forgot, we're a bit surrounded right now. Yeah," Waka laughs. "Brace yourself." Yuna interrupts as all the fiends rush in. Waka uses his fist against those in close proximity and grunts as he hurls his blitzball with all of his strength, volleying off of fiends into their neighbors while Lulu and Yuna are both casting spells against the fiends or regaining their strength. Titus slashes at fiends that are closing in on them. A dingo claws at Waka's back, causing him to grunt in agony. Waka yells, "You want some of this too?" as he turns around and slams his fist beneath the dingo's jaw, shattering it. Yuna turns away from the fiends and prays for Waka to recover while gaping at her. When Lulu sees two dingoes lunging at Yuna, she starts to pant. "Yuna," she exclaims, clenching her jaw and casting a spell of fire. "I can only remove one. Darn it." With a loud yelp, Lulu's fire spell erupts onto one of the dingoes, causing its body to burn to ash. A foot and a half away, Yuna turns to see a dingo's claw extend out. She closes her eyes and tenses her muscles, and her eyes enlarge. "Is it impossible for me to follow in my father's footsteps?" As she waits for the inevitable, Yuna's hold on her staff gets tighter. Rasengan. A huge gust of wind howls through the stadium, causing a loud yelp when Yuna sees a big orange blob with bright yellow on top in front of her. She opens one eye. Naruto worries, "Sorry I'm late, everyone alright?" he says. The belated blonde lashes out at Titus, saying, "Hey, we really could have used your help earlier, you know, instead." Naruto gives a shy smile. "Don't worry, leave everything to me." In the meantime, somewhere else in the stadium, the man with the long blue hair says, "It's time." With his hands, the blue-haired man prayed as the sky changed to deathly hues. Dark purple and black wrought the sky while red blood replays the clear blue sky. At the same moment as Naruto and other characters, Naruto gazes up at the heavens. "What's happening? Why am I experiencing so much sadness, regret, and sadness?" As a big chain with a hook at the end falls from the death-filled sky, Yuna turns to face the source. "It's a summon," Yuna claims. The chain stops, then rises, and everyone turns toward the source. The pathetic summon causes Naruto's eyes to widen. "Pain, so much pain, I can sense the sorrow and pain. Why is it hurting so much?" As the pathetic summon is revealed with a somber screech, he mentally questions Naruto. A huge pulse pierces Naruto's body, causing him to beat everything around him slows to a crawl, and he starts to breathe heavily. His ears fill with crowded voices as the pulse begins to beat once more. Naruto glances down slowly, his daggers pulsing once more as his vision becomes blurry. What is happening? Ba dump. As the pulse begins to beat again, Naruto slowly reaches for his daggers, unable to think clearly. Ba dump. He quickly throws his head back as strange memories flood his mind, and his fingers slowly wind around the hilts. Invading recollections, Naruto shakes his head and opens his eyes. What happened? As the flames burst around him, Naruto slowly sits up. The silence was filled with screams. When Naruto looks down, he sees that he is standing on a stone path. As he looks to the east, west, and south, he sees odd buildings burning and people running through him. Can't they see me? What on earth am I doing? A huge dragon is soaring through the air as fire blasts rain down on the village, and Naruto is staring straight into the sky. What the hell is that? What the hell is going on? Damn it. Naruto looks to the north and sees the dragon screeching to a stop. Naruto looks north and notices a big castle with a man-made sword extending to the sky. However, the castle's enormous angel-featured wings are its most unusual feature. Those wings are moving. Are they for real? Naruto is in a plaza with no people and everyone is sound silenced as he paces toward the castle. The of pure heart. In a panic, Naruto searches everywhere for the angelic voice's origin. Where are you? One of pure heart. Who are you? Where am I? Yells Naruto, searching around wildly. I've been waiting for you, one of pure heart. From the empty plaza, Naruto yells, waiting for me? What do you mean waiting for me? What's going on? One of pure heart, tell me, what do you seek? Naruto lifts his hands to his chest, palms facing slightly out. What do I seek? I want to leave and be back with my friends. They're in trouble, I need to help them. One whose heart is pure, protecting those close to thy heart is what you seek. Naruto slowly brings his hands down to his thighs, gaping a little. Yes, I want to save them. They're in trouble, they'll be hurt if I don't get back there. You have the heart of a protector, and light radiates from you. Your heart is pure, and it seeks to protect the innocent. What are you discussing? Does Naruto think that the voice is harmless? You want to keep the innocent and those you care about safe, don't you, Uzumaki Naruto? How are you aware of my name? Uzumaki, I've been by your side ever since you arrived. I've witnessed the desire of your heart defending the people you care about, desiring love and respect. You've accompanied me. What are you discussing? What if I want to keep my loved ones safe? Do you have an issue with that? At the final question, Naruto yells. You and I have fought as one. I don't want to change your heart. I just talk about what's inside of it. What exactly do you want, then? I want to fight alongside you to defeat those with evil intentions, enemies who would hurt the weak and the defenseless. Would you, Naruto Uzumaki, draw your sword and battle the dark? To defend the weak and the innocent, would you defend yourself, Uzumaki Naruto? I'll always protect those who are innocent and weak. Orochimaru, the Akatsuki, I'll fight them all with my strength. I'll never allow them to harm another of my precious people. I've sworn to protect them all from harm and rescue my brother, Naruto exclaims, taking a deep breath. His fists tighten as they shake with force. Take your sword, save this helpless Eidolon, save this Eon from the depths of grief and despair. Save my ally from the depths of suffering. This sword will be blessed by an angel to vanquish those who seek harm, judge those who would stand in the way of righteousness, and deliver Alexander's judgment. In the meantime, Lulu, what kind of Eon is this? Despair, sorrow, and agony have waved over the air. Lulu looks at the Eon, which has a deathly reek, two large blue plant walls covering the sides, two arms cross-chained in front of its chest, two human arms holding a chain around its neck with an image attached, and a bandaged right side of its face with blood dripping from the eye spot. Observing that Yuna's breathing has become labored, Lulu turns to face her. Yuna, are you okay? Lulu puts her hands on her shoulders and expresses concern. Yuna nods slowly while staring at the terrifying Eon, and Titus and Waka continue to stare at it with little improvement. That's Maester Seymour's Eon? Waka doesn't believe it. Lulu turns to face Naruto, but she quickly covers her eyes to avoid being blinded by the intense white light. Naruto? Titus, Waka, and Yuna turn their heads away, shielding themselves from the view. What's happening? Titus shouts. Naruto, where is that light coming from? That knucklehead, what are you doing? Waka is worried. This light feels really warm, Yuna says to herself. As the dazzling white light gradually fades, Lulu asks, what is he pulling off now? Lulu's eyes widen as her mouth opens slightly, which appears wide to her, and she blinks to adjust to the light as she looks at Naruto. What happened to you, and Naruto? Blitzball field. Looking away, Titus, Waka, and Yuna protect themselves from the light that is being emitted. The bewildered blonde exclaims, "What's going on? Where's that light coming from?" Waka asks, a little uneasy, "Is that light coming from, Naruto? What's that knucklehead doing?" "This light is warm to me," Yuna says as she slowly opens her eyes and removes her hand from them to adjust to the light. Lulu covers her eyes with her arm as the bright white light gradually fades. Now, what is Naruto doing? Her eyes blink to acclimate to the normal light, and she gives a slight shake of her head when she can see again. She moves from where Naruto was to the source. Her mouth opens slightly and her eyes widen as she looks at him. Since Lulu never gasps, it would be a huge gasp to her. "Naruto? Is that you?" Naruto's head is lowered as his feet slowly fall to the ground as the light disappears. Lulu watches as Naruto absorbs his sudden, inexplicable transformation. Even though his hair is grown close to his shoulders, it still has a shaggy, untidy appearance. His favorite color, orange, has drastically changed in his attire. Naruto now sports white socks, black sandals, and loose-fitting black pants. His loose-fitting trousers were knotted in a martial art fashion at the waist with a white sash. Naruto wears a long black coat that falls behind his knees and covers his torso. The arm lengths of his cloak extend to his wrists. Two feathered wings with a pure white design on his shoulder blades are featured on the back of his coat. As though reaching for an invisible object, Naruto slowly lifts his right hand in front of him at an even level. Naruto is surrounded by a sharp spiral of air. White feathers scatter into the wind as a bright light flashes in front of him at his hand as the feathers float into the sky due to the sudden breeze. Lulu's eyes watch. She turns to face Naruto again and sees a long object in his hand. From his hand, a double-edged sword gleams. Both blades have a silver border around them and are a light aqua color. The width of each blade is almost 6 inches. A pool of white feathers at the base of the blades joins them to the central shaft. The shaft has aqua tiny flame-like patterns that extend toward both blades and is white in color, giving the impression that water is passing through the hue. Naruto slowly lifts his head, revealing himself to her as his hair falls to the side of his face. Even though his eyes are the same shade of ocean blue, Lulu notices something strange when she looks more closely. She can hardly see the tiny white flame in his eyes. "Naruto, what happened to you?" For a moment, their eyes meet, her ruby red eyes and his ocean blue, white flamed eyes. She feels uneasy because it seems like he's evaluating you and looking right through you. His body slowly rotates in his direction as he turns his head. His eyes narrow as he looks inside the stadium at the massive Eon. Naruto's voice echoes as if it were an angel repeating every word the blonde has said. "Pitiful Eon who reeks of death, whose soul is torn and tormented, you seek to protect, yet you are full of scorn. Return to your pits of hell, heal your heartfelt wounds, revel your tormented soul within your heart. Pray we never cross in such a state." Yuna looks at Naruto with a mixture of wonder and terror. Whatever became of Naruto? His voice, is that his voice at all? She holds her hand close to her chest in anticipation but caution as she looks at Naruto in a daze. Titus raises an eyebrow in Naruto's direction. "What's wrong with him? He's completely different now," Titus asked, looking around to make sure this person was indeed Naruto. Waka approaches Naruto with a few steps, uncertain of what to do. Rated Waka exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing, knucklehead? Did you loose a screw or something? Yeah? Should he take action or wait to find out what happened?" Oren does nothing but observe the scene as it develops. His eyes are obscured by his dark glasses, making it impossible to see what they are saying. Lulu advances in Naruto's direction. She notices, "Naruto?" and takes another step closer, her hands by her sides, ready to react at any moment. She was a few steps away from the blonde, concerned and suspicious. Lulu asked, "Is that you?" As he lowers his right hand at a slight angle at his waist, Naruto ignores her. As though getting ready for a spell based on Lulu's experience, his left hand crosses his right shoulder behind his head. Naruto swipes his left hand down at an angle to his side and says, "Guide this Eon back to her underworld. Show mercy to this raveled soul. Dismiss." As everyone's eyes focus on the weapon, his right hand throws his double-edged weapon into the air. The weapon emits light that blinds everyone in the stadium. Waka grits his teeth in rage and covers his eyes. The man with the orange hair demands, "Enough with the light." "Yeah, for once." Titus agrees with the orange-haired gorilla as he calls, nodding his head while covering his eyes. As Naruto catches his weapon in his right hand in midair, their vision immediately returns. Naruto swiftly takes his weapon firmly in his right hand and spirals it around his fingers, saying, "Eternal damned souls who walk this world. Thou soul is full of revenge and hate, may you find peace." Angel blessing behind his back over his right shoulder. He gestured with his arm. 4 fingers of his left hand were resting against his forehead when he thrusts his left hand forward. 4 green orbs jolt off into the sky and spiral down his body. He utters a single word as the orbs rise into the sky: "Judgment." Since Naruto is the one closest to the stadium, every living thing there instantly floats into the air above him. The people lifted into the air let out screams of shock and terror. The civilians are struggling to get out of the spot they have taken in the sky. Yuna looks around while holding her left hand close to the elbow of her right arm and her right hand close to her chin. Yuna screams in panic. What's going on? What's Naruto doing? It feels like swimming in the Blitzball stadium, and Titus looks down. He glances around at everyone in the group he has been traveling with. What the hell is going on? How the hell am I supposed to know? Yeah. Why do you ask Naruto? He's the one who's doing all of this. Waka asks, turning to face Titus. Then turns to face Yuna. He asks in a less combative tone. You alright, Yuna? The female in question merely nods at him as he grasps his head on both sides. When this is all done, I'm going to beat the hell out of that knucklehead, yeah. Lulu glances down quickly and presses the lower portion of her dress over her legs. Despite her pride and dignity as a woman, she may wear somewhat skimpy clothing. If anyone got a little peek because of this, she would be damned. She looks up at the sky and relaxes a little when she realizes there is no one below her. She has never been so successful. If gravity hasn't caused them to descend yet, they must be safe. From the corner of Lulu's eye, she sees a sizable flock of birds taking off from Mount Gagazed. She gives it her undivided attention and turns to see a big gray patch. She gestures toward the mountain as everyone heads in that direction. Over there, what is that? She asks. Oren notices that everyone is facing away from him and turns his head to face Mount Gagazed, reaching to scratch the lower portion of his left cheek. He lets out a deep laugh. Appears we have another summoner on our hands. Unexpected. The summoner and the guardian group immediately turn their heads in response to his voice. Who wouldn't be shocked if someone traveling with a summoner also happened to be a summoner? After all, surely it couldn't be true? Before you can even try to get one, you have to undergo training. Waka notices the man and his eyes widen. He gestures toward the red-clad man. Waka exclaims in shock. Are you Sir Oren? You don't see a legendary guardian very often, do you? At the deep growl of the man in red, Titus's eyes narrow dangerously. Titus angrily exclaimed, Oren, what the hell are you doing here? However, Lulu appears to be unaffected by his identity. Rather, she doesn't seem to care who he is right now. She decides to ask him to give an explanation with a tone of surprise. Lulu asked, Sir Oren? You mean to tell me Naruto is a summoner as well? As though in prayer. Yuna stays close by, listening intently while keeping her fingers pressed together on her chest. The itch seems to have disappeared, and Oren drops his hand. He stays passive while nudges his head in the direction of the mountain. As the group looks back at Mount Gagazed, he gestures toward the mountain and says, see for yourself. The big gray blob looks to be close to the mountain's summit. As she turns her head back toward it, nobody can tell exactly what the object in question is because of the distance, depending only on Oren's claim that it was an eon. Numerous pairs of eyes gaze at the gray blob. Some are passive, others are curious, some are afraid, and one pair of eyes is looking with desire. Bright lights shoot into the sky at various angles as they stare at the gray blob. A mixture of white and various colored lights vanishes into the sky. Following the lights as they vanish into the sky, they gaze up at the sky. The gray blob has disappeared. When you look back down at the mountain. What the hell? The group's blonde exclaims. With the shaft in both hands next to him, Naruto positions Angel Blessing vertically in front of him. Naruto lowers his weapon and says, leave the world of living. You do not belong here. Find peace. It's raining in the stadium and a flurry of lights is shooting down. As he lowers his weapon, the impact of the stadium's lights causes light to burst forth from a safe distance in the sky. Lulu and the others no longer need to shield their eyes. They watch in wonder as the explosion is surrounded by a ring of white light that resembles a huge mushroom. Everyone falls to the ground as the big mushroom of light gradually disappears. Since there is no firm ground in the sky, everyone slowly lands on their feet and stops themselves from falling. Since the stadium seems to be in perfect condition and there are no signs of any fiends nearby, everyone is staring in different directions. Naruto's black coat ripples slightly in the air as he falls to the ground. They scatter into the air once more, and his double-edged sword vanishes in a whirl of feathers as Naruto keeps lowering himself until his right knee is on the ground in a crouch. His left foot makes contact with the ground. Lulu approaches Naruto slowly and asks, Naruto, is that you? Naruto doesn't move. She looks at him and stops 9 feet away. Naruto? Naruto grabs a lock of hair and reaches for his head. Man, that's one mother of a headache. Everyone looks at Naruto blankly, thinking, that's him all right. Naruto? Lulu asks. Placing her right hand on her hip and tilting her head to the side, she keeps her eyes on the blonde while he holds his head. He was grumbling something or other. Naruto holds his head as he slowly stands up. He winces and closes his eyes in agony from his migraine. Yay. What is it? Gah. He lets out, what the hell hit me? Lulu advances toward him a few paces. She gives him a slightly worried look. She leans forward a little and presses her hand to his forehead, asking, "Are you alright?" Feeling her hand on his head, Naruto blinks a little as she straightens herself up. She takes her hand away and says, "You're a bit warm, perhaps you should rest. Later, I will ask him some questions." Naruto looks at Lulu and lets his head drop. His left eye is slightly lowered from the pain. "Thanks. I'll get some rest later. Right now, is everyone alright? I don't remember much. Everything is a bit of a cloudy haze." As the other members start to move toward them, Lulu turns around and nods, saying, "Everyone is alright. You appear to be the most in pain. I do think your pain will only get worse. I'm positive everyone will begin to question everything that happened. Appears it was sooner than I thought." Naruto sees them encroaching on him and glances over her shoulder. He gives a little sigh. "Great, I'm going to have to explain myself even though I have no idea what happened. Why'd I always end up in these situations?" He asks himself as they stand a few feet apart, his pain gradually fading. Waka raises an eyebrow and crosses his arms in front of his chest as he waits for a response. Waka taps a finger against his other arm and asks, "Hey, is that you, knucklehead? What was that all about, yaw?" Titus gestures to Naruto. He films his arms at his waist in a nearly 90-degree rage. "Yay. What the hell was that?" he exclaims. "That was pretty awesome." Yuna's hands are lightly clasped together close to her lower abdomen as she nods her head. "Yes. What was that display, and why do you look different?" Naruto's face shows a hint of pain as he surveys the group. Even so, his migraine is fading away every second. He gestures to them with one finger, saying, "Okay. First." He smiles and raises a second, saying, "I have no idea what y'all are talking about." He raises a third and arches an eyebrow, saying, "Two. I know I'm awesome. What are you talking about? Why'd I look different?" Yuna points at him while cocking her head slightly to the side. She looks at him bewilderedly and gestures with her hand back close to her side, saying, "Your hair and outfit have changed." Is he unaware that his appearance has changed? He blinks at her as though she's grown a second head and pulls his hand back. He gasps as he tugs on the front of his coat with both hands while glancing down at himself. What the hell? They all stare at him, thinking he's the most bizarre thing ever. He recalls Yuna mentioning his hair as well, and he runs a hand through it, feeling the length increase. "What happened to all my orange?" he asks. "What the hell?" As though fanning a stench away, Waka waves his hand side to side in front of his face. "I think you look better in this get-up. Ya, orange is a good color, don't get me wrong, but you had way too much of it." "Yay. This outfit is totally awesome, man. Much better than all the orange you had." Yuna nods in agreement with Titus, who nods in agreement with Naruto. Naruto lets out a little sigh and runs his hand through his hair once more. "Excellent. Simply amazing. What's going on with me now? Can't I take a week or two off from surprises?" The teenager with the sun-kissed hair complained. He tilts his head to the side and lifts his hand just enough to touch his head. While it is still in his hair, he raises an eyebrow in Lulu's direction. "Mind explaining exactly what happened?" "Very well. Before I begin, however, what exactly do you remember?" says Lulu, nodding her head. He shuts his eyes in contemplation and scratches the top of his head. "Well, I don't really remember much, just the fight Orin and I had, as well as when I arrived and used the Rasengan on some fiend before it hit Yuna." As Naruto listens to Lulu recount the specifics of everything he can't recall, he puts both of his arms close to his side and says, "Good, because that is where everything begins." In the meantime, in the VIP box, a man with light blue hair approaches the VIP box's edge slowly. His lower back was touched by his hands clasped behind his back. He looks down at the group with a sly smile. He looks at his palm and holds his right hand out in front of him, saying, "Such power, think of what one could do if they had hold of such a power. That authority to dismiss Anima." He looks down and clenches his fist. He looks down and sees Yuna close to Titus, saying, "I shall have it for myself." A smile slides up the corner of his lips. He pushes his fist back behind him and lets it drop. He turns slowly as his slightly dark blue robe flaps, saying, "However, I'll save that power for last. There are other powers out there after all." He exits the VIP box and disappears into the darkness, making a little thud with each step. Naruto and all others, he stands with his arms folded, staring blankly at Lulu. "You mean to tell me?" He extends his right hand, revealing his palm. He points to his right palm with his left hand. Waka nods at him as he says, "That I had somehow made a weapon appear in my hand." He gestures at Yuna with his right hand with a slight, "Yes." Yuna nods to Naruto and asks, "That I also somehow managed to dismiss someone else's summon?" Then he gestures toward the sky. He looks toward Lulu and realizes Titus is no longer there. "Also that I had made everyone float in the sky, made some gray blob appear on some fancy mountain, and had it destroy all the fiends inside the stadium?" he asks. Lulu crosses her arms beneath her bust as though to embrace herself as she nods to Naruto. Yes, that is correct, Naruto. Naruto's face stays passive as he stands up straight, he pacing toward Waka, expressionless. He glances at him. Waka raises an eyebrow in Naruto's direction. Naruto tilts his head sideways and gestures toward his cheek. Right here. Whoa, I know I'm going looking, but I don't swing that way. Yeah, Waka says, gesturing with his hands toward Naruto. His joke has no effect on Naruto, who stays passive. Hit me right here. Yuna turns to face Lulu with a worried look as Naruto speaks to Waka with a faint undertone of desperation. She said, "Don't you think we should stop him? He could get hurt." As Yuna questions her, Lulu keeps an eye on the two. No. Knowing him, we won't be able to stop him. I think this is his way of making sure this is all real. I suppose this doesn't happen to him very often. Yuna's eyes widen a bit when she sees before a loud smack forces her to stop. She manages to say, "But." Naruto's head is angled from the punch, and a big red spot appears on his left cheek as he turns back to face Waka. He receives another blow. I guess this isn't a dream. He lashes out at Waka, holding his left cheek. Hey. What the hell was that second one for? That one hurt more than the first, you bastard. I dunno, it's not every day I get to smack a blonde idiot for free. Yeah? Waka shrugs, grinning. Lulu's coughing interrupts Naruto before he can retaliate as Lulu's left cheek starts to return to its natural color. Waka and Titus turn to face him. Perhaps it would be best if we talked to Sir Orin about this. He was the one who stated you were a summoner after all. Naruto's face twitches into a faint frown of rage. Waka gives him a fist to the back of his head as soon as he says, "Okay, let's go find the old bastard. I still got a bone to pick with him anyway." That's not how you talk about Sir Orin. He's the greatest guardian ever. Yeah, you gotta show him respect. Waka is the object of Naruto's angry gaze as he holds his head up. I don't care who he is. He's an old bastard, who I have a bone to pick with. Now let's hurry and go find the old bastard. Lulu stops Waka before he can slap the targeted blonde's head again. She looks around and sees that Titus is not one of them. I'll have to agree with Naruto. Let us be on our way to find Sir Orin. Besides, Titus is not here. Perhaps he is with Sir Orin. Let us go wait at Luca's city exit. It was where we agreed to meet. Waka nods and dismissively waves his hand, saying, Yay, I'll meet you guys there. Yeah. He sighs and scratches the back of his head before leaving. There were murmurs of troubling blondes. Lulu looks in Naruto's direction. I'll need to get a few of our belongings from the locker rooms. I'll have Kimari help me. So you two go and meet at the entrance. After a frantic glance around, Naruto turns to face Lulu. Yuna chuckles to himself. Kimari? He was here? I didn't hear him say anything, let alone see him? A tiny smile slips from Lulu's lips. He left as soon as you were okay. He doesn't really have an interest in things. If it doesn't concern Yuna now, then I'll need to be on my way, so we won't be late. Yuna nods with a smile on her face as Naruto smugly gives Lulu the thumbs up. Sure thing. Don't let us keep you waiting. We'll meet you at the exit. Yuna says with a broad smile. Naruto reaches over and takes her hand. Naruto laughs aloud at Yuna and pulls her along. Come on. I don't want to be the reason we're late. Waka won't let me hear the end of it, he says, dragged along. She lets out a little eep. Lulu sighs slightly and says, this trip is going to be a loud and surprising one. She smiles and looks up at the sky as she watches the two run off. However, I believe it will make her trip even more enjoyable. She puts her hands by her sides and heads for the locker room. With any luck, Kimari is already there. They stop inside the town, and Yuna and Naruto laugh. Naruto inhales deeply from the serene sea breeze. Man, this place is great, he says, smiling as he glances down at Yuna by one side with a faint smile. He scratches the back of his head and says, let's walk the rest of the way to the exit. I kinda wanna enjoy this place before we leave. He locks both fingers behind his head and releases Yuna's hand. Yuna giggles softly as she hooks her finger close to her lip. When Yuna sees Naruto pumping his fist in the air with an excited shout, she laughs and says, yes, I'd love to go a little sightseeing before we leave. Let's go toward the center of town. It is near the exit and has a few shops and activities. He smiles and follows Yuna, giving her a slight shove. Okay, lead the way, he says. Naruto chuckles as Yuna stammers to speak, and he continues to gently push her head in the direction of their destination. Let's go. We don't have that much time, he says. Konoha, on top of her desk. Tsunade throws a plain folder. Junin Asuma Sarutobi, Chunin Shikamaru Nara, Shoji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Tsunade gets the call in front of her desk. The aforementioned individuals stand at attention. She leans her chin on her fingers while locking her fingers together and resting her elbows on the desk. Asuma stops in the middle and starts to reach for his vest pocket, saying, "Junin Asuma Sarutobi, here." He puts his hand back by his side and sighs after this meeting. "I'll need to smoke, we really don't have to listen to Ino's arguments after we depart." Shikamaru scratched the back of his head and said, "This is a drag." Shikamaru puts his hands in his pockets while wearing a slack-jawed expression. Shunin Shikamaru Nara reporting in along with Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. At the antics of the Junin and Shunin, Tsunade's eyebrow twitches a little. A sedentary and long-term smoker, she had faith in their abilities, even though they might not have been the best team for the mission. "There has been a rumor going around near one of our villages within our borders. Apparently 2 figures in black robes with red clouds have been spotted," explained the Hokage of Konohakagure with his left hand hanging loosely. Asuma rests his right hand on his hip. Shikamaru turns to look at Asuma. He has spent enough time with his teacher to recognize his body language. "I want you Junin Asuma, Shunin Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka to comb the region, find any evidence confirming this rumor. I want this brought back to me immediately. I'm entrusting you with this high-ranking mission. Do not make me regret my decision." Her voice was firm and authoritative, demonstrating her authority as this village's Hokage and her deservingness of respect even from a chronic smoker and sloth. Asuma nods and stoops to pick up the folder. He pockets the folder in his vest and turns to face his team. He turns back to face Tsunade and bows to her, saying, "You have 45 minutes to gather your supplies and meet at the East Gate. No tardiness. I'll personally see to it we do not make you regret putting your trust in us, Lady Hokage." She dismissively waves her hand at the team while nodding. White smoke billows out of Asuma's existence. Shikamaru heads out the door with his hands in his pockets, sighing, "I get a feeling this is going to be one pain in the ass mission." Choji eats his chips and then follows. Tsunade bows to Ino and nods at her, then quickly follows her 2 teammates. Tsunade pulls out a bottle of sake from a drawer while massaging her temples. Chronic smoker, a sloth, a glutton, and a loud mouth. Tsunade places her sake on her desk and takes a gulp. "Maybe I'm getting old." She looks down at the documents. The old coot may have gone crazy because of this paperwork. She chugged her sake bottle vigorously. She sees the photo in the corner of her desk and slams it down. Shizune with Jiraiya, Naruto, Taunton, and herself. She sighs and leans back. She spins her chair around and gazes out the window at the clear blue sky. "Brat, you'd better be doing well." Spira ruins. Some old runs in Spira are torn apart by gusts of wind. Wind swirls around and a small sphere of lightning strikes the ground. The sphere's size increases dramatically. The sphere immediately explodes with a loud roar and a burst of light. Smoke rises into the air, and the ground burns black. "Well, isn't this place interesting?" A big black shadow growled out of the dust. Silently, a smaller figure emerges from the smoke. Red clouds and black cloaks shade both figures, and smoke wanes from them. The smaller figure uses his vision to reconfigure the area and discovers that, aside from a small bridge constructed out of fallen pillars, they are surrounded by water. Both figures pace silently toward the bridge, their footsteps resonating in the deserted ruins. Both figures hauled their steps halfway across the bridge. His eyes drench in crimson red as the smaller finger slowly opens them after closing them. "We have company." With his hand reaching for a large, bandaged object on his back, the large figure growled, "Good." Both figures jump into the air as a huge undead fish erupts through the bridge where they were standing with a deafening screech. "This will be entertaining. I need a good workout. I feel a bit stiff." Wickedly grinning, his teeth glow with a desire for blood. As the smaller figure slowly drifts down toward the bridge, he pulls the large bandaged object from his back and thrusts forward into the fish, sending both of them hurtling into the water. "Fool." With a tiny splash, he jumps into the water while pressing off his toes. Konoha. As she signs another piece of paper, Tsunade complains, "Paperwork, paperwork, paperwork. Why all the fucking paperwork? Why me? Why did I let that brat fool me into this? I could be in a casino gambling instead of signing paper after paper of endless paperwork." Tsunade groans and slams her pen against the wall before hitting her head against the desk once more. "Princess Tsunade, I have good news." As he bounded into the Hokage's office, Jiraiya sang out. She raises an eyebrow, but the toad hermit on the desk cannot see her face. "What is it?" "Jiraiya, this had better be good." Jiraiya crosses his arms and leans against the wall on the right, saying, "Oh, it is. Believe me. I have some useful information." He had a big smile on his face. Without leaning back, Tsunade lifts her head. Well, she is aware that he always has that smile on his face when something positive occurs, usually when he is getting ready to urinate. He puffs his chest out and points with his thumb at himself, saying, "I've completed the ceiling." She stands up quickly and slams her hands on the desk, saying, You perverted bastard, don't pull my leg. You'll regret it, I promise. Jiraiya pushes aside, using his hands to push in front of him. Calm down. I am being honest. Have I ever lied to you before? Jiraiya poses with the thumb and index finger of his right hand cupping his chin. Break her fingers shake wildly at the wood as Tsunade's wooden desk crumples under her weight. Jiraiya, do not test me. OOS shit. Before they parted ways, Jiraiya was her teammate for many years. He probably knows her better than anyone else alive. He is always aware of that voice tone. He's only heard it twice. He tried to peek on her once, a long time ago. The second was when he lost Naruto in the ceilings, which was not long ago. It goes without saying that he was on the verge of death both times. He thus takes the only action that a man in his position would take. He trembles in terror. Jiraiya. N now see, calm down N. Princess. Jiraiya blurts out, his fingers shaking in terror as he reaches into his coat. He was sweating profusely. He takes out a sizable scroll and extends it for her to see. Tsunade just stares, not moving. SC. I told you I had it done. She says, W, what's that expression? Jiraiya looks back feebly and swallows. Even though Jiraiya is a pervert, he has the ability to read people's emotions like a book. I can't tell what she's feeling or thinking. However, women possess this hidden weapon, allowing their emotions to remain hidden. The fact that the woman who could crush boulders with a flick of her wrist is staring into your deepest secrets only heightens the fear. What are you still doing here then? Jiraiya sighs and puts the scroll back in his pocket. Just have something on my mind that's bothering me. He crosses his arms and stands erect. It's about Akatsuki. Tsunade puts her chin on her fingers and slowly leans back in her chair. What have you heard? He continues by scratching the side of his head, saying, it's not what I heard, but more of what I suspect may happen. No doubt Akatsuki has heard about Naruto. Their spy network rivals mine after all. Tsunade clenches her fingers in frustration and narrows her eyes a little. Are they still after Naruto? Without hesitation, Jiraiya confirmed, no doubt, I won't put it behind me. They're going to go after him. Wherever this seal took him. What's bothering me is that they may be nearing completing their seal or done. I may be a seal master, but when you have, who knows how many S-class missing ninja? I doubt this would be too much of a problem. It's not too difficult. I'm sure Orochimaru would be able to make it, if he was able to produce the cursed seal. Nodding. Tsunade's elbows digging into the wood caused her desk to crack under the strain. She lights up as she remembers the blonde knucklehead, saying, hurry and bring him back, Jiraiya. She goes on, resting her forehead on her fingers. I miss the brat. It's boring here without him stirring up trouble. I need him to vent out my frustration on the paperwork he builds for me after all. Jiraiya nods and walks over to the window. He puts his hand on the window and looks in Tsunade's direction. He smiles and gives her the thumbs up with his other hand, saying, don't worry, princess, I'll bring the brat back. I need some more inspiration for my next novel. Tsunade's voice stops him as he turns back toward the window. He turns his head back and uses his hand to grasp a scroll. What's this? Tsunade looks at Jiraiya while leaning her left elbow against the desk. She rested her head on her palm and gazed at Jiraiya, her face slightly expressionless. That's a scroll for Naruto. I've had some of his friends write something to him. Make sure he give that to one of your toads. I'm sure he's likely to summon one sometime soon for a reply from us. He smiles and makes a two-finger salute while pocketing the scroll. He quickly turns to face the sky out the open window and exclaims, don't worry, Princess Jiraiya's on the job. I'll bring the knucklehead back no matter what it takes. Tsunade's face falls into a slight frown as she makes a deep sign. Jiraiya, bring him back. I miss the brat a lot. Entrance to Luca. I wanted that balloon. Naruto glares back as Yuna hands her orange balloon to a small child, who jiggles as she takes it in her hand and leaps away with childish delight and giggles as she shows her mother the balloon. Naruto's cheeks are puffed out, and his arms are crossed in front of his chest. As the child leaps around her mother, a smile spreads across his face as he catches Yuna's giggle and looks up at the endless blue sky. I suppose I could let this one slide. He lowers his eyelids slightly toward the sky, wondering if the people of Konoha would have seen him as a hero and wondered if he would have ended up like Yuna, frail and kinda, or if they would have been proud and treated him the same way they had Sasuke, turning him into a haughty bastard. Who cares? I like how I turned out. Wouldn't change a thing, he says, closing his eyes and grinning into the endless blue. Soft giggles have caused him to look away into the infinite blue. What's so funny? Is there something on my face? He tries to look at himself with his eyes and twists them quickly in a funny way as he faces Yuna. No, there is nothing on your face, Yuna says, calming her laughter with a side-to-side head motion. I called your name, but you didn't answer. She locks her hands behind her back and leans forward slightly, looking at Naruto with a curious expression. I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Naruto manages to let out a traditional, huh, I don't know why, but it was humorous to me. She receives Naruto's trademark goofy grin while also scratching the back of his head. She straightens her back and stretches a little before leaping childishly in front of Naruto, sporting a cute expression that befits a blonde. "Are you a summoner?" Eagerly awaiting the response, she leans toward Naruto and clasps her hands together in front of her chest. "Well, yes, I am a summoner of toads. My teacher gave me the contract to call them, and I was able to sign it." Assuming you're referring to that, scratching his left cheek, he looks up at the northern sky and says, "I guess it's nothing like the summoning you're able to do. I am, in theory, is summoned, simply put, a completely different kind from you." He looks uncertainly at the young woman from heterochromia in front of him and says, "Does that answer your question? Toads are all that I can summon." "It does." She straightens her back and turns around, pacing a few paces before turning back to Naruto while leaning forward and clapping her fingers behind her back. She closes her eyes and smiles sweetly. "Could you show me?" "It's not that I don't want to, though. There are a lot of people here, and I don't really want a lot of people to know," he says, glancing around the packed market square and noticing some people staring at the two and chatting among themselves. "I'd be happy to show you one of them, but in addition, I don't know any of the smaller toads well." He rubs the back of his head and lets out a soft laugh. "The two little ones I first met well, they are much bigger now." "I understand." She nods her head and gets back up, a little let down, but understanding him since summons are rather big. Calling one in the middle of a market square would attract unwanted attention, but that doesn't mean she'll give up. "But you'll have to show me some other time." She smiles playfully as Naruto nods. He looks up at the sky and sees that the sun is not where it was when they first started out alone. "We should start," he says. "Titus might already be there. In my opinion." He rubs the back of his head nervously while laughing. "I really don't want to make Lulu angry at us." "Excellent. One more thing." As if playing, Yuna claps her hands together in front of her and gives Naruto a playful wink of the eye, forcing him to yield and nod his head. This is kind of embarrassment, but Yuna turns around and looks up at the serene blue sky. "Would you help me defeat Sin?" "You're right." He turns slowly and sees Naruto grinning cheesy and posing like a nice guy, saying, "I'll help you defeat that oversized whale." "That's a commitment." Smiling, Yuna nods her head, sincerely thanking him. Walking up to Yuna, Naruto places his left hand on her left shoulder, standing next to her, giving her a heartfelt smile. "What are friends for, right? Before Lulu lectures us, let's get started." Yuna wonders a little about who this old lady Tsunade is as he shivers and pulls his hands back, both of them heading off toward their separation. I swear her words are as powerful as old lady Tsunade's punches. When the two young teens reach their destination, they discover that everyone is waiting, with the exception of Titus at their rendezvous point. Naruto confirms this by glancing around and asks, "Where is Titus?" Waka shrugs his shoulders and says, "We're not sure. We thought he'd be with you too." "Yeah." He gestures over them, and Naruto and Yuna turn to see Titus and someone else walking alongside them. They both move to the side to give them space, and as Naruto reaches up to grab Titus, a loud gorilla voice yells close by, "Sir Orin?" Looking more closely, Naruto recognizes the man from the stadium and gives him a small frown while pointing, You're the stadium's old bastard. You know, we have a score to settle." Since Naruto never backs down from a challenge, will he accept this guy's suggestion to go hiking inside the stadium? Absolutely not. Waka didn't see this well, which is why he has Naruto in a headlock. Titus nods toward Naruto with a slight smirk. Hey. At least someone else thought Orin is an old bastard. You are respectful of Sir Orin indeed. He is among the best guardians in history. Waka's firm grip on Naruto's head is gradually released as he writhes and yells at him in a vulgar manner. He raises a fist at Waka and yells angrily, "I don't gotta show that old bastard any respect. I'll respect him if he does. But this man is a jerk. I will not give him anything." Putting those two aside, he points his head in Yuna's direction and she steps forward, squeaking a, "Yes. Are you Yuna, the daughter of High Summoner Braska?" His stance is unwavering, and his tone reflects his advanced age. She nods her head and adopts the courteous posture that the elders at her temple taught her. "Yes, I am." She was shocked to find that one of her father's guardians was speaking to her. She had a lot of questions for him and didn't know much about him. Maybe he could tell her some of his tales. "I want to take on the role of your guardian. Do you agree?" Titus spins around, staring at Orin with a visibly perplexed look. Naruto and Waka keep their fists from hurting each other anymore, yelling, "What?" Yuna blinks several times as she repeats what she has heard. Yes, I mean it naturally. I would be extremely honored, Sir Orin." She tries to return her bowings while bowing respectfully. Lulu moves forward and says, "Sir Orin, would you mind telling me why you want to go on our pilgrimage?" Lulu's mind starts spinning with various possible answers, such as, Surely you know how harsh the journeys can be to our final destination, and all the difficulties we must face. Why would this man, who is, in her opinion, elderly, has completed a successful pilgrimage, and is a legendary guardian, want to travel in order to face more difficult tasks? He responds carelessly, scratching his chin, I promised Braska. After repeating his words to herself once, Yuna looks back up at Orin and hooks a finger beneath her chin, finding the stone ground intriguing. You promised my father? She knew she would never be able to be as great as her Fathera, perhaps walk in his shadow, but never as great as Hema. But her father had asked Orin to take care of her, or had he simply asked her to join him if she was to be a summoner? Maybe she would ask him what kind of promise he had made. Yes, I did, though. He shoves Titus in front of him. The teenager growls at him. Orin ignores it and keeps staring at Yuna. He must also become a guardian. He says, I assured Jek that I would take care of him. Yuna accepts his condition without question because she had already thought of Titus as a guardiana. They had been traveling together from the start, after Allah, and because he was kind and loud, and he was from Xanarkand. Oh, the things she could ask about Xanarkand. As she crosses her breasts, Lulu arches an eyebrow and says, what about the second condition? It would be much simpler to care for the two if they were together rather than apart. So Titus could understand why he would want him to be a guardian, but what would the second requirement be? He tilts his head to the side and gives Naruto a quick glance, which makes the blonde blink and gesture at himself. He can't come. The group is suddenly enveloped in silence, as if a hurricane had passed through. Naruto clenches his teeth and glares at Orin, saying, Hey, what the hell is up with that? Can't I come? What nonsense is that? This is completely messed up. First he says that this isn't my story and that I should leave, then we fight together, and now he says that I can't go with them. What's up with this bastard? Orin. Sir? Could you say that again? I don't believe I heard you correctly. Orin didn't ask the knucklehead to stay away, right? Sure, he's noisy, obnoxious, energetic, and acts like a fool. Oh, the list goes on, but he's a good guy, so why wouldn't he want him around? Waka cleans out his ear in shock. Orin calmly reiterates, he doesn't come with us, he maintains his position. Lulu leaps up beside Yuna and asks, why wouldn't he be able to help us? There must be a reason for this, Sir Orin. Why would he not want Naruto with them? He's a strong individual, and in her opinion, he would make a great guardian. He's quick on his feet, powerful, and possesses a variety of abilities that are unheard of in Spira. He's also kind and giving, and he's willing to help out if asked. He's a summoner. He must therefore make his own pilgrimage. Conflicts will arise when two summoners travel together. He must thus go and locate his own guardians. He needs to acquire his own Eons. Not along with you. Orin calmly defends himself with his logic, unfazed by the questions. What? Do you believe that I am a summoner? How on earth am I a summoner? Before I met Lulu and Waka, I had never even heard of Eons. I can't possibly be a summoner. This old man goes way behind a bastard. Once he finds a term for it, that will be his new name. How could he be a summoner? He's only been here for less than a week, and already he's being called that? He tilts his head in Naruto's direction, his dark glasses revealing the corner of his eyes. So, could you explain your recent change? Based on my memories and observations, you look different and were dressed differently. In addition to the summons you displayed to us, the only rational explanation for these facts is if they cannot be explained. Would you be acting as a summoner? He got him. Tisk. Naruto frowns his face away. He doesn't remember anything, so how could he explain his changes if he doesn't even know himself, let alone this so-called Eon he's managed to bring forth? Well, it's not up to the old bastard anyway, right? Yuna wouldn't agree to that, right? With a smile on his face, he turns to face the petite woman. Her mind starts to slowly shut down as she feels every pair of eyes peering, and she alternates between Orin and Naruto. Her mind racing with confusion. Orin had promised her father that she would hear stories about him and learn more about him. If she doesn't, she might never see him again and probably won't hear about her father. Even though they didn't really know him, Naruto is amiable and entertaining, and she enjoys being around him. He has been traveling with them since day one, and if it weren't for him, their boat might have sunk when Sin attacked. She knew she could rely on him in an emergency, and he was her friend. If she accepted Orin's condition, she might lose her friend and never see him again, which is the right choice. As time goes on, Naruto's eyes drop and his smile fades like a candle to the wind. Aware of her internal conflict, he chooses to end it. It's okay, Yuna, I get it. All eyes are on him. This guy must be quite well known, but I don't know much about this world. He will undoubtedly be very beneficial. When she mentions his name, he waves his hand courteously at Lulu, who is approaching him. Don't worry about me, he says. I'll be alright. After a few steps toward the exit, Naruto finds himself beside Yuna. I know when and where I'm wanted, his shell taking for him. His fake smile reveals itself to Yuna, making her flinch a little. When he puts his closest hand on the young woman's shoulder, she looks up at him and her eyelids slightly drop. She has never seen him smile like this in all of his smiles, and she despises it, but she is the one who made it happen. Don't worry. I will fulfill my commitment. I'll assist you in defeating sin. That's how I do, ninja. Have faith. Good luck on your pilgrimage, guys, he says, taking his hand off her shoulder and looking back, interrupting anyone before they can say anything. Perhaps we will cross paths in the future. Goodbye. Naruto prepares to jump off, wanting to leave as soon as possible before anyone speaks. Lulu swiftly gestures to Yuna in front of her, saying, "Yuna, say something." As she towers over the small woman, her eyes beg her to say something, anything at all, to their friend, who is unique and whom they are preparing to lose. Yuna gazes into Lulu's eyes and asks herself if she has ever seen them like this in all the years she has been in her Besaid. She wants to avoid seeing those eyes again, so she gathers a little courage inside herself and swirls around as her hair flies in the air in the direction of Naruto's spot, calling out his name, but she finds nothing but emptiness. Her eyes are shadowed by her silky hair, and she whispers in her tiny, sweet voice, "He's gone." She had lost a friend, and she couldn't say anything before it was too late. She had loved him, and he was somewhere in this expanding world, possibly miles away. Even though neither she nor he knew much about each other, he thought of her as his friend, regardless of how quiet or old she was. Hey, don't look so down, y'all. Waka puts his left hand on her right shoulder from behind. Keep the knucklehead out of your mind. He promised to keep his word, right? We'll definitely see him again. He tries to console her with a big smile on his face. He has never been very good at this kind of thing. So he left everything to Lulu. He would simply spoil her the way a brother or uncle would treat a niece or sister. Titus complains about an old bastard with venom in his mouth when he punches a pebble off the hill, causing it to tick off a build. He puts his hands on a rail, looks over the city, then rests his elbows on the rail and stretches his right foot back. He never notices Kimari standing close by, watching the scene play out. He doesn't show any signs of caring, so it's likely that he doesn't care as long as Yuna is safe. While Waka consoles her on her right, Lulu watches over Yuna from her left. Her eyelids drop slightly as she stares into the empty space, and she wraps her arms around her slender body and keeps staring at it. She feels a little empty because a friend of hers has just left, and she may never see him again. She views Naruto as her only friend, Yuna as her little, adorable sister, whom she had to take care of and protect, and Waka as her overly protective older brother. Having grown up with both of them, she views them as family. In Besaid, she had no friends. She was different, and to them, she felt a little like an outsider. Everything was vibrant, but she wore black and wasn't very talkative. Naruto had spoken to her despite this, and he didn't mind her dark personality or be put off by her appearance. Naruto was her first true friend, so perhaps that's why she feels like a little piece of herself is missing. A ghostly smile appears on her face, and she wonders if she will see him again. After all, who else would prepare this ramen for him that he loves so much? Spira's ancient ruins. Splash. A huge undead fish plunges into the flooded ruins, and water shoots up into the air. Two lone figures pace toward the ruins' exit, each of them displaying a different expression. He lets out a deep sigh slowly and says, "What a letdown this place is." The taller figure slowly places a large bandaged item on his back. "I expected much more of a fight from that beast. First of all, Itachi, why did you have to go tell them that we would be bringing the Kyubi Jinchuriki back?" He tilts his head slowly in the direction of Itachi. "Kyubi is our target," Itachi says, passively staring into their field of travel. "I won't let anyone else understand our objective. Kisame, don't bother yourself with these useless inquiries." With a frustrated shrug, Kisame says, "TCH, you and your damn Uchiha pride. Why not just let Kakuzu and Hidan bring him back? Would spare us from having to look for him." With a hint of irritation, Itachi slowly closes his eyes and says, "Even though Hidan made the seal, Kyubi is our target because of his affiliation with Jashin. It will be us who bring him back. That's it, Kisame. You know, Hidan was only able to create the seal with Tobi making small comments about mistakes he seemed to have made." Itachi does not respond, leaving Kisame alone. Kisame grunts in response. Silence falls over the two for about a minute before Kisame breaks the silence. "There is more to Tobi than you know, Kisame," Kisame says as they approach a large double door that leads outside the ruins. "After all, he is in Akatsuki." Itachi strolls past Kisame slowly, and Kisame slowly follows suit, his face betraying his bewilderment. "Perhaps there is, but he's still a dumbass to me." When both Itachi and Kisame arrive at the edge of a cliff that plunges into the ocean, Kisame looks right and Itachi looks left for a way out of the area of the ruin. Kisame sighs and turns to face the future. "Well, isn't this a bitch?" Itachi shuts his eyes in frustration and doesn't say anything. Luca's outskirts, kicking a little mound of dirt out of his path, Naruto complains. Well, they could have told me earlier if they didn't want me to join them. Quickly he runs his hand through his now long hair with a frustrated expression. Damn it, I don't know where I'm heading. He sighs as he examines the palm of his right hand, thinking, what did that guy mean though? I know I'm a toad summoner, but why did everyone say I summoned something else? Hell, I don't remember being conscious in the first place. Naruto looks up at the sky and stares into the clouds, slowly letting out a sigh. I'm a toad summoner, but also a summoner of their kind of creatures? Naruto's expression goes blank as he stares into the clouds, asking, what did Lulu say a summoner was again? Rewind to Besaid Village. Lulu and Waka are seated in two tiny chairs, while Naruto is seated on a mat. As he gathers bits of information from what he has been told, Naruto furrows his brows. All right, so a guardian is someone who goes with a summoner to protect them on their pilgrimage. They're going to a lost city that was destroyed a millennium ago, right? To make sure he had heard correctly, Naruto spoke. Waka nods his head and crosses his arms over his chest while Lulu takes a tiny sip from a cup of tea she is holding in her lap. That's about right, y'all. Naruto nods and grunts. All right, that much is on my mind right now, but what exactly is a summoner? Sighing, Waka says, well, a summoner. Waka sighs and drops his head as Lulu interrupts him, saying, I'll tell him what a summoner is, Waka. Waka dismissively waves his hand at Lulu, saying, of course, feel free to do so, you'll be able to explain it more clearly than I can. Now then, Naruto tilts his head in Lulu's direction, concentrating on her. Summoners have more than one important task which all summoners must accomplish, he says, raising an eyebrow as he looks back and forth between Waka and Lulu. Lulu takes another sip of tea, ignoring Waka. Before she speaks, one of the responsibilities is to direct the deceased's pyre flies to their ultimate resting spot. The far plane is that last resting place, and the Guado people guard it. The idea of leading the dead to their final resting place makes Naruto shiver a little. That is quite unsettling, Naruto reflected to himself. However, calling forth eons of mystical creatures formed of individuals who have sacrificed themselves to become statuessa is the primary goal of a summoner. They gain notoriety as faith. As a result, the so-called dreams of the faith, or the eons that summoners can call upon thanks to faith. That is what a summoner is, Lulu says, taking another sip of her herbal tea while maintaining her silence. Summoners are charged with the duty to defeat sin with their eons. With a puzzled expression on his face, Naruto tilts his head back and says, it seems like summoners put in a lot of work. I'm glad that's not me. I couldn't possibly manage all of that. It is indeed a lot of weight tossed onto your shoulders, says Lulu, nodding her head. Flash's conclusion in Besaid Village. Now I remember. Naruto lowers his head and looks straight ahead, his face expressionless. Damn, I hope I'm not a summoner, he says. Naruto sighs as he moves forward along the dirt trail, which is bordered by flowers and green grass. He smiles a little as he surveys the grass fields, saying, this place is very beautiful, makes me feel peaceful and calm. Naruto reaches out and touches a cosmos flower, saying, peaceful is the right word for this place. When Naruto's eyes pass the flower, he lets go of it, but then he sees two yellow eyes staring back at him. Naruto doesn't move, but the yellow eyes stay focused on his eyes, and he blinks as the creature tilts its head to the side. Suddenly, Naruto regains his senses, saying, what the? Naruto trips back, landing on his rear as he quickly leaps toward his feet. Who's there? As he glares at the flower, he sees that the yellow eyes have vanished, but a small silver trinket is hanging from it. Naruto quickly scans the entire area, finding no signs of a living person. What the hell was that? What is that silver trinket? Some kind of trap? He asks, raising an eyebrow slowly as he moves cautiously toward the trinket on alert. I better be careful, never was really good at detection. As he approaches the trinket, he reaches down slowly, keeping his attention on the silver trinket while holding a long stray branch. With caution, Naruto reaches for the silver trinket with the branch. Is it a trap? He asks. As the tip of the branch slowly touches the trinket, instantly, he jumps back, dropping the branch as the trinket falls toward the ground with a soft thud. I guess it is not a trap, Naruto says, standing straight as he slowly walks toward the trinket. Then what the hell was that? He asks, crouching down as he reaches for the trinket, slowly raising it to eye level by the small chain. He looks at the trinket and sees that it is a small lantern design with gold inside that appears to be lit. This is strange, he says, despite the fact that it appears to be very cool. Naruto gets back up and holds the trinket in front of him while staring at it hypnotically. Do you want to play with me? Said a little childish voice. With his eyes darting around, Naruto quickly stuffs the trinket into a tiny pocket in his new pants and exclaims, who said that? Though he analyzes no one in the field again, Naruto spins around, looking in all directions for the source of the voice. He puts his hand to his forehead and sighs. What is wrong with me? This is making me go nuts. Naruto takes a deep breath as he gathers his thoughts, and then he crosses his arms across his chest in a thinking stance. First I should find out the nearest town or something while the sun is still out. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream. Assist! Our chocobos will be eaten by the fiend again. One help, please, a woman's voice cried. Naruto jerks his head in the direction of the female voice, saying, Hey, what's happening? Shouted Naruto as he spots a villager sprinting down the dirt trail as fast as she can. Naruto slows his pace as he reaches her. What has happened? The fiend is back, she says, putting her hands on Naruto's shoulders. He's damaging the houses and eating our chocobos. We require assistance. As she withdraws her hands, Naruto puts his hands on her shoulders and nods, reassuring her. Don't worry, I'm available to assist. I need you to tell me where the villagers and fiend are now. The woman points in the direction she was coming from, the northeast, gradually calming her nerves. Over there she turns to Naruto and begs him to save the others in our Chocobo Ranch, saying, There's a traveling inn with residences inside and our Chocobo Ranch is next to it. We have nothing else. Don't worry, says Naruto, nodding. We have Naruto Uzumaki working. I swear, I don't break my word, and I won't allow anyone else to suffer. Believe it, Naruto said, smiling slightly to reassure him. The woman keeps looking at Naruto and nods her head, saying, Thank you. Naruto smugly leaves for the inn, saying, I hope he can protect everyone. Naruto keeps running, dodging travelers who are fleeing from the inn. He grits his teeth and charges toward the inn, leaving a little trail of dust in his wake as he passes by. A female traveler watches him with a raised eyebrow, saying, Well, I wonder if he's going to fight that fiend. I suppose I could watch him bite the dust. After finishing her thoughts, she runs toward the inn more slowly than Naruto. When Naruto reaches the inn, he is standing in the field, looking around quickly. No one is here either. They have fled or are hiding inside the inn. Good. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Naruto quickly spins toward the inn after spotting a large fiend on top of it. So, that's the fiend that has been attacking. Naruto sees a large yellow bird in the fiend's hand and asks, Is that a chocobo? Looks like a giant chicken. Naruto shakes his head quickly, saying, Now is not the time for jokes. Pointing to the fiend, Naruto says, Hey, ugly. Drop the chicken and come down here so I can kick your ass. The fiend says, turning his head to face Naruto. A big yellow chocobo runs toward Naruto, passing him toward freedom. Naruto's face is still passive, but a chibi Naruto is laughing in his head. Run, chicken, run. Run towards freedom. Naruto snickers slightly as he keeps thinking about the running chicken. You could really use a mint. Naruto leaps back as the large fiend leaps off the inn building toward him with a loud roar. Unaware that the fiend in front of him is snickering at him, he tightens both of his fists and charges toward Naruto, launching a fist into the air. Damn, I totally forgot about ugly here. Gotta pay attention, Naruto says, instinctively avoiding to his left as a large fist smashes into the ground, leaving a decent-sized crater. Need to find a weak point. Naruto leaps forward as the beast charges toward him, then quickly slides under with his right foot to kick off backwards toward the beast's back. As he approaches the fiend, Naruto pulls his fist back before slamming it into the beast's neck before the beast can react. Naruto puts his left foot on his back and kicks off, landing on both feet while holding his right fist. Damn, his skin is as hard as rock, he says, wriggling his right hand as the numbness goes away a little. Need to find a way to bring him down. As Naruto looks at the fiend, he sees a cliff behind him. Perhaps I could find a way to make him fall off, but how? I don't hit hard enough to force him off. He tilts his head back to get a view, and he hears a woman about his age approaching him. He raises an eyebrow as she faces the fiend next to him. Shouldn't you be inside? As Naruto looks back and forth between the fiend and the woman, he worries, you could get hurt, lady. She tilts her head in Naruto's direction and smiles smugly, saying, I can't let you have all the fun, can I? Naruto sighs as he looks at the woman, taking in her appearance. She had a fiery red hair reaching slightly lower than her shoulders. Her bangs slightly spiked and mess with a light hazel eye color, adding to her features a black shirt covered by a dark red jacket ending slightly above her elbows. Her jacket unzipped, showing the shirt with a small crest design on the jacket's left side near her heart. She also wore black shorts going a little below her knees with red and black shoes. Her hands, however, are covered with red and black fingerless gloves. I have an idea, are you in? The woman said. With a sigh, Naruto turns back to face the fiend and says, I'm in. What must I do for you? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. That's easy. She says with a small smile. Simply divert his attention to the cliff and cause him to fall. Let me handle the rest. Is that all? Too simple. Shadow clone technique. Naruto charges forward while making a cross sign. Two Narutos appear on both his sides as the original leaps toward the Fiend's head. Naruto presses his foot on the Fiend's head before he could react, leaping off behind him toward the cliff. Too slow, ugly. He taunts the Fiend by patting his rear, and the beast immediately responds by roaring and charging at Naruto. The original Naruto quickly thrusts out his right foot into the Fiend's chest, followed by his left foot kicking off the Fiend with chakra, pushing the Fiend back. Both shadow clones puff out of existence after beating the Fiend's feet. Naruto stops at the edge of the cliff as he turns around with a smile on his face. The Fiend is only a few yards from the cliff, and when he draws a fist back to deliver a fatal blow, he feels two large blows against his feet, throwing off his balance. The female yells, "Punch rush!" before the Fiend's feet hit the ground. Rain of blows pour onto the beast's back as she reels back her right knee with a grin. Booyah! She throws her knee forward, delivering a forceful blow to his back that sends him hurtling over the edge into the valley, and she gasps for air. She packs one hell of a punch, literally, Naruto says in a low whistle. Thanks for the help, he says as he slowly approaches her, grinning slightly. You appear much weaker than you actually are. She turns to face Naruto and gives him a thumbs up and a smug smile. No problem. I guess we should go and tell them we got rid of the Fiend, she says, turning to face the inn. You're not so bad yourself there, the woman was asked. With his arms folded across his chest, Naruto nods. Yes, we ought to. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way. Naruto smiled slightly as he introduced himself. Naruto, nice to meet you. My name is Amberly Dinch, she says, lifting a fist and pointing to her with her thumb. We should probably go tell them now, she says, holding out her hand as Naruto shakes it. But I much rather be called Amber. She leans over to Naruto and whispers in his ear. I bet they'd like to hear how we forced him off the cliff. In addition, we might receive a complimentary stay at the inn as a reward. It appears that we are both somewhat broke. Naruto nods his head and sighs, saying, but it doesn't seem right to do that. Naruto nods his head once more, raising an eyebrow at Amber. I just did the right thing to do, he says, turning to face the inn. But maybe I could learn a few things while I spend the night there. I assume you concurred? Naruto smiles. Yes, we've saved the day, so let's go tell them. With a broad smile, Naruto raises his fist in the air, and Amber does the same before indicating the inn. Come on, Amber and Naruto both march happily toward the inn with large grins plastered on their faces. As they reach the doors, Naruto opens the door, allowing Amber to go in first. As soon as he opens the door, a frying pan hurls out, smacking Amber on the forehead. Yellow diamonds spark in her eyes as she grabs the frying pan by the handle in the air. Who the hell threw that? Instantly she stands back up, hurling the frying pan forward into the wall. Who did that? Present yourself. Both of them remain silent as a few shuffling noises can be heard as he walks forward. Naruto puts a hand on her shoulder and whispers, I'm sure they thought we were the Fiend. He then takes his hand off her shoulder and says, don't worry, we fended off the Fiend, so no more throwing frying pans, please. Both registers peek over toward the counter, one a male and the other a female holding a frying pan. Amber points at the woman after giving the frying pan a fierce look. It was you. That frying pan was thrown by you. As she tries to attack the woman, Naruto grabs her by the back of her jacket. Holding the woman by the jacket, Naruto laughed and said, don't be a fool or we won't be able to stay here. Amber jerks her head in Naruto's direction, saying, you called me an idiot? The fool is you? Idiots only referred to other idiots as such, the fiery redhead retaliated. Looking at Amber blankly, Naruto says, she had at least some maturity before we came in, now she's like a child. He lets go of her and turns to face the counter, saying, idiot. Ignoring her tirade about him being the idiot for calling her an idiot, Naruto turns to face the people hiding behind the counter and says, don't worry, we won't hurt you. We would like to inform everyone that the Fiend has been driven away. Naruto reassured him, so it's safe to come out now. After taking deep breaths and slowly standing up straight, the man said, is it true? That Fiend has been chased away by you. The woman speaks next, and Naruto nods in agreement. So, is it okay for us to go outside at this time? Naruto nods along with Amber. This time both of the villagers look at each other before smiling, nodding to each other. Both of them bow toward Naruto and Amber. Thank you for driving off that Fiend. We're not sure if he might have entered and eaten us too. As they both got back up, the man spoke, and the woman quickly fled toward the hallway that led to the rooms before vanishing from view. Thank you once again for driving off that Fiend. Naruto and Amber watch as the man walks around the counter toward them. I don't know what we would have done if that fiend were to demolish this inn or devour all of the chocobos. Naruto snickers a little about the giant chicken he saw earlier in his mind. Is there any way we may repay you too? He asks, shaking Naruto's hand as he takes Amber's after I asked the man. Naruto starts to reply, but Amber beats him to it with a clap of her hands. How about a room and a meal? Naruto nods and lets out a small sigh. After glancing at the two, the man smiles and says, all right, we can provide that the couple gets one room and a meal. As other passengers and staff pace out of the hallway leading to the rooms, the man shouts as he marches toward the counter. As they look ahead, Amber and Naruto both gesture toward one another, like I'd be seen with this idiot. Both spoke simultaneously, and as the other customers laughed at the two quarreling teenagers, they immediately began arguing over who was the true idiot. With a frustrated sigh, Naruto grabs his hair and says, oh, I have to go outside and do something. I will return shortly. Amber, could you please set everything up for us? As he leaves the inn, Naruto turns and exhales deeply, saying, she's a handful to deal with. Glad I only have to put up with her just for today. I wonder if Gamakichi has received anything for me. I suppose I should check, Naruto says, looking up into the sky. I'll be back later. Amber nods and gives Naruto a victory sign with her fingers. Biting his thumb, Naruto swiftly flashes through hand seals as he circles the back of the inn, checking to make sure no one is there. Summoning technique, I. With his typical pipe in hand, Gamakichi emerges in a puff of smoke and asks, who called me and what do you want? Gazing at Gamakichi, Naruto lifts his hand and says, I did. Gamakichi. Gamakichi closes his eyes and takes a tiny drag from his pipe. So, what would you like? Have you gotten anything for me from Konoha? Reaching behind his back, Gamakichi nods. Yes, I did actually. I've given you 2 scrolls, one from your friends, and another from Jiraiya. Naruto smiles, from my pals. Really? What is it saying? Let me read it. Slow down, you moron. Here you go. I don't know what it says. Gamakichi gives Naruto 2 scrolls, one green and one red, saying, the green is from your friends, and the red one is from Jiraiya. Naruto takes the green scroll, opens it quickly, and starts reading the contents while the toad patiently sits in front of him on the grass. Greetings, Naruto. We all miss your foolishness and want you back with your loud mouth. How are you, brat? Jiraiya and that stupid toad have been telling me a lot about your travels in that dimension. Are you okay? Are you eating right over there? If you get hurt, let the toad know so I can beat Jiraiya into a pulp again, since I'm not good with this stuff. I'll explain what this letter contains. This scroll has various parts written by your friends. I'm not sure how much each one wrote, but they all wrote something down. I hope all is well with you. Tsunade, he finished recreating the seal that led you there, so he should be on his way to meet you. If he isn't doing research here, he will never walk again, or over there, he might be there. After reading Tsunade's letter, Naruto laughs and says, that sounds like her. Alright, always worried about me. He then opens the scroll to read what his friends have written and says, now let's see what the others said. Yo. That's Kakashi for you to enter his book to do anything else, Naruto says, twitching his eye at the letter as he spots a tiny image of a chibi Kakashi waving while reading an orange book. Hey Naruto, I heard what happened from Tsunade. I pondered why it had been a day or two since I last saw you. I assumed you had gone back to Jiraiya's training. I hope all is well with you. We still need to bring Sasuke back, so please return as soon as possible. Sakura, don't worry, I'll be back to bring Sasuke back with you. Sakura, Naruto says, nodding to no one in particular. Naruto, what have you gotten yourself into? You were always my most careless pupil. Stupid actions, is what I guess this simply fits under. Nevertheless, I hope all is well with you. Please return quickly since it's your fault. You will pay even though I haven't had any Ichiraku ramen with you recently. Iruka. When Ichiraku ramen is mentioned, Naruto drools a little. Ichiraku, how I miss your ramen. Naruto sobs as he recalls all of the ramen he has consumed. Hey, how are things going, Naruto? Man, I've been told what's transpired. You appear to be in a bit of a mess. I don't think you'll have any problems, though, because we've been in more hazardous situations with Iruka during detention. Bring Hinata and Shino here with me. Hinata hopes all is well with you and wishes you a safe return. Shinoa, well, he's just nodding, being Shino even after spending this much time on his team. I have no idea what that guy is thinking. We still need a rematch, so hurry back. Group 8. Yeah, Iruka's detention was a lot more dangerous than this so far. Naruto nods. Gosh. Your youthful flames shine brightly, Naruto. To prove your youthful fervor, you've traveled to another planet. I'll run 500 laps around Konoha on my hands if I can't prove my youthful passion in another world. I'll perform 1,000 push-ups if I'm unable to accomplish that. If I am unable to do that, I will. That's Lee alright, Naruto says, laughing as he observes the writing scribble away in what seems to be dragging Lee away from writing anymore. I apologize for that. There was a sort of youthful moment for Lee. I hope all is well with you since his loss to you. Neji has been hankering after a rematch, so please return quickly. We'd all like a chance to face you. Guys team, that's Tenten, the group's typical member. I should have anticipated Neji's desire for a rematch. I'm eager to beat him to the ground once more. Team 10 is currently on a mission, so they were unable to write to you. Nevertheless, they all wish you luck and good health while you're away. Please return soon. I'm missing hearing about your antics and everything. Shizune. Well, it's good to see they're all concerned about me, Naruto says, closing the scroll after reading it and setting it on the ground. I was wondering what that lazy bastard would write. Probably something like, troublesome, Gamakichi. I'll have to put in twice as much effort to ensure that I return home. Pointing to Jiraiya's scroll, the toad nods his head and says, don't forget about that one. Wonder what the perverted sent this time. Probably more complaining about how it's my fault I'm here. Wasn't my fault. I had to sneeze, damn it. Naruto opens the scroll. As his eyes move over it, Jiraiya twitches his eyebrow and Naruto grabs his scroll. You dumb brat, it was your fault. I can tell what you're thinking about after our time together. I am aware that you are claiming that it was not your fault before you have even read this. You sneezing fool, it was your fault. The next part of your training is explained in this scroll. You've demonstrated a fondness for wind that is uncommon, but not unheard of, for a Konoha shinobi. You will need a leaf for the first part of your training. You can use any type of leaf to cut the leaf. You must hold it between both hands and use only your chakra. For a simple-minded idiot, it may take years to complete this training. You can use shadow clones to cut down on time. Even though I can't see your face, if your shadow clone mastered the ability to send all of their experiences back to the original, you would too. Thus, learn this step using shadow clones and notify me when you're finished. Since I've completed recreating the seal that led you there, I might make it. However, if I discover any worthwhile research I need to do, I might have to stop. So, brat, good luck. The Jiraiya gallant. So I just need to use my chakra to cut a leaf in half by using shadow clones. This ought to be simple. Naruto takes both scrolls and hands them back to Gamakichi for safekeeping, wrapping the scroll back up. Would you hold on to these for me? I don't have anything to carry the scrolls with and I don't want to lose them. Taking both scrolls, Gamakichi sighs and says, don't worry, I'll hold on to the for you. I'm hungry, so I'm going to head back now. Nodding, Naruto replies, sure thing, I'm pretty hungry myself, so I'm going to see if they have anything for me to eat inside. You take care now, Gamakichi, I'll summon you later. Gamakichi waves, nodding his head, sure thing. Bro, you as well, bye. Gamakichi exhales, leaving behind a white smoke cloud. Naruto turns around and stands back up, sighing nevertheless. Amber's large, dazzling hazel eyes are fixed on him. Amber barraged Naruto with inquiries, asking, what was that all about? What's with the toad? How come he can talk? You gonna tell me? Huh? Naruto blinks his eyes and stares. Damn it. It was while reading that I relaxed. Naruto laughs sheepishly and rubs the back of his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean talking toads? Naruto is grabbed by Amber, who pulls him to her level. Don't lie to me, idiot. I know what I saw and heard. That was a talking toad. Naruto looks back into her eyes and starts to perspire. I'll tell you about it later tonight, I promise. Naruto nods as Amber leaves after giving him a long look before pushing him back and causing him to stagger a little. Fine. But I'm holding you to your promise. You better tell me later tonight, you got that? She says. Amber leaves Naruto alone and leaves, saying, oh, our rooms are done. By the way, food is about done. If you're hungry, it's almost nightfall. You've been out here for a while now. He notices a bright yellow glow in the sky as the sun sets, and he looks up into the sky to see this. I guess I'd better get ready to tell her this is such a drag, man. The remainder of the day proceeded smoothly. Among other things, people conversed and ate while sharing stories. The majority of people wanted to know how Naruto and Amber had gotten the Fiend to leave their inn. With much exaggeration on both sides, they both cheerfully recounted how they drove him away one by one. Everyone retired to their rooms, and the crowd gradually dispersed. In the end, Amber and Naruto were both in the hallway, searching for their rooms. After a short walk, Naruto asked, okay, so which room am I staying in? What are you talking about? What room you're staying in? We are sharing a room, asks Amber, raising an eyebrow. As Amber moves forward, Naruto halts and looks at her back. Whoa, what are you talking about sharing a room? I thought we were gonna have different rooms. We don't even really know each other to even think about sharing a room. Amber uses a little key to open a door and turns away. What are you talking about? We are both going to sleep in separate beds after you tell me what the hell the toad was. The anxious blonde exclaimed. Are we a couple? Hell no. Sharing a room is what couples do. Who wouldn't be happy about sharing a room with this? Asks Amber as she turns to face Naruto, who is posing. Naruto looks blankly into space. Amber is surrounded by a red aura, and her eyes shine dangerously. What are you trying to say? That I'm ugly? In front of him, Naruto swiftly waves both hands. No, that's not it. I mean, we hardly know each other, that's all. With a loud thud, Amber opens the door and enters, her dangerous aura still permeating the room. You're lucky you haven't told me what that toad was, else you'd be sleeping out with those giant chickens you love so much. Naruto swallows as he slowly makes his way into the room after her. This is going to be an extended evening. Besaid Beach. Jiraiya lies on the beach with the night sky overhead, saying, damn brat, forgot to mention the killer headache you get when you reach this place. Talk about arriving here at the wrong time. Jiraiya surveys the beach. I probably should have come here earlier instead of doing research for once. Looks like no one is here. He stands slowly and jumps onto a nearby cliff to gain a better aerial view. The idea of an angry Tsunade makes Jiraiya shudder. To think I could be figuring out who the leader of the Akatsuki is right now, but no, I have to follow that brat all the way here to bring him back to Tsunade. Jiraiya hears faint voices close to the beach and turns to see 3 young women swimming late at night. Brat, when I find you, your training is going to make my other exercises seem like paradise. His face instantly breaks into a twisted smile as he watches. Jiraiya swiftly takes a scope out of his back pocket and says, on the other hand, I may thank you for sending me here. Brat? His face is flushed bright red. Yes, I will definitely give the brat my gratitude. No, Tsunade and peaking heaven must be where I am.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.